You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's April the 14th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at 420pace.ca and paceradio.net. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Well, it's one of those mornings. I just didn't get off on the right foot, I don't think. And things weren't the best this morning, but I am here to do the news.
We are here.
Just hopefully I make it to the end. Keep your fingers crossed. But yeah. Other than that, the weekend went well.
That's
it was
good.
Nice warm weekend, actually. It was a great weekend, weather-wise.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Yeah, we've got some nice warm weather coming.
Oh, well,
Not
hey,
here right now, though.
No, not right now. All righty, what do you say we get on with the news?
Sounds good.
All right, first story's up.
Coming to us from StratCan, police in Winnipeg targeting cannabis store customers.
Oh. Police in Winnipeg say they are targeting cannabis store customers as part of an ongoing impaired driving enforcement campaign. Between January and March of 2025, the Winnipeg Police Service Central Traffic Division launched an enforcement campaign that they say focused on drivers under the influence of cannabis and other illicit drugs.
During the campaign, officers conducted 302 traffic stops and administered 207 drug screening tests using improved screening equipment. Nearly half of those drivers, 97 of them, tested positive for recent cannabis consumption. This was similar to the rate of those tested in a similar campaign of 2024. All drivers faced an immediate roadside suspension of their license. Only one driver was said to have been charged criminally for refusing to be tested.
Officers also issued 86 provincial offense acts notices during this year's campaign, including 19 for the improper storage of cannabis within a vehicle and 4 for consuming cannabis inside a vehicle. Similar to alcohol, cannabis in a vehicle must be stored out of reach of the driver and any passengers unless it is in its original unopened packaging.
Mm-hmm. Winnipeg Police Patrol Sergeant Stephanie Fontaine said during a press conference that he focused on the campaign on areas around the more than 100 cannabis stores in Winnipeg. There are over 130 or so dispensaries throughout the city of Winnipeg. So what I did was I made a plan to basically target those areas where the dispensaries, where there's dispensaries, and we watch the traffic coming to and from those known shops, Fontaine said. The officers still have to form the proper grounds to make all of their lawful demands, but that's where they spent their time.
You also know that many of these individuals were testing positive on the way to a cannabis store, although he did not indicate how officers knew their destination. True. Fontaine added that most drivers who tested positive for THC were found between 3 and 6 p.m., which he notes is different from enforcement against those impaired by alcohol.
Police in Winnipeg recommend not driving for 12 hours after consuming edible cannabis products. Penalties for driving while impaired by cannabis can include criminal charges, loss of one's driver's license, vehicle impoundment, and fines. Police can use both oral testing equipment and assessments by drug recognition officers.
In Canada, drivers with over 2 nanograms of THC but under 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood can face a straight summary conviction offense. Drivers found with over 5 nanograms of THC in the blood can face a drug alone hybrid offense.
I'm that in the morning when I wake up and haven't had anything for 10 hours.
Yeah, I agree.
The penalty for the summary conviction offense is a maximum fine of $1,000. The penalties for the 2 hybrid offenses are the same as for alcohol impaired driving. These include mandatory minimum penalties of $1,000 for the first time, 30 days imprisonment for the second, and 120 days imprisonment for the third.
I had somebody on Facebook trying to tell me that Canada does not have any mandatory minimum penalties.
Yeah.
I went, huh?
Yeah, sure. Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. All righty. From there, we'll move on to the next story. And I'm just getting it all set up. Make sure I get the right one, because you know how that is. Sometimes you don't want to bring up the wrong story that you're about to announce. So here we go.
I've done that before. Yeah. Coming to us from SciTech Daily, from cravings to calm, cannabis sparks a new era in addiction recovery.
It sure has. Sure has. But just they say here, well, a Canadian pilot, now it's a Canadian pilot study, explored how supervised cannabis use in recovery homes might support individuals overcoming substance use disorders. They say participants found it helped ease pain, anxiety, depression, and sleep issues, factors that derail recovery. Reported benefits include reduced cravings for opioids and improved mental health. Despite these promising outcomes, stigma around cannabis use persists, particularly among staff, signaling a need for targeted education.
Absolutely. A new pilot study from the UBC Okanagan and Thompson River University explore the effects of medically supervised cannabis use in residential recovery setting for people undergoing treatment for substance use. Participants reported that cannabis helped them manage pain, anxiety, depression, sleep, which are common symptoms that can make recovery much more challenging.
Yeah, Dr. Zach Walsh, he's a psychology professor at UBC. He says our findings suggest medical cannabis could play a meaningful role in reducing cravings and improving retention and recovery programs. Participants clearly indicated benefits in managing both physical and psychological challenges during recovery.
Yeah. Users also reported reduced cravings for opiates and other harmful substances, improved pain management, and enhanced mental health and sleep quality. However, stigma surrounding cannabis use remains a significant barrier, according to the research.
Staff interviews revealed a need for increased education and better integration into the cannabis treatment approach. According to Florian Fear, she's the lead researcher, says that reducing stigma through the targeted education for program staff is critical.
100%. Staff skepticism often comes from misunderstandings about cannabis and as a legitimate medical treatment, highlighting a clear opportunity for improvement in recovery support. This study, recently published in the Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs, was conducted by researchers from UBC Okanagan and Thompson River University.
This collaboration between institutions in Kelowna and Kamloops sought to better understand patient and staff experiences with medically supervised cannabis use in a supportive recovery environment. It examined patient and staff experiences at Maverick's Supportive Recovery, a residential recovery center in the BC interior.
Yeah, Maverick is amazing. Residential recovery centers provide structured live-in environments where people receive treatment and support to manage substance use disorders. While the results are promising, researchers emphasize the need for larger scale studies to fully assess the benefits and risks of incorporating medical cannabis into substance use recovery programs. I think if they talk to anybody who has ever worked at a CSP or anything like it, they'll get all kinds of information.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the study was funded by the Interior University's Research Coalition and BC's Ministry of Health. Dr. Fier is to present the findings at the International Council of Nurses Congress in Helsinki this June. True is also planning the Medical Cannabis and Recovery Forum on Saturday, April the 26th. The forum is open to the public and healthcare professionals and researchers interested in cannabis and recovery solutions. There you go.
I wonder, is that being held online? This medical
That
cannabis
I
and
don't
recovery.
know.
I wonder.
We had a similar report on Thursday. There might be some information in that if you go back through the notes, and there might be something there. So, but that's good news. That just shows that the CSP programs are a benefit to the population.
They got loud enough that people were paying attention, and somebody decided to research it to make it official for the government.
Yeah.
And I think that is amazing. So, we always talk about the CSP; they are the loudest ones, but there are other organizations right across Canada that do the exact same thing. And CSP definitely the leader. And it's just nice to see it happen. It's nice to see researchers get on board.
Yeah, it is. Exactly. All right. Next one's up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, THC-infused beverage companies are recruiting 2,000 people to drink free cannabis seltzers as alternative to alcohol for a study.
If it wasn't the seltzers, I'd volunteer.
Yeah.
A group of THC-infused beverage brands is looking for hundreds of adults to participate in what's described as an observational research study around cannabis-infused drinks, alcohol consumption, mood, and quality of life. The team is currently recruiting up to 2,000 qualified participants who would receive a free supply of cannabis-infused beverages. Participants would be expected to record the alcohol and cannabis-infused drinking patterns on a daily basis, as well as complete the self-assessments about their overall quality of life.
The 3-week study period will involve a week of feedback without the beverages. Participants would then consume the infused drinks over the final 2 weeks of the program. The industry study was announced on Thursday by More Better, a data collecting and research firm. It's sponsored by multiple leading beverage brands, according to the press release, who are collectively supplying participants with free infused beverage products to use throughout the course of the study.
The company describes the groundbreaking research as the world's first functional beverage study aimed at exploring THC beverages as a wellness alternative to alcohol. By collecting consumer-reported outcomes from thousands of consumers over a multi-week basis, we provide brands and industry advocates with real-world data they need to understand how infused beverages are impacting consumers' quality of life, according to Tyler Dutrick, More Better's chief operating officer.
Brands backing the study include Brez, Nowadays, Cantrip, Death Row Records, Do It Fluid, Iconic Tonics, Hippie Water, Stizzy, and many others. The cannabis plant should be better researched, Cantrip CEO Adam Terry said in a release. And we are hopeful that this is just the first step in learning how these products can improve people's lives as acceptance, access, and consumption of infused beverages expands across the United States.
The focus of the research is THC-infused seltzer, but More Better says it will also investigate 750 milliliter bottles used as mixers, dry powder mixes, and a 1.5 to 2 ounce shots in an effort to study how various doses and form factors impact consumers' perceived experiences.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, Aaron Noshbush, founder and CEO at Brett, says, "Our mission has always been to provide a healthier, more mindful way to enjoy social moments. and we believe this study will help us better understand and validate the positive impact of our product.
Evan Enman, CEO and co-founder of Iconic Tonic, says this pioneering study reflects our commitment at Iconic Tonics to reshape the future of adult beverages, delivering functional, flavorful, and elevated alternatives that meet the moment. As more consumers explore mindful options, real-world data like this will be essential in understanding how THC-infused beverages are enhancing quality of life and transforming social rituals. Our partnership with More Better isn't just about validating our brands. It's about leading a cultural shift with integrity, innovation, and style. The press release notes that the study comes at a critical time as alcohol sales are experiencing a decline and as consumers are increasingly curious about trying better for you alcohol alternatives.
Announcement of the research project also comes as the alcohol as well as hemp and cannabis industries closely watch consumers' behavior around cannabinoids and alcohol. A report from Bloomberg Intelligence last year called cannabis a significant threat to the alcohol industry, citing survey data that suggests more people are using cannabis as a substitute for alcohol beverages such as beer and wine.
100%.
Mhm.
The report projected that slumping sales of wine and spirits may extend indefinitely, which will stem largely from the increased consumer access to legal cannabis and other alternative products. Nobody wants to get hungover anymore.
Yeah.
The use of cannabis among consumers is on the rise, and we believe it's being substituted for alcoholic beverages, BI analysis wrote. We also anticipate that increasing U.S. consumer access to recreational cannabis will be a significant threat to all alcoholic drinks, particularly beer and wine, given their lower price points relative to liquor.
And last November, meanwhile, Beer Industry Trade Group put out a statement of guiding principles to address what it called the proliferation of largely unregulated intoxicating hemp and cannabis products, warning of risks to consumers and communities resulting from THC consumption. Now, the Beer Institute advised in the document that lawmakers impose a federal excise tax on hemp and cannabis products, with the tax rate set higher than the highest rate of any alcohol or beverage alcohol product.
Reefer Madness 2.0. Instead of
Yeah.
being fueled by the cotton and paper industries, it's going to be fueled by the alcohol industry.
Alcohol. Yeah.
Yeah. Earlier last year, the Wine and Spirits Wholesaler of America, WSWA, called on Congress to create a regulatory framework for hemp-based intoxicating cannabinoids rather than impose an outright ban, as was being proposed at the time. We strongly advocate for clear federal rules and regulations that define intoxicating hemp compounds and to grant states the authority to regulate these products within their borders, the Alcohol Trade Association said.
Mm. Growing evidence suggests that frequent cannabis use is now more common among Americans than regular alcohol use. A recent study found that more Americans consume cannabis every day than drink alcohol on a daily basis. Since 1992, the per capita rate of daily cannabis consumption in the country has increased nearly 15 times over.
Wow. A multinational investment bank said in a 2023 report that cannabis has become a formidable competitor to alcohol, projecting that nearly 20 million more people will regularly consume cannabis over the next 5 years as booze loses a couple of million drinkers. Cannabis sales are estimated to reach $37 billion in 2027. In the U.S., it said, as more states' markets come online. A separate study out of Canada, where cannabis is federally legal, found that legalization was associated with a decline in beer sales, suggesting a substitution effect. Wait till psilocybin's on the market.
Yeah. Data from the Gallup survey published in August last year also found that Americans consider cannabis to be less harmful than alcohol, cigarettes, vapes, and other tobacco products. As for hemp-derived cannabinoids, a hemp industry expert told congressional lawmakers earlier this week that the market is begging for federal regulations around cannabis products.
At the hearing, Representative James Comer also inquired about the U.S. Food and Drug Administration inaction around regulations, sarcastically asking if it'd require a gazillion bureaucrats that work from home to regulate the cannabinoids such as CBD. In the absence of FDA rules, states from California to Florida have pushed for sweeping changes to their own laws around consumable hemp products, while much of the focus has been on intoxicating products. Federally legal CBD businesses have also found themselves increasingly in the crosshairs.
Meanwhile, as lawmakers prepare to once again take up large-scale agricultural legislation this session, congressional researchers in January provided all the overview of the policy landscape around hemp, emphasizing the divides around various cannabis-related proposals among legislators, stakeholders, and advocates. Senate Democrats released a long-awaited draft of the 2024 Farm Bill last year that contained several proposed changes to federal hemp laws, including provisions to amend how the legal limit of THC is measured and reducing regulatory barriers for farmers who grow the crop for grain or fiber. But certain stakeholders had expressed concern that part of the intent of the legislation was to eliminate a whole range of products that are now sold in the market.
For the time being, the hemp industry continues to face unique regulatory hurdles that stakeholders blame for the crop's value plummeting in the short years since its legalization. Despite the economic conditions, however, a recent report found that the hemp market in 2022 was larger than all state cannabis markets, and it roughly equals sales for craft beer nationally.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, who wants that job of testing those beverages? Yeah, it'd be good. I think I'd enjoy that. The only problem is I have to avoid the carbonated drinks.
Yeah, and it seems like they're looking for people who use both cannabis and alcohol for that study.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I noticed throughout. That way they can compare things. So.
Yeah.
Alrighty, last story before we go to break.
Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, vaporized cannabis provides significant improvements for MS patients.
All right. Cannabis consumption has evolved in recent decades. For many years, cannabis was typically eaten, or it was combusted with the flame and the resulting smoke was inhaled. These days, cannabis is vaporized by more and more medical cannabis patients for various reasons. According to SNS researchers, the cannabis vape market was valued at $5.06 billion US dollars in 2023 and is expected to grow to 17.1 billion US by 2032 at a CRGR of 14.5% over the forecast period of 2024-2032.
Researchers in Greece recently conducted a study involving vaporized medical cannabis and multiple sclerosis patients. And we're going to go into more information about the study and its results via a news release from Normal. In Athens, Greece, vaporized cannabis containing, standardized percentages of CBD and THC is associated with sustained improvements in patients with MS, according to a longitudinal data published in the Journal of Clinical Medicine.
Greek researchers assessed the efficacy of a vaporized cannabis formulation containing 13% CBD and 9% THC in a cohort of 69 MS patients. Study participants' symptoms included bladder dysfunction, muscle spasticity, and disability progression rate were assessed at baseline at 3 months and 6 months. Significant improvement was observed across all outcome assessments following patients' adjudicative use of cannabis, researchers reported.
This study represents an initial step forward towards understanding the real-world application of vaporized THC and CBD formulations, specifically in MS management. The study's authors concluded the findings highlight the potential benefits of CBD, THC at 13 and 9% respectively, vaporized formulations in managing MS symptoms, particularly when integrated into the existing treatment framework of DMTs, disease-modifying therapies, not what I do. and MS symptomatic therapies. In 2010, British health officials granted regulatory approval to an oromuscular spray containing standardized percentages of CBD and THC for the treatment of MS. That product is now available by prescription in various countries, including Canada, Germany, Israel, Japan, Spain, but remains unavailable in the United States.
Not surprised there. Not available in the United States.
Yeah.
Not surprised at all. All righty. Well, that's our first half. We got 4 more stories to come after the break. And talking about break, we'll be right back after our joint session. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. We're live. We got 4 more stories to cover, and here we go.
Yes,
Where's
coming
that?
to us. Yeah, coming to us from Healing Maps. There's a study. More than a third of Canadian cities have magic mushroom dispensary.
Yeah. More than 1/3 of Canadian cities now have at least one storefront selling psilocybin mushrooms, according to a new study from the University of BC. The research marks the first formal study of its kind and suggests a sharp rise in open psilocybin retail, despite federal laws that continue to prohibit the substance. And here are some of the takeaways. This is number of cities with dispensaries, 48 cities out of 162. Province with the highest concentration, British Columbia. They have 25 stores in Vancouver alone. Go ahead.
Yeah, common marketing terms used: mushrooms dispensaries, wellness stores, microdosing shops. They're still illegal under federal law, but tolerated in some cities. And enforcement trends: uneven law enforcement and growing municipal leniency across the country. And even then, in some areas they seem to pick and choose who they're going to pick on.
Yeah, and that sounds a lot like the cannabis stuff. Uneven law enforcement, and that was one of the reasons why they legalized cannabis, because
Yeah.
it was unevenly, enforced across the country.
We can see the similarities in what's going on with
Oh,
both
yeah.
substances for sure. Psilocybin remains a controlled substance here in Canada, yet dispensaries are opening in major cities from coast to coast. Vancouver leads the country with an estimated 25 shops. Toronto and Ottawa follow with 11 and 9 respectively. The study's authors noted that storefronts tend to mark their products as part of a larger wellness movement using terms like microdosing and natural medicine.
Researchers found that nearly 30% of the dispensaries surveyed promoted psilocybin as a way to improve mental health. They often linked it to anxiety relief and depression treatment. While scientific interest in psychedelics has grown in recent years, Health Canada has not approved psilocybin for general use outside of clinical settings. And let's also say that Health Canada has not approved cannabis as a medical thing either.
Still. So they have a medical cannabis program, but they still have not stood behind that program. They tolerate it, but they don't stand behind it.
Yeah, courts forced them to do it, right? So. Yeah. Now, the rise in retail sales puts pressure on local and federal governments. Some cities appear to be looking the other way. Others, like Winnipeg and Regina, have cracked down on the shops and enforced federal rules. In places like Vancouver and Toronto, however, enforcement remains rare.
What explains the uneven response? Some experts believe that the growing public interest in alternative mental health treatments is outpacing policy. No shit, Sherlock. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Others point to the precedent set by cannabis dispensaries, many of which operated illegally, in the legacy market before the federal government legalized recreational cannabis in 2018. For now, the legal future of psilocybin dispensaries remains uncertain. Lawmakers have yet to take a coordinated stance. As cities weigh the public health risks and the potential benefits, storefronts continue to operate. The growing gap between legal restrictions and retail behavior raises new questions for public health and criminal law. Whether a shift in national drug policy will follow remains to be seen.
Yeah. See what happens down the road, right?
Yep.
And you just never know. So many people are finding a benefit with it that, why not?
Yeah, I've noticed that, I watched this with cannabis when we were going through it, and people got curious. I find, and some started using as they knew legalization was coming. They started researching. Some waited until October 17th, 2018 to actually, but I find the same trends with psilocybin on a much larger scale. I find that a lot of people that waited till October 17th, 2018 are now watching psilocybin and getting on board way ahead of time. Like they're not waiting for legalization. They saw the benefits when the cannabis came in, and it's made them realize that maybe they were looking the wrong way their whole lives.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty. Talking about stories and stuff, let's bust some myths with our next story.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Cannabis myth buster. We need more research. The fallback excuse not backed by facts.
How often do we hear that when we do stories? We need more research. Yes, marijuana myth busters. We need more research. Yeah, right. If I had $1 for every time a politician uttered these words about cannabis, I'd probably have enough money to fund several lifetimes of research. It's become a go-to response whenever the topic of legalization comes up, a convenient way to kick the can down the road while appearing thoughtful and responsible.
I want to go to one of these things with all the research. But here's what up at night. How much research is enough? How much?
How much? Yeah.
We currently have over 28,000 studies, 28,000 in one country alone on cannabis, spanning decades of significant inquiry. That's not counting the thousands of years of documented human use dating back to some of humanity's earliest agriculture endeavors. Cannabis wasn't just any crop. It was the first plants our ancestors chose to cultivate. Think about that for just a moment. Yet somehow in 2024, we're still being told we need more research before we can definitively say that cannabis is safer than alcohol. Like, oh my God, a substance that claims tens of thousands of lives annually, yearly, every year, in 365 days, tens of thousands of lives. It's as if we're stuck in an endless loop of studying while ignoring the mountain of evidence at our disposal.
Today, I'm going to help you cut through the smokescreen of perpetual research requirements. We'll look at the numbers, examine the facts, and hopefully put this tired old excuse to rest once and for all. Because, let's be honest, if we haven't gathered enough data after thousands of years of human use and tens of thousands of scientific studies, then we never will. Buckle up, folks. It's time to bust this myth wide open.
I love this story already, and we're only just starting it. Let's talk numbers, because the figures are absolutely staggering. According to Normal's recent analysis of PubMed.gov data, scientists have published over 35,000 scientific papers about cannabis just since 2014, so in 10 years. And that's not a typo. 35,000 studies in the past decade alone. To put this in perspective, we're seeing over 4,000 new cannabis studies published every year. This means by the time you finish reading this article, another researcher somewhere has probably published their findings about our favorite plant. The pace of cannabis research isn't just steady, it's exploding.
As Normal's Deputy Director Paul Armorano perfectly puts it, it's time for politicians and others to stop assessing cannabis through the lens of what we don't know, instead start engaging in evidence-based discussions about cannabis and cannabis reform policies that are indicative of all that we do know. Here's a mind-blowing statistic, they say. Over 70% of all peer-reviewed scientific papers about cannabis have been published in just the last 10 years. We're talking about the most intensively studied plant in modern history, with PubMed.gov now hosting over 49,500 scientific papers on cannabis dating back to the 1840s.
And what have all these studies taught us? Well, we know with certainty that cannabis is significantly safer than alcohol and tobacco, two perfectly legal substances that claim hundreds of thousands of lives every year. We know it's less dangerous than virtually every other substance listed in the Controlled Substance Act. We know it has legitimate medical applications. That's not up for debate anymore. And we know its addiction potential is comparable to coffee, not heroin, despite what its Schedule 1 status might suggest. So when I hear politicians trot out the tired old line about needing more research, I can't help but feel my blood pressure rise. It's not just a cop-out, it's an insult to the thousands of researchers who have now dedicated their careers to understanding this plant. We have more than enough scientific evidence to, create sensible, evidence-based cannabis policies right now.
Let's be real. Continuing to hide behind the "we need more research" smokescreen isn't about science. It's about politics. Yes, there will always be more to learn about cannabis, just like there's always more to learn about any subject. But we know enough, more than enough, to move forward with full legalization and smart regulation. The next time someone tells you we need more research before we can legalize cannabis, ask them how many studies would be enough. Then watch them squirm as they try to justify ignoring the mountain of evidence we already have.
Yeah. While our modern scientists continue to churn out studies about cannabis, there's another critical piece of evidence that prohibitionists conveniently ignore: humanity's thousands of years of direct experience with this remarkable plant. In fact, when you look at human history, cannabis prohibition stands out as the unnatural anomaly, a brief but destructive departure from our long-standing relationship with this plant. Let's talk timeline. The earliest evidence of human cannabis use dates back to around 8,000 BCE in Asia, where it was one of the first plants cultivated for fiber, food, and medicine. That's 10,000 years of documented human use. The ancient Chinese pharmacopoeia, the Pen Tao's Ching, dating back to 2700 BCE, specifically referenced cannabis as a medicine for treating a variety of ailments. Queen Victoria famously used cannabis tinctures for menstrual cramps, and even George Washington grew hemp at Mount Vernon.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Our bodies actually evolved alongside this plant. The discovery of the endocannabinoid system reveals we have an entire network of receptors that interact with cannabis compounds. Whether you believe in intelligent design or evolution, you have to acknowledge the remarkable symmetry here. We literally have a biological system that responds to cannabis. That's not coincidence, folks. Every major civilization throughout history has documented beneficial uses of cannabis. It appeared in the United States Pharmacopoeia from 1850 until 1942, recognized for its therapeutic properties in treating numerous conditions. Ancient Egyptians used it for glaucoma, Indians for digestive issues, and Chinese doctors described it for more than over 100 ailments. This is an ancient superstition. Many of these applications are being validated by modern research.
So, what happened? In 1937, against the advice of the American Medical Association, cannabis was effectively banned in the United States. This kicked off our grand experiment with prohibition, an 87-year detour that has brought nothing but suffering, incarceration, and death. The only beneficiaries have been the pharmaceutical companies, private prisons, and law enforcement agencies who've built empires around cannabis criminalization. Let's put this in perspective. We have 10,000 years of documented beneficial use versus 87 years of prohibition-induced chaos. When someone claims, we don't know enough about cannabis, they're not just ignoring modern science, they're dismissing a millennia of human experience.
Next time someone tries to tell you we need more research, remind them that cannabis has been extensively studied, not just in laboratories, but in the real world, across countless cultures over thousands of years. The evidence isn't just in peer-reviewed journals. It's written in the history of human civilization itself. We don't have enough knowledge. We don't have a knowledge gap about cannabis. We have an honesty gap among politicians who refuse to acknowledge what we already know.
Yeah. After diving deep into the mountain of evidence surrounding cannabis, from over 35,000 recent scientific studies to millennia of documented human use, one thing becomes crystal clear. Claiming we need more research is nothing but a smokescreen for maintaining prohibition. I'm writing this article to arm you with knowledge, to inoculate you against the virus of prohibition that has infected our political discourse for far too long. The next time someone regurgitates the "we need more research" talking point, you can confidently counter with facts. We have tens of thousands of modern studies, thousands of years of documented use, and an actual biological system in our bodies designed to interact with this plant.
Those still clinging to prohibitionist views aren't just uninformed. They're actually choosing to ignore a vast body of evidence. It's like standing in a library and claiming books don't exist. It's true. The only explanation for such willful ignorance is the powerful influence of special interests who profit from keeping cannabis illegal. Big pharma, private prisons, and certain law enforcement agencies have built empires on the foundation of prohibition, and they're not about to let facts get in the way of their profits. Here's the ultimate irony. While our government was floating the idea of a ministry of truth to combat misinformation, they've been one of the primary sources of cannabis disinformation for nearly a decade. From reefer madness to modern-day fear-mongering about the dangers of cannabis, they've consistently ignored science, dismissed the history, and perpetual lies to maintain their prohibitionist stance.
It's time to call out this hypocrisy. It's time to shut down bad faith arguments about needing more research with the overwhelming evidence we already have. The truth is, we don't need more research to know that prohibition has failed. We need more courage from our politicians to stand up to special interests and implement evidence-based policies. So the next time someone tells you we need more research on cannabis, ask them, how many studies would be enough? How many years of human use would satisfy you? How much evidence do you need to acknowledge what we already know? Then watch as they struggle to defend the indefensible.
Oh yeah. The sticky bottom line is this. We have the evidence. We have the science. We have the history. What we need now is the political will to act on it. And that, my friends, starts with refusing to let tired old myths about needing more research go unchallenged. Knowledge is power. And it's time we use the power to end prohibition once and for all.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this can be said about so many of these earth medicines that we use. Like, I mean, iboga is one of them. Like, I mean, for thousands of years in Africa, it's been used, and now it's criminalized around the world.
Yeah.
Psilocybin is the same way. I mean, like peyote. I mean, we could have a big old list that, you know, replace one word with the other. And this article, you know, very smart. Very
Yeah.
good. Oh,
Yeah.
good morning, Gordo.
Yeah. Good morning, Gordo. Good morning. See your message there. All righty. Moving on to the next story. As I get it ready here. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Coming to us from the business of cannabis, Israel's 165% tariffs on Canadian cannabis imports approved by Ministry of Health.
165%. Israel has seemingly followed the footsteps of its U.S. ally this week after announcing plans to impose 165% tariffs on cannabis imports from Canada. The state's Ministry of Economy, spearheaded by the Ministry of Economy and the Industry, Nar Barrett, announced this week that it planned to go ahead with the proposed levies against Canadian cannabis imports amid ongoing accusations of product dumping.
In early 2024, Business of Cannabis reported that the ministry had launched an investigation into its domestic cannabis market following numerous complaints from local producers that they were struggling to compete on price with Canadian imports. The investigation was launched in January, and a preliminary decision published in July revealing plans to impose severe tariffs on Canadian imports.
In the 126-page final report published in November, fees starting as low as 2% for distillable cannabis, 33% for village farms, as pure sun farms, 39% for organogram, 77% for Tilray was proposed. All other companies would face a levy of up to 175%. While the proposal still requires sign-off from the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, and Knesset Finance Committee, it enjoys strong support from local producers who claim the influx of cheap imports has disseminated their margins and forced sales below cost.
Should the levy be approved, it will be applied over 4 years, a reduction from initial suggestions of a 5-year tariff. While most Canadian producers will face the full 165% rate, a handful of companies, including Decibel, Village Farms, Organigram, and Tilray, will be subject to lower duties. These companies, however, have already scaled back or halted exports to Israel, meaning the vast majority of imports currently entering the market would be subject to the full levy if enacted.
Mike Gorenstein, CEO of the Canadian cannabis operator Cronos, told Business of Cannabis, "We are deeply disappointed by the decision. The imposition of these tariffs will negatively impact Israel's medical cannabis patients who benefit from competitive pricing and product diversity. Such tariffs will limit patients' access to a variety of high-quality cannabis products, which are crucial for their health needs. As an Israeli business, we have invested significantly in our operations since 2018 and remain committed to delivering value. This decision undermines innovation, competitive competition, and access for those who need it most.
Speaking to StratCan in November of 24, Canadian Cannabis Council President Paul McCarthy said it was impossible to ascertain how any of these decisions were made, adding that there were major concerns over inconsistent comparisons between retail, wholesale, and bulk prices. C3's submission to the Israeli government revealed that the average price of bulk cannabis flowers in Canada is approximately 96 cents per gram, according to data from the Canadian Cannabis Exchange. So why am I paying $10 a gram at the liquor store?
I gotta think that that's $96 per gram would have to be on the wholesale end, because we just had a report the other day that said it was $2 and change.
Yep.
Yeah. In response to Israel's Ministry of Economy dismissed this figure, stating it represents low quality products not comparable to those sold in Israel. McCarthy countered that this distinction is unfounded, emphasizing the need for a proper apples to apples comparison. Canadian opposition to the levy was backed by former Israel National Economic Council head Professor Eugene Cadell, who argued that the methodology used to calculate the dumping margin was flawed.
The move has also drawn opposition internally, with the Minister of Health and the Israel Competition Authority both publicly opposing the levy, warning of negative consequences for patients and market integrity. Health officials argue the move could drive up costs, reduce product diversity, and erode access.
Could increase costs. I would say will increase costs at 165%. I can't see the companies just absorbing that. Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So, all right. To our last story of the day. Here we go.
Coming to us from neurosciencenews.com, using cannabis while drinking may lead to riskier behavior.
Well, in a quick summary, it says young adults often use alcohol and cannabis together, a behavior that may dull the perceived negative effects of drinking and increase the risk of alcohol-related harm. A recent study found that simultaneous use can reduce users' awareness of alcohol's effects, potentially leading to alcohol use disorder and dangerous behaviors like drunk driving. And using real-time surveys via smartphones, researchers gathered thousands of data points reflecting participants' substance use and emotions during daily life. These insights can help improve treatment and prevention strategies by identifying psychological factors that reinforce stimulus use.
Key facts are diminished awareness. Cannabis may blunt awareness of alcohol's negative effects. Real-time data. Participants report substance use and feelings multiple times per week. And treatment implications. Understanding user motivations may guide more effective interventions. Many young adults drink alcohol and use cannabis together at the same time as a coping mechanism or to relieve stress.
A recent study from the University of Missouri School of Medicine found that people who may perceive fewer negative effects of alcohol if they are also using cannabis at the same time, potentially leading to alcohol use disorder, alcohol-related harms, and drunk driving. Given how frequently people use cannabis and drink, it's important to understand what drives simultaneous use and what its ramifications can be. The study author, Andrea Wolkoff, says.
Studying the coping mechanisms and motivations of people most at risk for heavy use will help make substance use treatment more effective, she said. It may also help with prevention efforts when talking to high-risk individuals or populations. Wyckoff's team examined 6,334 data entries from a sample of 88 adults. Participants were prompted to fill out multiple surveys per day via a notification on their phone that asked about their substance use.
If they recently drank or used cannabis, they would complete the follow-up surveys asking how they felt. These surveys were completed in real time during the person's day-to-day life, Wyckoff says.
Yeah, this minimized the presence of data where people didn't remember or misremember how they felt, which can give us a lot of insight about how simultaneous use unfolds in everyday life. The adverse health effects of alcohol are well documented. Excessive drinking can lead to liver damage or failure, heart strain or damage, and various other issues, including a heightened risk of cancer.
Heavy cannabis use also has adverse health consequences, especially with prolonged use starting in adolescence. Examples include cognitive impairment, impaired motor skills, altered brain development, lung damage from smoking, addiction, and mental illness.
You did better reading that than I would have. I would have had all kinds of.
More research is needed. Hey, there. There we go. Really? Determining the extent of potential positive and negative effects of cannabis, but further research should also focus on understanding the psychological processes that reinforce stimulus use, according to Whitehall.
Research studies should include people seeking treatment for substance use, as they are one of the main groups that we are hoping to help with our research efforts. Andrea Wyckoff, PhD, is an assistant professor of psychiatry at the School of Medicine.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Done. That story is over. All right. Anything you want to mention about the story?
I think so.
More research?
More research. More research is always needed.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what they say. That's what they tell us. All right. Anything before we say goodbye?
Have a great week, folks. That's about it.
That's about it. All right. That's a report for today. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and limestonecityhydroponics.ca. Other than that, thanks for tuning in. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Wow. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me. It's been a morning already, and I guess it's been a week and a weekend and all kinds of different things that have been going on. So I don't even know where to start today, besides I don't have a guest. I had a guest last week, and we had a great conversation about the advancement in sprouts and plant matter medicine and the difference between alkalinity and CBDs and THCA, which is a great thing to learn about because I'm also like seeing on here there's been some research being done on CBD and CBG on calm and relaxation and sleep. And I was kind of looking at that this morning. Actually, I was trying to find it again, but I haven't been able to find it again. But yeah, there's so much information coming up, and studies actually that are being done in Canada because of the regulations that we put into effect. It's going on like 7 years now. It was 20. I don't even. It's just so much, but there's so much that's been going on, and since legalization, right? And so many bounds and move forward, but then again, so many not. Again, we're also. I was looking this morning. We have I guess the RCMP found a body in a car parked downtown this morning. There's no speculation as to what, they've closed the road down, and I guess. Oh, I bumped my stuff because I've been having issues with Telus, my TV. Ugh, just fighting with them. It's just ridiculous. Like the whole thing with this. Maybe I'm a bit too shiny too on this. Might have to move a light over it. There, that might be better. No, it's this one up here that's too shiny. Okay, so we've got one that way. There we go. All right. Want to look all shiny. I'm sitting back over here because, like I said, it's just pain day too. And just so much going on. But yeah, so I was, and so the speculation, of course, is an overdose, right? And that's the first thing that everybody in this town seems to think. Well, somebody, found a body in a car. It's got to be that. I hate to say, but that's probably more likely than not. Unfortunately, we'll never really, speculation, right? But yeah, like that's why I'm so adamant about regulation of all of them. And I know like most Canadians don't want to hear about manufacturing and this and that. And it was a hard battle to get cannabis even regulated and legalized because of the fact that nobody wanted to hear about big production sites. But thanks to Hale Harper, from him wanting to take our gardens away from us so that, we couldn't grow our own. We had to take the government to court and get an injunction so that we could. And I think that was 2012, somewhere in that area, right, where we had to like take him to court and fight with them to get our grows back. But that's how the licensed production big facilities got started, because they figured that they were going to take it all and give it, to the big corporation, and that we weren't going to be able to grow anything. They told us to send our cannabis to them in kitty litter, right? Oh, why is that coming up? Jesus. I have all these things popping on my screen that I don't want. So again, that's how these big facilities started. So when it comes to harm reduction and, my stance on legalizing all substances that are on the CDSA and controlling them and regulating them and getting them off the streets, because it's hard to, access cannabis off the street anymore. Like you don't see, some shady guy in an alley selling a CD bag weed per se. There are legacy markets out there, which, I'll maintain that we should have, and we should have never been able to lose those legacy markets due to licensing. But when it comes to certain things, like especially when you're dealing with, methamphetamine or cocaine or heroin, nobody wants to hear about manufacturing, growing poppies and, growing coca plants and doing, because they're all plant derivatives, right? Like they all come from plants. except for methamphetamine. I'm not really sure how that one's produced because I've never really looked into it. It's more chemical based, I think. Same with fentanyl, they're chemical, like pharmaceutical kind of based. And I believe, from what I was told, we only have 2 chemists in the whole country that can actually manufacture and produce these illicit drugs. So, and like I said, nobody wants to hear it. But harm reduction is one way of like, and controlling and manufacturing them would be the one way of actually being able to control them. Again, behind closed door, 19 over, because some people might want to just do a few lines of, clean, because nice people do drugs, recreationally, non-recreationally, like it's never going to stop. It just isn't. Like, that's no more than expecting that prostitution's going to stop. Just saying. I mean, opium dens and all these things have been going on long before, forever. Like substance abuse, alcohol, like even, fermenting fruit. It's the same. It's been always a thing that humans seem to have a need to be able to escape somehow through some sort of substance, whether it be alcohol, drugs, tobacco, or nicotine. Again, like I said, I haven't smoked cigarettes, but I haven't stopped ingesting nicotine. Right? Again, like, how are we controlling all of this? And taxation hasn't seemed to really deterred people from not purchasing it. Even with cannabis being now legalized and the taxation being done, it's not deterring people. No, but it isn't bringing higher numbers of usage up either. Like, the sky didn't fall. There isn't a number of impaired drivers. There isn't an uptick in usage. In fact, there's been a downtick in alcohol use comparably to cannabis use, which I'm thinking isn't a bad thing, to be honest. Because now they're also finding that there's carcinogenics in alcohol that can cause cancer as well. These are all studies. You can Google them. They're free. I can bring them up on the separate screen if you like for, receipts proof. But again, like, we have these things that basically, regulate, and Food and Drug Act, the Control of Drugs and Substance Act, Health Canada, all these things that the states are right now ripping apart and putting like quackadoos in to run their systems. Like RFK, telling people not to get immunized. Just go and have mass measles parties. Hey, I know when Taven or Tyrus, my oldest boy, was a kid, he ended up with a chicken pox, and it was the same thing. He could go to daycare; they didn't seem to care. Well, he's not even 30 yet, and he's already had shingles twice or 3 times. He also has an immune system. He had cancer, right? So again, with his immune system being all buggered up from cancer and all these things he's had to deal with through his lifetime already. Yeah, he's had shingles a couple times. And again, like, he was in daycare. I took him to daycare. He had chicken pox. Nobody seemed to give a shit. And I know that I checked with mom because I was wondering whether we had to get immunizations again for these things with measles, right? And apparently I've had it. So, and there's a lifelong immunity with that. But I'm looking my baby good, but because you just never know, right? What could come up? And again, because of my immune system and all the issues that Taven's had with long COVID and stuff, I'm a little more inclined to make sure that we have everything covered so that we're safe, right? Again, maybe I'm a bit of a worrier because I worry a lot about these things, but I also, having a baby late in life makes you a little more aware of the things around you, so that you make sure that your health is in as best position as you can be to keep yourself alive for him. Just saying. That's just me though, right? I mean, other people don't give a shit. I mean, my roof could cave in right now and I could give a shit, but I care about my kid. As long as he's not under the roof, we're good. Anyways, there's like I said, so much going on. We've got an election going on. We've got, like I said, we had apparently a body found in my little town here. I just can't even, like, it's just so odd for stuff like that. You wake up and, actually got a text message saying they've got 10th Avenue blocked off and that's all police tape. What the hell? I'm like, oh, CIBC, and I'm like, oh, well, our office is down there. So, like, what's going on? And then I just saw an RCMP update saying that So, of course, rumor mills going around town that, this and that and whatever else. But again, like, it's pretty odd to wake up to find out there's, that's something going on. But there's, like, and you know what else I read this morning? The reason why crime rates are going up because of domestic violence in the home. And there's violence being taught in the homes, which is filtering off into the streets and changing everybody's dynamic. It's just wild what discourse can do. And that's what it is. It's discourse. It's discourse. It's outside influence. It's different magnitudes of misinformation being fed, even about cannabis. And we took all that information too, because there's so many years after Reefer Madness, there was so much misinformation going around about cannabis and all the things and the harm and all these stuff. And then, they did the Senate report in 2002 and looking for harms and looking for harms. So then they quit studying because you can't be looking when you don't find harms in it. And the only thing that they're looking for is the harms in it, and then they can't find the harm in it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, but again, you've got so many people out there that don't even want to deal with like harm reduction. They get all, thinking in different jurisdictions and mad about, that's a provincial thing. Healthcare is provincial, right? And mental health comes into provincial jurisdictions. So you can, bring it all up about this, but it's got nothing to do with the feds. They regulate and give money, right? So yes, drugs are a federal issue to a point. If you're charged with a drug offense, it's an indictable conviction, which leads it into the federal court system, right? And if you get sentenced to 2 years plus, or depending on your sentencing, is whether you end up in a federal prison or a provincial prison. And cannabis these days are finding too many people that are actually being busted for cannabis. But I think Al and I had an article on our last PACE show that actually in Ontario there has been large grow busts, and there has been patients being questioned about their 20 and 30 gram licensings, and they're finding that a lot of doctors, and they're rolling them back. They're not giving out the big licensing that they used to anymore. And if they are, they're questioning all of it, right? I want to air. Yeah, right in here. But I'm also doing my show. Sure. But yes, there's lots of pin towels. Kids. And hubby's home too, so this could be the background noise you're hearing. This is the tablet going, but yeah. But there's, like I said, so much going on that it's hard to decipher through this and make the muck through all the noise. So again, like I said, back to harm reduction and all this BS and misinformation about nobody's legalized all the hard drugs. Nobody did that. They decriminalized in British Columbia as a pilot project that still leaves I think it's 2.5 grams decriminalized, but it also doesn't, and they really have cracked down on public use, because that was the big screaming point for safe injection sites. It was the needles and everything being found in paraphernalia being found around the sites, right? So in reality, you have to have enough volunteers to be able to go out and deal with that kind of stuff, so to keep the area cleaned up. But that's been the main, concern about public use, right? With this decriminalization is basically talking about the fact there's been needles and stuff being found all over the place, which I understand. I mean, I've watched it myself. I don't want to see somebody, using besides the taco time next, well, I'm going to go get gas. But if you have them unhoused, where do you expect you're going to see them, and you shut down all the safe ingestion sites. There's no vapor lounges for people to even consume cannabis anymore. So that would be a safe harm reduction, safe consumer consumption site. But yet there's a bar in every corner. Does that make any sense to anybody? Like, you can have a bar, which is a safe alcohol consumption site. You can't have a vapor lounge, or you can't have a safe injection site, but you can have a bar. Like, do you see what I mean? They've made liquor into a commodity that is legal, so that you can go and have a good time. There's commercials and all these things, on a radio station saying, blah blah blah. There's a beer for that, or blah blah blah. There's an ice cap or there's a cooler for that, as an advertisement, right? But you don't hear them saying, hey, you had a bad day. There's indica for that, or or hey, you've had kids' rooms and us. Oh, there's sativa for that. Like, you don't hear the commercials like that because cannabis isn't allowed to be advertised. Yet on the radio, you can hear, oh, I had a hard day. Oh, there's a Mike's Hard Lemonade for that. So indoctrinating people to believe that it's okay to consume alcohol, which is the hardest drug out there, and hard to get off of, and addicting, and all kind of, but it's socially acceptable. And it's been socially acceptable since, the 30s, after, prohibition was taken off of that too, because they prohibited alcohol too for a long time. Because why? Because people were making it in their bathtubs and people were going blind. Like, yeah. Like if you drink too much gin, you'll go blind. You know what I mean? Because there's no regulations on it. So people were dying. And you can still die from alcohol poisoning. That's just a give, right? It's not something that just all of a sudden went away. Oh, all of a sudden, alcohol is legal. You can't, yeah, you can overconsume and still die from alcohol. I'm sure that you probably, if you're a reasonable human being, knew that. But again, right now there's so much gaslighting and bullshit going on. You could probably tell somebody that the sky was purple and they'd fucking believe you. Depends on what Kool-Aid they're drinking. But yeah. So again, that's why they regulated alcohol, because of the fact that, people were going blind. So again, with regulations on all the drugs, then you make it so that it's no poison, right? Intoxication's gone. Poison's gone. Regulation testing, so you can make it so that it's safe. Doesn't mean that I'm going to... Let's put it this way. Probably people that wouldn't have smoked cannabis didn't run out and start smoking cannabis when it became legal. And I wouldn't go start using heroin or anything else if it became legal. I'm not going to go start using heroin just because I can. It's a life choice, right? And it's not a choice that I would make. So again, no more people are smoking. Well, I wouldn't say that. More people have come out of the closet that were already smoking cannabis before legalization. Now they're just able to actually admit to it and not have to worry about prosecution. Because before, if you were, you could lose your job if you smoked cannabis. You could so many things, but now with legalization, that's taken that partial stigma off. There are still lots of places that you cannot consume cannabis because of the fact that it's heavy equipment or safety purposes. They don't want you consuming, whatever reasons, right? Like I know the mines here, even though tech was taken to court and found that it was, against charter rights to, randomly piss test people without any repercussion, they can still pre-employment piss test. But unless there's an incident, they shouldn't be able to just randomly roll up onto a site and just piss test you, unless there's an incident, right? Well, the old patch has kind of gone that way. But the mines, apparently not. But there's, like I said, the regulations that we need to make it safe that people can actually do whatever they need to do, right? And not be worried about stigma, and not be worried about having to go to jail, and not worry about losing their jobs. And the coroner here in British Columbia has found that there's actually more overdoses being and people using that work and are using at home alone and end up overdosing and nobody finds them because they're home alone, not on the street. Where you overdose on the street, you're likely to be found a little quicker because there's people around you, right? Where if you're get home from work and you go home and you're using at home alone and you overdose and nobody's there. So stats are finding that there's actually more risk of people using that are functioning addicts, right? People that function. They get up every day, go to work, pay their bills, and hide their addiction than anybody that are on the street, houseless or, unhoused on the street using. Sorry. So they're actually looking at as to what they can do to kind of tally those numbers of people that are actually, consuming and using in their homes that are functioning. Now, that's why I kind of opened my mandate up for substitution. And then we'll get back to, that too with substitution program. Langley was able to secure a 1-year pilot project with giving them the ability to, I believe, have a spot, like a storefront kind of deal, which is great. But then again, you have to worry about paying for overhead, and I'm not doing that. I'm doing what I'm doing at the back of my car. I'm not paying for an office. I'm not paying for overhead. If somebody wants to donate me a spot, but nobody's going to do that. But I also don't want people coming to my house either, so I'll take it out in my car, like we've been doing forever. But again, like I said, I'm not at the coast. I'm 14 or 12 hours away from Vancouver. So where I am in British Columbia, it's not the same. I'm in a very conservative area. I could keep what I do very quiet because somebody would rat me out and make my life difficult. So, because that's kind of the area I live in, there are a bunch of douchebags. But it's not like you keep it real quiet here. So I don't know if anybody's out there wants to come up and chit chat on the panel. Get my mouse and see if I can see if there's any comments here. Probably not. Let's see. Comments. This is running so slow. Just tell us it's fucking with me. Because you know how they like to fuck with you the day before your bill's due, and then you got a little bit owing from the last bill, which is like $200. They're fucking with you, right? Tell you they're gonna suspend your stuff. I go to check my TV. They're in a line saying your account's been suspended. I phone TELUS and they're saying no, it's not. It's not on our end. This is where your little fucking app's telling me it is. Wouldn't hook my TV up. Anyways, everything's working right now, and I have to, give them some money. It's pretty hard to give them anything when you haven't been paid. The phone's going off. I don't know why. It's right here. Here I'm looking for a turkey sergeant, as usual. But it would be nice to, I was looking at legalization in Canada. And I just want to make sure that I've got the right year because everything runs together when you get old. And that's the problem. When you get old, your brain, I'm not, that's not true. I'm not even old that. Just want to make sure that I'm not giving out misinformation. It was October 17th. I thought 2020, I was thinking 17, but it wasn't. It was 18. And that's why, because it's October 17th, 2018. Making it the second country in the world to do so. Cannabis Act took effect October 17th, October 2020. Canada, the second country in the world after Uruguay for formally legalizing the cultivation, possession, acquisition, and consumption of cannabis as its byproducts. Opening a whole brand new industry to Canada and taxation, which is bringing in like 0.2 point. Let's see how much Canada brings in, how much taxation brings in taxation. $15.1 billion in government tax revenue for Canada, and $3.0 billion in tax revenues for Ontario between 2018 and 2021. And that's why I keep asking. Fuck's the money. Federal and provincial, 15.7 billion. I thought it was 2.8 billion. Now it's got 15.7 billion. So I've been scouting way low numbers. Oh, so they changed the excise tax on cannabis. As a part of the proposed reforms, Canada plans to replace the current province-specific excise duty stamp with a single national excise stamp for cannabis products. This initiative aims to simplify the production and distribution process for licensed producers. Well, there you go. And this goes into effect January 10th, 2025. So this is just getting going. If you're a medical patient, Revenue Canada permits the inclusion of medical cannabis experts as part of the medical expense tax credit. As cannabis use increased, 6% of all people in Canada reported consuming cannabis daily or almost daily, increased from 5% in 2018 and unchanged from 6% in 2023. Represents 24% of people in Canada report consuming cannabis in the past 12 months, unchanged from. They're unchanged. The numbers have been unchanged. So there are lots of things that have changed as well. Taking stock of progress. This is Canada.ca. So this is the Canada.ca website. We're going to go check it out and make sure I'm checking my time. We got 4 minutes before I have to thank our sponsors. Taking stock of progress, cannabis legalization regulation in Canada. Health and consumption habits of youth, Indigenous persons and communities, cultivation of cannabis plants in dwelling houses, protect the health of youth, protect from inducement, legislation review. Okay, so they want to hear from you. An online questionnaire. Oh, this is from 2022. That questionnaire. I thought there was something a little more current, 2018. Provincial territory, there's flexible establishment framework with your own jurisdictions, summary for engagement. Separate document entitled Summary for Engagement with First Nations, Inuit, People, Cannabis Act and its Impact. So that's the consult. Some of the consultation that was done is a process of background content. From prohibition to a public health approach. Gives them all the interview. Discussion minimized harm production of Canada. So this is quite in depth. Protection measures target children and youth. 2021 Cannabis Survey. So this would take me forever to read because it's just like keeps going and going and going, right? So this is available on the Canada.ca website. Just under Canada.ca, and like to function cannabis, it'll give you access to cannabis for medical purposes. Recognizes the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms affords individuals right to reasonable access to cannabis for medical purposes. Hence, under our charter rights that somebody wants to rip in half. Went through their policies too and couldn't find anything on this. Nothing even in health, nothing in agriculture, nothing. On our last show, Al and I went through the conservative policies and declarations where cannabis is actually a policy of the Liberal Party. And the reason why it is legal is because we actually threw it on the floor, voted on it by the delegations, and made it part of our policies in the Liberal Party. There's absolutely nothing in the conservative policies and declarations about cannabis, medical or otherwise, anywhere. Because I scoured through it, looking. And if you can find them and prove me wrong, please do. Anyways, on that note, I got a kid in the shower, making a bunch of racket. I got a husband on. Oh yes, my shirts arrived. I have 3 of them, and this one says "Never 51" on the back. And that's great because it causes a lot of kerfuffle. It's funny because people at work don't say anything. And my husband goes, "Oh, you bought me a Liberal shirt." I said, "It's got nothing to do with Liberals. It's a hockey fucking saying. Elbows up, Gordie Howe." You know what? I said, Michael Myers started on a Saturday Night Live. It's got fuck all to do with the Liberals. Pardon? So you think this is a Liberal shirt? Are you all that brainwashed? Gaslit? Fucked up? So sick of it. I'm just so sick of it. I'm just so sick of it. What? Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and thank our sponsors, and I have to find everything first. So we gotta go into, I think it's media. And we're gonna go down here and yeah, we got commercials set 1, 3. And if anybody is looking for commercial advertising, please contact Al at either paceradio.net or on the Project 420project.ca and reach out because we're always looking for some sponsorship or commercial that we run. I'll make great commercials and you can watch them again here. So if you're looking for sponsorship or some advertising for your, anything, get a hold of Al and they'd be more than happy to, help you make one of these wonderful commercials that they make and advertise on our network. And this network runs like all the time. Like it's not just me. There are several shows. We have lots of shows that run, and then we also have a rerun on Saturday. So your commercial will be ran like every 30 minutes across the network on 2 networks, actually, to everybody that watches us. So on that note, we're going to take a break, and I'll be right back after this short commercial break to thank our sponsors. And thanks from me, and thanks to Al for putting up with me for 12 years.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. Just going through some old stuff. You know, always looking through shit and finding stupid stuff that I forgot about. Because like I said, back to. So here's something. I'll show you a picture. There's me when I was 16. You see that? I'll take my brother's face over there. Oh my god, there's a fat little fucker. Anyway, so we're back to harm reduction, and the reason why I'm like so firmly involved with that is today too I've had to do a sentencing report for my daughter, which was really hard. Having to go back and backtrack through things that I don't really want to remember all the time. Just saying. But again, cannabis was my gateway out. And that's why I do cannabis substitution. I honestly believe that it's the gateway out and alcohol is the gateway in. And if you can stay away from alcohol and, not get that inhibition down, right? Where you're willing to try anything once, and then that one time could be the starter for everything, right? It's hard to say where the breakdown is, right? And again, like I said, if anybody's watching out there wants to come up, send me a message and I'll bring you up on the panel and we can chit chat and go back and forth if you'd like. But again, you just have to let me know so I can share a link to you. But again, like I said, if you know somebody who's struggling with anything, alcohol, addiction problems, low income in my area, that you can reach out. And I think that, Langley getting their own program to a pilot project is a great thing. At least it's giving them the ability to maybe reach out, get some grants, get some funding. And that would be helpful too, because I know a lot of us, we all struggle to keep things going. But I'm thankful for my partnership with the store at the Res, that I go out there and take them stuff, and they turn that into other stuff that I can use to keep going, right? And it's just a barter system, and it works well because we're just bartering with each other to make sure that it's staying local, and then I'm helping, help others, and it just seems to work out that way. But days are getting longer, and that means we can maybe reach more people, and that's where I'm at. Like, especially in the summertime, it's hard in the winter. Like, we started up in the winter time, it was tough, trying to maintain, it was cold and windy, and go out and it was raining and cold, and then minus 40 hit, and everybody's moved after minus 15. I guess everybody's moved around and put into warming stations and into the lodge and stuff, which is great. But I mean, I'm not going to go pull up in the front doors of the lodge. Hey, I'm here. Wait, babies. I just wasn't doing that. So we've been kind of like on hiatus for the last, I don't know, month, I guess, maybe 6 weeks. And I haven't been collecting money or anything for the last 6 weeks. I mean, I've gotten a little bit of, materials brought to me and stuff. But I also, like I said, haven't been out there. But I have been helping people offsite. And that's the thing. Like, I've got people that help offsite if they need something, right? So again, that's where things are different with the other projects that are going on. They're specifically going out onto the street once a week and handing out and I've got people that I meet come in, and every day. It's just a nonstop thing, right? I mean, if you come to me every day, it means you're not going to drink that day or you're not going to go use that day, then I've got something that'll help you stay away from it. Here you go. I'm more than happy. Here, take it. Take as much as you want. Like, and I'm just, I don't say no to that. Like, I've got one lady that comes and sees me like every other day. She's low income. She can't afford it, but she's an alcoholic. And if I maybe didn't give her any weed, she might go and grab, like, I don't know. Maybe she go sit in the bar and end up, doing whatever she could to get a drink. Like, I mean, the bar scene doesn't seem to be as prevalent these days because people don't smoke in the bars anymore. I know what the bar scene is like. I haven't been to a bar in, I can't remember, or 2019 when I was trying to promote the Cannabis Cup. And that's only because I was trying to promote the cup. So I went out and tried to smoosh around and with the bar owners and try and get some sponsorship and stuff. And that was like 2 weekends, I think, when my Melly was here because she was here dancing. And that's, I think, the last time I went to a bar. Not really into it. No, it's not because I'm older or anything. It's just it's not my scene anymore. But again, if you're anybody local wanting to help me out with CSP and do some volunteer, get in touch with me because that would be a great thing too. Okay, well, I think I'm going to cut this short today just because there's so much going on around me. I've got a bobcat over here making noise. I got my husband out there making noise. I got a kid in the shower making noise, and it's just too rambly around here today. Nobody's giving me my space. So I think I'm going to cut the show short just because, I'm out of topics. And why, sit here droning on and be boring because, sometimes I'm funny. But today I just don't have the funny in me. It's kind of weighing on me about that person, parked in the vehicle. Just doesn't sit right with me. Reminds me of, things I don't want to. And I had to do this thing this morning too that kind of brought back some crappy memories. And I'm just kind of having a hard moment. So I'm going to take my tail and tuck it and sign off. So you all have a great week. I'll see you Wednesday on People Advocating Cannabis and Psychedelic Medications with Al on paceradio.net. Have a good week. See you Wednesday. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are People Advocating Cannabis Education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Geez, Al, I told you I was eating.
Well, hey, man, like you said you were gonna chew it up quickly.
Make up my mind now.
Here, hang on. There we go. That makes it look like you're looking at me.
It's snowing.
Snowing. Well,
It's just a dusting, but now everything's covered with snow and ice underneath.
Oh, yay. Aren't you lucky? And
I got to go out
down. Did you actually get down to grass?
In some spots, yeah.
Yeah, in some I saw a little pile of snow yesterday around here.
It's melting. It rained all day yesterday.
Did it?
So now it's ice.
Yes.
And it's melting. I unstuck the car and juiced it up, and it fired right up.
Good stuff.
And moved it. And it's just been sitting there.
Did you take it for a drive?
I have been out, yes.
Okay, good.
We went shopping on I can't remember what day.
Yeah.
Gonna go out today.
Okay.
After I eat another half a bagel.
I know that I have rain in the forecast. I don't have any snow like you.
We have rain in the forecast coming as well, yes. They called it yesterday or this morning a wintry mix.
A wintry. Yeah. Hey, Bob. Thanks for the light. Yeah, it's just that time of year, right?
Wintry mix.
Yeah, as the summer is coming in and all that, we'll get this mix of weather. I know, like just the other day, actually on Sunday when it was really nice out, the long range forecast showed like a week of solid mid-teens and sunshine. But I looked at it today, and that's all over with.
Highest we've gotten so far is 5.
5, eh? Oh, we had 16 or 17 on Sunday.
It's still in the minuses at night.
We get close. You know, it's sort of that -1.
I have to tell you, I
offset.
have to be honest. I'm not liking it.
No. Well, I'm not sure. You could get put a big light in your living room or somewhere, and put in some sand over in the corner and a big palm tree, and pretend
it's
that
okay.
you're down south.
You know what? I'm honestly
Have a beach party.
the spring and the fall are my seasons. Although here, even in the winter or in the summer, like it's not gotten higher than 23, 24 maybe.
Oh, really? So you
and
don't cook. You don't get baked.
You
by
open
the
up the
heat.
window. Well, I've got a constant flow of air coming up the hill from the water.
Oh, yes.
So
Yeah.
them 120-kilometer breezes, you open up those windows and they just the house moves.
Yeah. Does your house have storm shutters on it?
No.
Oh, okay. I just thinking that that type of wind and stuff.
I wish my fucking greenhouse did.
Yeah, yeah, you've lost a few windows there.
5 panels.
Yeah, that
And I
doesn't.
still can't get back there. There's a 1.5 feet still back there, and it's all the deck is all clear now. So Rose has been going back out in the back, and I don't think she's enjoying it that much because every time she steps out on the snow, she sinks.
Yeah.
She dove in the other day.
Did she? Well, I guess for it to be not sinkable, so it'd be hard packed, it means it's got to be extra cold, right?
It's not cold now. It's
not
I was
cold.
out. I was out last night, or actually, I was out this morning at about 6 with her, and in my shorts and a t-shirt. So, but people
like
don't care about my weather.
My grandson's running around in a short and t-shirt, and he looks at me on Sunday. Hey, Papa, how come you're wearing a coat?
He wasn't cold, exactly.
Yeah, I used to be like you. I could sit outside at cool temperatures with a t-shirt and shorts.
I go out and I sit with her when she goes out front as well, just because she's mischievous. And she's standing here right now looking at the cat's food. Get over here and lay down. Rose, lay down, please. But this morning, lay down, please. Thank you. I came out to a kitchen floor full of garbage.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I can't win for lose. If I put it outside early, the ravens get it and the crows. If I put it out too early, then the bears are going to get it, and I got to clean that up. And like the minute you put a bag out there, it's like.
What about? Can you leave it in a garbage can? The bag in the garbage can.
If I could get to the garbage can, there's 3 feet of snow in front of the garbage can still. So no. And also, the bears will come in. I have to turn on my bear alarm, so the neighborhood is going to start hearing "wow." Again.
Yeah, I guess it'd be time for them to come out of hibernation, eh?
Another couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah.
Typically not until the snow's gone. They don't like snow. They don't like cold at all. But there is something big roaming around. I saw a foot spread that was much bigger than a human could do. Not big enough for a wolf. So it was either a moose or a bear. I guess it could have been. It could have been a wolf because they're pretty big.
Sasquatch.
Maybe. There's a few people that look like Sasquatch in this.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there
The
is.
nephew has a little beard,
All
and he looks like what's his name? The dictator.
Wow.
Castro. I call him Castro.
Yeah.
He looks like Cat because he's Apache, eh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what happens. That's what happens. So I got a question for you. Same one I ask every week at this time.
What are you smoking?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, I mean, I have a mix, same as last week, a mix of Death Bubba and 2 Kushes, just because I like it. If you don't like it, leave.
Yeah. I've got in my shadowizer, I got some Romulan in here, and
some shatter.
Yeah. Just so you know, Big Terp stopped by. G'day, Big Terp. How you doing, buddy?
Big Turd?
Big Terp.
Oh, Terp.
Terp.
I'm kidding. I have issues with insulting our watchers in the morning. Yeah. What's that?
At nighttime, I'm smoking some Cherry Dragon rosin.
You're laying off the weed a bit?
No, I'm still smoking the weed. And Big Terp says, cheers, everyone. Cheers back at you, buddy. I always got to remember to remove those comments. Having a fit, coughing attack. Was that a big toe?
I've got something going on.
Oh,
yeah.
Is it the bagel?
Just the last couple of weeks, I've had a cough. Since I was at the house for dinner, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I think mine is slowly departing.
Well, the only thing I have is a cough, but I'm having trouble breathing at night.
Right.
So I'm hoping that once I go down and change the filter out and stop the fucking furnace going, that kind of thing, it'll be better. I always get really conflicted this time of year, so I might go get some flu and cough stuff.
Yeah. That's what I ended up doing 2 weeks ago because I was
all that stuff does, even Tylenol, it just masks it. It doesn't take it away.
Yeah, just help try to give some relief.
It gives your body the chance to fight it itself, right?
Yeah, well, the nighttime versions, they got a drowsy effect to them, so they help put people to sleep.
I get the 2, the one that has daytime and nighttime.
Right. Yeah. The difference between them is nighttime's got something that's in there to make you drowsy. At least on the versions that I've got it says non-drowsy and drowsy.
Yeah, that's the NyQuil one.
Yeah, I use a Benylin.
Yeah, I don't like Benylin. It sucks.
And
I prefer Neocitrin for cold and cough regular. When I get really sick,
drink.
Yeah, because I like it's a warm lemon drink.
Right. Yes, forgot about that.
Can we move on from my health now?
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on from your health to the smoking. We did that. I got that. The Cherry Dragon. Okay. Then we're on to whatever we want to call it today.
It's certainly high on the list.
I just closed one of the articles that I had.
Oh.
I don't have a list.
We could bring out the dancing bears.
What's that?
We can bring out the dancing bears while you look for your list.
No, I've got the new kid on the block as far as terpenes goes. Is THCVA. Have you heard of that one yet?
I know of THCA, yeah, VA, yeah, or TCV.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is
I don't know
a video I saw in passing on the internet, and we'll watch that, and that'll have to suffice as our list because
I've got something that I can throw in there when you're done. That I think that you and I talked briefly yesterday about it. So I have something that we can throw in there.
Dokie. Yeah, speaking of lists, yes. All right, so let's watch this. Is it up there yet? No, it's not up there yet. There it is. There it is. And it's just a reel. So it's just a minute long. We'll be right back.
Did you know you can explore new aspects of your plant experience by learning about THCVA? THCVA, or tetrahydrocannabivirinic acid, is a lesser-known cannabinoid found in raw, unheated plants. When heated, THCVA converts into THCV, or tetrahydrocannabivirin. Why should you care? Well, THCV is getting noticed for its potential effects on appetite suppression and metabolic regulation. Imagine a naturally occurring compound that could help manage obesity and type 2 diabetes by decreasing appetite and increasing satiety. So, how does it work? THCV acts as an antagonist to CB1 receptors, which play a role in regulating appetite. By blocking these receptors, THCV might help reduce hunger and influence metabolism. But wait, there's more. THCV has also been linked to improved glycemic control, enhancing insulin sensitivity and glucose tolerance. Plus, some users report feeling more energized and motivated without the typical high from THC. So next time you think about your medicine, remember THCVA and THCV, the hidden gems that could revolutionize your health journey. Stay curious and stay informed with Optimus. Did you know you can explore new
That was a video I think that Lenny and the guys there at Optimus did. They do informational videos that are really good. I'm getting there with the AI stuff, but it's frustrating.
Yeah. Is it?
You have to be very specific.
Okay.
If you want the correct information.
Right.
Otherwise, you get a very generic feel and script. And now you can update it and stuff like that. That's fine. But so I asked Al the other day out of curiosity, and I'll tell you why I asked. I noticed I have not seen Granny Stormcloud's Storm Crow her list anymore since 2023. There's been no updates on the website, but then I found on Reddit that there has been a page set up and it's been updated quite recently.
Okay.
But it leads me to believe that the person may have passed that's been doing this, because she's been doing it for a very long time and she was older. So I asked Al, because I don't know who. I had my suspicions of two people that we all know very well in the community, and one is still alive and one has passed, but I am wrong apparently. So I asked Al, do you know who Stormcrow is? And he said,
I said, Granny Stormcrow, she's the writer of a massive list of medical cannabis links.
Used to be the go-to list for anything cannabis.
I printed off her list. I sent it to a friend of mine that worked at a print shop. I said, hey, can you print this off? And I never thought anything about it. Well, the thing was hundreds and hundreds of pages long.
Oh, thousands out.
It was just links, and every medical condition that you could think of that had a report or something about it, she had on that list and everything. It was in alphabetical order, like cancer, diabetes, on and on, Crohn's and all that.
Well, that was the go-to list at one point.
It was the go-to list.
We did not have an archive.
Yeah, I took that list. Like I said, I printed it off, and I would take it to the events that Treating Yourself was involved in, the shows, the home shows, the women's shows, the health event shows. And I would take that list with me, including when I was doing my cannabis educational documentary series at cafes. I took that list with me. When people ask questions and, do you know of any information about this? I would just flip open that book and start going through it in the alphabetical order and find the link, the information, and the person would take note of it, which worked out really well. And in the end, I ended up writing an article for Treating Yourself magazine on Granny Stormcrow, and I wrote it, did an email interview with her, and put an article in the Treating Yourself about it. And retired school teacher.
Yes, but that's all that people really know, because she's very covert about it, and she's been doing this a long time and putting this list together. I mean, I've been updating it since I've been around. I've been talking about it on the show for as long as I've been doing it, because, like I said, it was the go-to list. Anything new, anytime there was a cannabinoid discovered, it was on the list, that kind of thing, right?
Right. Now, what I haven't got the updated list here in front of me, but I have the list that I used in front of me, in front of us now. You can see it there. It says Granny Stormcrow's medical marijuana reference list. This is from July of 2010.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's 15 years ago, and it's grown. But you can see ADD, ADHD, title, and then a link all the way through. Same thing. Addiction, risk for physical end of things. I can't read that word. Aging, right? I'm just going to zip through here. Allergies and cannabis. There's ALS, Alzheimer's disease. And I'll just type in a number up here. Let's go to page 30. And what do we get here? That's a long one. There we go. These are personal stories. These would be stuff that could have been just in a newspaper, or they're on a government website. I give my 9-year-old pot, and it's why I give my 9-year-old pot. So there's a reason behind it, medical reason, and anorexia, bacterial issues. I'm still in the A's. I'm 36 pages in.
Okay. I am posting links that I have found to the website, the actual website, which is a WordPress, as well as I've just posted the Facebook page. Let's see what else we can find.
It just keeps on going. List and list. There's CBG. Some information on CBG, cannabinoid receptors. So I'm 100 pages in, 115 pages in, and I'm only at the letter C. Now, I'm just going to check something.
This is what I'm posting now is her red edit, which seems to have the most current stuff listed.
Nausea, pages of nausea.
Yeah,
research on pages of it. Neurons in the brain cells.
So what? Tell us what you learned about her.
Oh boy, I can't remember exactly everything now. It's been
a long time.
It's been a long time, man. It's been 12 years since the magazine was published. Never mind when that article was.
The reason I found all of this interesting is because now we have new lists. We've got Jack's Garage. We've got the Cancer Playbook, which pretty much anyone that does medical cannabis, anything is in that group. There's a few go-to places to go now.
Yeah. And even though that list, and I'm going to add it to the chat as well. Even though it's from 2010,
it's still current.
It's still current. It's just a point where people can start, looking for research and the information that's in there.
Well, you go to one link, you're going to find updates. Okay.
Yes.
If the links are still good, that is. I mean, the unfortunate part of having a list like this for so long is, as you go down the list, you're going to find stuff that isn't there anymore.
You will find some. I imagine you find some dead links. Is what you're referring to?
That's why Justin's cancer playbook is good, although they focus just on cancer stuff. But and Jack isn't posting much anymore.
No.
And although Rick Simpson has started putting out information posts, not just I'm over here, that guy you're talking to is fake, right?
Yeah, there are fake Ricks out there. Just like
no, there's many. I have been captured. We were just talking the other day. An urban Remo followed me, and some are saying that it's Remo, and some are saying that it's not. But I don't think it is.
I went right to the source.
Well, yes, when I get a friend request from somebody that I've known that long, I usually go and check. To see if it's him or not. So I didn't friend. Right, you got to be careful because there's a lot of people out there. They want to sell you oil, and they'll take your money, and it's only hemp oil.
Yeah, one of the first clues that I noticed was that when it said that we had 8 mutual friends.
Yes. Yeah, and you know what? And I also looked to see who the mutual friends are. And you weren't on that list. That's why I asked you.
Yeah. Again,
hello, 4 people who are watching.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Cheers.
If you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Damn
exactly. All right.
We want to be one of those YouTube channels with 1.3 million subscribers.
Yeah. Going on 2 million.
I think there's,
subscribe button.
12.
Yeah, it depends on which YouTube channel they're watching.
Yes. The 420 pace is very new, only a few months old, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. We're only 1,000.
Maybe not 1.5, but we'll get there.
We're only 1,280 behind for what you're.
Combined with all the social networks over the last 20 years, I've got probably pushing 250.
Oh, yeah.
But I remember back when you could look at your stats on your Facebook and you would see actual numbers, not cloaked. And you'd see post likes in the millions just from a picture. This is back in 2008, 2009, 2010, when everything was open, because Facebook was operating as it set out to operate, as a social network.
Right.
Before business.
Yeah.
But it's different now.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Can't post news here in Canada. We're newsless up here. That's why we're happy. Because there's no news. We have no news in Canada except for the CBC and Bell.
There's ways around it. All righty. From the list, we move on to.
You need to, never mind. Forgot what I was going to say in mid-sentence.
All right. So recipes. What have I got for recipes today? I have us a. Here, I'm just going to bring that up. Can you see that? What does that look like to you?
Mashed potatoes.
Well, no.
It's a potato salad, isn't it?
It's a chicken salad.
I like chicken salad.
Do you?
I do. Yes, I do. Just mayo. I don't like onions in it. I like just mayo, and that. While you're doing that, I've got a video trailer that I'm looking for.
Okay. All right. So cannabis chicken salad. They say it's an easy, tasty chicken salad you can just whip together and pop in your fridge. They say take 3 large chicken breasts, cook them and dice them up. A 1/4 cup of celery diced up. A 1/4 cup of red peppers, fresh, of course. A 1/4 cup of those onions that Al has issues with. And 1/3
I like
cup
cooked onion. I don't like raw onion, just for the record.
Oh yeah, I like cooked and raw, but unfortunately, with my Crohn's
You
disease,
can't eat either.
I can eat like the green onions in the garden, but those big round things, I can't eat them.
Burn in a ball.
Yep, and 1/3 of a cup of cano mayo. So obviously, you got to make your cano mayo ahead of time.
Cano mayo.
Yeah. And 1 tablespoon of fresh rosemary. She's all chopped up with salt and pepper for the taste. Pretty easy. Mix all the ingredients together and serve immediately and throw it in the refrigerator. How much easier can you get of a recipe than that? Right? Just has a quick list of stuff, throw it all together, and you're done. Easy peasy.
I like egg salad. I like potato salad. I like chicken salad. Now, here's some information that not many people know. I used to be one of the cooks at Runim's Delicatessen down at Queen Street.
Oh yes,
in Bathurst area. One morning, I started at 7, I think. 6, I think 6. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. One morning I came in and I was asked to make a tuna salad.
Oh, yeah.
I was asked to make a potato salad. And I made a tuna and egg salad and got in shit.
Oh.
I only made one. Now, here's the thing. I offered to make more.
Yeah.
They said, don't worry about it. The whole thing sold out in like 3 hours at lunchtime. Everybody loved it.
Wow. So what happened?
Yeah, but I got reprimanded for it.
Yeah. Yeah, which is totally wrong.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So you've got your tuna, you got your chicken salad, and of course you're gonna need something to wash it down with, right?
Okay. Also cannabis.
Oh, yes. And what we've got going on here, I think you could probably tell.
I'm just gonna say a cannabis milkshake. There you go.
There you go. Cannabis milkshake. Exactly. Vanilla at that. There we go.
No.
Yep. 4 cups of vanilla ice cream, 1 3/4 cups of cannabis milk, 8 tablespoons of cane sugar, 2 tablespoons of vanilla extract, and a blender. Combine all the ingredients in the blender and blend it until it's your desired consistency. Chill and serve. There's another easy recipe.
Or you could just use your ice cream machine and do stuff that way as well.
Yeah.
I have an ice cream machine.
Oh, I see we had a bit of an issue there. The one Facebook page doesn't like our recipe.
It denied it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, you can see it in the chat. It denied it. An error occurred. Wait a moment, then try again.
Yeah, this is happening a lot with Facebook lately.
Yeah.
They're trying to fix stuff.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Okay, there we go. See, I'm gonna send it out and see what happens.
Oh, you're gonna do it again? Did you? Yep,
That's a different. This is not the chicken salad one this time. This is the.
Maybe Facebook is prejudiced against chicken salad.
Well, I can tell you the.
You're a chicken salad racist. Facebook. No, I shouldn't say that.
The milkshake. The milkshake made it to the page that was denied the chicken salad.
Well, there you go. So they're chicken salad racists.
You just don't like chicken salad, like me. And just so you know, it was on the Hi Guys podcast Facebook page.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious, man. Yeah. You like it, I don't. I don't like chicken salad.
I prefer.
But it rejected it.
I like tuna. But you see, it's Hellman's and the meat, or the potato. I don't like the onions or the spice. Some paprika is all right. But I'm sorry, but I gotta. It's that whole salad thing. I don't even eat salad, Al, because of the crunch.
Oh, really? Eh? Oh.
I don't like that crunch. It's vegetables are supposed to be soft and not crunch.
Raw carrots aren't soft.
I don't like raw carrots. I don't like raw vegetables, period.
Oh.
I like cooked vegetables with butter and salt.
Right. And they're nice with butter in them. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
I put mixed vegetables in my stir fry.
Do you?
Yes. Little meat, some spice. That's it. My rice bowl is done.
Done.
Be having one of those.
Would that mean just mixed beans, or does that include things like?
No, I get a mixed vegetable. Usually the Jolly Green Giant.
Oh yeah, so it'll have broccoli and cauliflower in it.
Oh, that's not the one I choose. The one I have is bean, corn, peas, and carrot.
No, yeah.
Which is what you'd get in a stir fry if you went to the Chinese food restaurant.
Would you?
Yep. Here anyway.
Yeah. It sounds fine, other than the corn.
Well, sometimes I have issues with corn, like you, and sometimes I don't. Yeah. But I need my vegetables, and now I like broccoli, asparagus, the cauliflower. I love cauliflower. Things like that. Yellow and green beans are good, but cooked.
Yeah, I prefer my green beans cooked.
Of course. Well, they're not supposed to crunch.
Well, they are really raw. Raw vegetables. Some people say when you cook your vegetables, you cook out some of the nutrients.
Well, we know that's truth. When you make a hot dog, if you boil your hot dogs first, I like to boil my hot dog and then fry them or put them on the barbecue. So they say not to boil your hot dogs or sausages more than 2 minutes. Otherwise, you're just boiling all the seasoning out of it. So when you go to put it on the grill or in the frying pan, you're just getting a big soggy piece of meat, right?
Just slab of meat, nothing in it.
Yeah. Most hot dog carts, they keep their hot dogs warming in hot water, and then they put them on the grill, right? Which is fine. But your standard, weenie on a bun kind of hot dog, you're not supposed to boil those or sausages over 2 minutes. And then you fry them, but you have to fry them, especially the sausages.
Oh, when I was able to eat hot dogs, because hot dogs labels quite often will say and or may contain.
Yeah.
If they don't know what's in it, yeah, I haven't ate hot dog in over 20 years.
I enjoy a barbecued hot dog.
Yeah, I used to enjoy hot dogs as well, with onions on them, onions, lots of mustard, and
sliced up and put it in a box of Kraft Dinner. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Now it's steak in the Kraft Dinner.
Oh, hey.
Some hot dogs are different. Some
Have
hot
you ever
dogs
tried
make
to?
me feel crappy. What?
Have you ever tried to infuse your craft dinner?
Yes, I have put medicated butter in my craft dinner before because I was out of margarine. So I was like, why not?
Why
I had
not?
just made a bunch of butter.
And how was your craft dinner?
You know what? I'll be honest. I didn't. I mean, I always enjoy it if craft dinner is made properly.
Yeah.
It's really good, and if it's not, it gets thrown out.
Right. Yeah, but I was wondering, how was the can of craft dinner?
It was not what I wanted, so I didn't enjoy it. I ate it, but I didn't enjoy it because I honestly don't like butter in my craft dinner. I would rather some basil or something like that.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah. Butter will like for instance, Dean makes a Yorkshire pudding when he makes a roast.
Mm-hmm.
And there's milk and butter in it. And the minute it touches my lips, I feel like I'm gonna hurl. So I don't eat it.
Yeah.
There's a few things that are made with butter that that happens because I'm lactose intolerant. But I push it.
Yeah. If you're lactose intolerant, and you're eating butter.
I had Cherry Garcia the other day, which is Ben and Jerry's ice cream, and I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Can you eat ice cream still?
I don't like, as far as ice cream, it's once in a blue moon type thing, but yogurt? I do eat frozen yogurt.
Yogurt makes me a little queasy. So I tend to just eat ice cream. Although I love, my favorite cone is a scoop of chocolate and then top it off with a scoop of orange sherbet.
Oh,
I like the flavor of oranges and good chocolate ice cream. Yeah, we only have Chapman's up here.
Mm-hmm.
I miss the one that's out by you.
Reed's Dairy?
No, Kawartha.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Kawartha Dairy. Yeah. One of the ones in Lindsay area or something.
Yeah, I was just going to say the one in Mono. No, not Mono. It's a small town with one word. But anyways, I know where you're talking about because it's the same town where my mom's girlfriend rents a cottage. She's been renting a cottage out there on the lake for years. So I've been there frequently.
Right. Alrighty. Okay. From recipes, we don't have a product review today, but what we do have in its place is a tune.
Time for a pee.
That's right. All right. So we're gonna play a song. It's called "Smoke Rises in Sacred Circles." This is a bit of a history lesson of ancient end of things in cannabis. Right. The song is created by Dr. High. You can catch Dr. High's music here on the 420 Pace on the weekends when we do the re-rolled Saturdays, and it's usually on the nighttime edition. So here we go.
You can hear it on Thursday as well.
Yeah, Thursday.
It's on there as well.
Yeah, Thursday nights, 9 o'clock. It's
yes.
An hour worth of cannabis tunes. It's all AI generated, but it's not like you just push in a couple words and then hit create a sound.
No, he's probably putting in the words into the storyline and and then it generates the music and to go with the words.
Right? Alrighty, here we go. Smoke Rises in Sacred Circles. We'll see you in about 3 minutes.
Feel the spirits move with shall speak. In the hills where the rivers flow, elders gather round, let the fire glow. Drum beat soft, moonlight high, herb starts to burn, reaching for the sky. Hands held tight, words unspoken. Breathe in deep, let the past be broken. Feel the rhythm, feel the flame. Let Jah spirit call your name. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep. Smoke rises in sacred circles. Mess of the lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store. They say the leaves been blessed by the olden ones, passed through hands of kings and shaman sons. Used for healing, used for light, to see through the dark and make wrongs right. From Africa's fields to the Himalayas tall, the herb been growing before men could crawl. Passed from the ancients, given in trust. Now it's in your hands, breathe deep, adjust. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep. Smoke rises in sacred circles. Messing you lost, but the flame still burns. Glad of past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. The ashes and embers, he knows what's in store. Breathe in peace, breathe in light. Smoke reveals what hides in sight. Not just a plant, not just a flame, but the key to remembering what we became. Rises in sacred circles. You're still lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. The ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
There you go. Smoke rises in sacred circles. If you enjoyed that tune, we got another one later on the show, and you get a whole hour of it Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Here on the 420pace.ca website, as well as our Facebook page. So, and I think YouTube. So, alrighty. What are you doing?
I'm reading articles about Katy Perry kissing the ground when she came back from space yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. Her and Gail King and a few other celebrity ladies went up in Blue Origin rocket. I believe it was the Shepherd or something like that.
Right.
And they went up, they floated for 2 minutes and came back, much like William Shatner did a few years ago.
Yeah. They just get to the edge there, just enough to create with no gravity, and
and then it plummets down, and the first soundbite you would hear was all the ladies screaming as it came ripping down from the sky, because I mean, I'm sure it's going pretty quick.
I would think so.
It would be a little bit more intense than a roller coaster, I would think.
Yeah.
Have you ever passed out on a roller coaster?
What's that?
Have you ever passed out on a roller coaster?
No, because I don't go on roller coasters.
My sister and I have been doing the media thing for many years together.
Yeah.
First with What's Up Toronto, and now with she still does What's Up Toronto. And we used to go every year to the media day at Canada's Wonderland.
Mm-hmm.
And one year we were there, and it was piss and rain. I mean, it just ruined the whole weekend. Not for us, because there were no lines on the roller coaster, the wooden roller coaster, which my sister and I think we got up to about 8 rounds in a row. We can't want to go again. There's no lineup. Want to go again? Sure. We just sat there for like, by the time about 2 hours worth of heebie-jeebies after that.
Yes.
I would never, ever do that again.
Yeah.
In the rain on a wooden coaster.
Yeah.
Must have been at least 8, maybe even 10 times. I can't remember. I'll have to ask her.
No thanks. No thanks.
It was a great weekend.
Was it?
I shouldn't have had lunch.
Yeah. Exactly. All right.
You never went on the flyer or anything?
That was the only one that I went on. That was the biggest
one to go on.
Yeah, it was the last one that I was on.
One of the big parks bought it, and then it was in I believe it's in Rye, New York at Playland, I believe, but it's a different name now. It's not the flyer anymore. Yeah, I tried looking it up and I couldn't find anything like I could years ago. But yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, I prefer to watch when it comes to roller coasters. So, alrighty, I have got the next segment already lined up to go. Here we are. Alrighty, news time. I got a couple stories. One of them has. You got some too? Okay, good. I've got one on cannabis and helping people.
Yes.
But I've also got first story lined up here. I've got for us is from Strachan, and it talks about how has 420 changed since legalization in Canada.
I've seen a few articles with a different title that are similar to that. Yes.
Yeah. It says that although many retail stores and even brands host 420 themed events, there are still small events and rallies around the country. This does not necessarily translate into increase in sales, at least at some retailers. So, we don't see the rallies that we used to.
No, but what you're seeing is legal stores starting to do something. For instance, there's a lot of events going on in Hamilton, which we'll talk about later. But I've just seen that cannabis, the new cannabis culture dispensary in Hamilton, Niagara Falls, is having a 420 event.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I believe they're allowed to do.
I think so, as far as I know. According to this fella here, it's quoting this article from Numo Cannabis. He says that many customers aren't aware of it's even 420, and I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt there's a lot of people who don't know that it's 420. And as it says here, the day was a rallying point for legalization activists. The normality of legalization took away some of that general interest. What do you think?
It did, and case in point, when we go to the GMM in May 3rd, I should have pulled up that graphic before I said something, but I'm rolling a doobie. We've gone from 20,000 plus on the march, to 100 or 2. Which shows it right there, and the mix of people that you get are passerbys now who don't know anything about it or didn't know it was going on. The OGs, us old people who have been going for years and years and years, and then you get the younger kids who just want to say, "Hey, I smoke pot on the street."
Yeah. Thanks, Shadow. Just so you know, what a great video, man. It was really good. Thanks, man. I'll pass that along to Dr. High. Even you mentioned Niagara Falls. It says here in this article that the Cannabis Culture Niagara Falls and the Canadian Cannabis Tourism Alliance have joined together to celebrate 420, as is Ontario Cannabis Retailer Stoked Cannabis, which is also hosting a Niagara Falls 420 Expo. Another group was hosting an event called the 426 in Toronto. More on that later. And they say that meanwhile, Vancouver's 420 rally, which has taken place since the 1990s, held its last official event in 2019.
But here's the bummer. You don't find the 420 event in Toronto or Hamilton or Ottawa or Peterborough or this year, most of the events are happening on the 19th because 420 falls on a Sunday, which is also Easter.
Yeah.
So it's stoner time, Easter stoner time.
Now, Genoway Cabin, she owns Calyx and Trichomes in Kingston. She also had the 420, Kingston 420 back in the day. She said
it's been around a long time.
Yeah, she said it's not a protest anymore. We want
that's why we started it.
Yeah, she said, so is 420 over? No, but it's definitely changed a lot since the days before legalization. There are some parties, but we're not at Yonge and Dundas Square with our signs anymore.
They've asked us not to return.
Yeah.
Just like they asked us not to return, so we moved to City Hall. Or no, we went from City Hall to Dundas Square. City Hall was crammed when they did it at City Hall. It was packed with people.
Yeah, just so you know, Genoway is also the executive director at Normal Canada.
Yes.
Do you recognize anybody in that picture? I think I've got it up. No, I don't. Here we go. Recognize anybody?
Probably everybody.
Do you?
Well, I can't see it really.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
But I probably know a lot of the people in that. Yeah.
She goes on to say that, you know, there might be a bit of a bump in sales, but it's you know,
well, you know,
not a huge thing.
The GMM, the Global Marijuana March, was not just a protest. It was a way to go out and get what you wanted to get from other community people who knew what others were. You know what I mean? It's like, most of the people that were involved were medical patients themselves.
Yeah.
Right. So you could go and get a baggie or some hash or whatever. You still can.
Yeah.
Last year there were vendors at Queen's Park. There's always a few vendors at Queen's Park. Not as many as there used to be, and no tiny Tim donuts, unfortunately.
The rest of the article goes on. Does some interviews with some retail stores across the country, and there are stores that do see a bump for 420, and it'd be nice for them, you know, for somehow would it be transitioning the 420 protest to now a 420 celebration of cannabis legalization?
No. Maybe for some people, but no, because, you know, like you just said, for the old guys, us old people, it was a protest, and it's just not the same. I was in Toronto for 4 years before I moved up here, and I sat at home while Al went.
Yeah. Went down to Young Dundas Square.
Yeah, we will be broadcasting all day, by the way.
Yeah, and I was attending the original 420s marches that were held down at Niagara Falls from Victoria Park Avenue. It was at the overpass of the Highway 420 coming up from the U.S. That we would meet there, and then we would walk down Victoria Park Avenue. The police would block the roadway for us when we crossed the road, and they actually drove along beside us as we took up more than the sidewalk.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Yeah. And then
they
went
used
down
to have
to
to block the road in Toronto.
We went down to the park at the bottom of Clifton Hill. 1 year, I know that I can remember because I was a speaker at 2 of the marches, and one was in the park, and we stood on a mound in the park in order to speak to the crowd. And then another year, we stood up on the stairs over by, I'm gonna say it's an observation platform for looking down at the falls. So we were up on like 3 or 4 stairs, and people were all spread out behind us. But we would line from the bottom of Clifton Hill all the way up and around the corner. There were so many.
The last one that I went to was in Oshawa.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 4 kids sitting on the stage, and you could hear going, "Hey, put that away, there's cops standing over." They thought we were cops standing there until we pulled out our doobies at 420 and lit them up.
Yeah,
but there was nobody there at all. They used to pack in Dundas Square, like take over that whole corner.
Yeah. Well, one time there were sessions in the street by Justin, and he would go out there at the intersection at 420 and hold up all the traffic.
Justin Lars.
Yeah. I'm doing that, sessions in the streets.
Yeah, I remember that. He did a lot of them.
Yeah, he did. And
he would just roll out in his wheelchair and stand there and start asking people questions.
And then there was one year it was during the Global March that I saw people just down they went.
Well, that's what Naomi used to do, and I remember 2 years ago, Alison Meriden decided that she was going to go out in her chair onto the road, which we used to do.
Yeah,
because we always had a police escort, but there isn't anymore. Yeah. So she decided to take it upon herself to move everybody out onto the street, and it didn't work out so well, unfortunately.
Yeah. And, I imagine once we get closer to the Global Marijuana March, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of memories that we'll be able to discuss about the march when we get into it. Right. So, yeah. Other than that, that was the headlines. Anything else in the news wise? I think you said you had some news.
Well, there's an article here that is entitled from the New York Times: Older people seeking care for cannabis use at greater risk for dementia.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that in the thread, but it was just a description, so I couldn't read it.
Yeah, I got it open here, so I will bring it onto the screen. Older people, as we're, as far as cannabis has been used as a medicine for many moons. But as far as us here in the 20th century, or as the 21st century, it's still new to us. We're finding out what it will work for, what it won't work for. And we're coming up with more and more articles like this one. A few years ago, it was hypermesis. And that's the big one. If you go into the hospital now and you feel like you're having a heart attack and they ask you if you've been using cannabis and you say, oh, you've got hypermemesis. You know?
Yeah, I know a guy that they said that to.
Yeah, me.
No. Oh, I know another guy.
I thought I was having a heart attack.
Yeah.
I had some oil. I thought I was having a heart attack. I was told to go to the doctors. So I called an ambulance and they took me. And that's the first thing that came out of the nurse's mouth.
Wow.
Yep. So I was like, no, don't give me that shit. They let me sit there for 6 hours and then sent me home.
Yeah, well, this guy, he was hospitalized twice, so he stopped.
Stopped using?
Yeah. Yeah. Edibles, anything, any form. He just stopped. Yeah.
Well, you know, it happens. I know a few people who can't use cannabis because they're allergic.
Mm-hmm. I know somebody same way. Yeah.
You know.
So they say that us cannabis consumers are going to develop dementia.
Maybe
greater risk.
Do you want to have a read?
How long is the article? Yeah, that long.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let's see if I can see anything.
You know what? I'm going to post it. So
middle-aged and older adults who sought hospital emergency care because of cannabis use were almost twice as likely to develop dementia. So there you go, Al. I haven't sought emergency care for cannabis. So
I didn't know it was.
You're twice as likely to get dementia than me.
Well, thanks, buddy.
Well, that's what it says.
But that's not very nice.
When compared with adults who sought care for other reasons, the risk of developing dementia was still 23% higher among users of cannabis.
Huh.
So I had to seek care for Crohn's, so I'm likely to get dementia.
Well, you know, this is funny because I've just recently seen articles telling me the opposite. You know, and I've just seen,
and these are professionals, like these are doctors and they're studying things, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, and so if you're worried about dementia when you use cannabis, as we saw in the video I played last week about psilocybin, that will stop dementia. So there you go.
Microdose and smoke your cannabis. Microdose your mushrooms and smoke your buds.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, when you see these articles, don't just go.
It says in here that Dr. Myron's previous research has found that patients with cannabis use disorder died at almost 3 times the rate of individuals without the disorder over 5 years.
So wait, I'm going to have schizophrenia, dementia, and I'm going to die quicker.
Correct. All because you went to the hospital. Seek emergency care. That's what it says. I'm not trying to make light of it, but that's what it says.
And this is why we bring these articles up, because this is the New York Times is pretty mainstream, and although each publication has its own way of thinking and own belief system, and so you get conflicting stories, of course. But I'm seeing more and more articles on this subject and the downfall of using cannabis as medicine.
Yeah. I've seen some reports lately on the causing psychosis and other things. And as far there was the male sperm count
Oh yeah, well, we've been hearing that since the 60s.
And the same with the psychosis and the schizophrenia. We've been hearing that since
say
the 60s.
things like that in the anti-cannabis movies and reels that they used to do in the 60s and the 70s, the Just Say No campaign. If you don't agree with cannabis, period, you're going to find stuff that you don't like to talk about.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Will it kill you? No. Will it help you survive if you have a cancer or something like that? Maybe. Is it a cure? I don't like using that word.
Neither do I. Can you improve your quality of life?
Some people will call it the holy anointing oil. But then some people will also say that burning bush that Moses had a chat with was a big cannabis tree, the tree of life, right? So there are stories that point history that cannabis was there and used, right? They found cannabis in Aztec buildings, in buried with what do you call them, mummies, Dare
Buddy Weed
back in the day.
Buddy Weed agrees he's seen a lot of anti-cannabis articles.
Well, back in the day when we legalized up here, and the U.S. started legalizing randomly down there, there were a lot of articles and a lot of conversations with Dare and Mad, and they both said they were going to pull away from cannabis and seek life elsewhere. But now all I'm seeing every now and then, you get inundated on Prime or any of the other streaming services, that Mad's got some pretty abrupt ads for smoking and driving, and they're focusing on crashes with drivers who have been using cannabis, and they're pretty graphic. I don't like them.
Oh yeah. Do you have that up? I see they're doing that in Saskatchewan or Saskatoon, where they are focusing on nailing cannabis drivers.
Yeah, and the commercials are pretty graphic, and the blame.
Yeah.
If you smoke pot, you're going to crash your car and kill people. The same tactics that Dare and Mad, and what's that other one that we've talked to, Al, at the events?
Oh yeah. I know who you mean.
I can't remember the name of the group.
I just can't think of the name right now, but I know who you mean. Yeah. They're not as, I'm going to say, out of whack as the DARE program was. The DARE program, I called DARE, stood for Drugs Are Really Everywhere.
Yeah, well, they make up shit, and that's the downfall. And that's when somebody wants you to believe something, they will word it in a way that you do, and then you take that away, and then you hear conflicting information, and that's unfortunately what the mainstream media is about these days. Each outlet believes differently. We've got better experts than you, and they say, no, that's not true, right? There was lots of conflicting information that came out of the CNN specials that Dr. Gupta did. There's a lot of people who go,
he admitted he was wrong, and then he started to show the benefits of cannabis with the people that he was interviewing, which was, it was good of him to acknowledge the fact that he was wrong.
But he started out with all the bad stuff.
It's hard to deny something when you watch some young child benefit right in front of your eyes,
which we have. In fact, it was Landon's birthday the other day.
Oh, yes.
And Landon is one of our first cannabis kids. And we've got Haley out west in BC, who is still struggling. Emily, my niece Emily, is having a hard time with it as well. So
Liam had a birthday.
What's that?
His mom post. I seen Liam's mom posted a picture of him and his birthday.
Was it Liam or Landon? I guess it was Liam's birthday.
Liam.
Yeah. But Liam's another Canadian child, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I had their stories posted on the Pace Network, or not Pace Network.
We have lost Liam. Liam passed away though, didn't he? One of the cannabis kids passed away recently.
Not the one I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Oh
no, that wasn't Liam then.
Yeah.
One of the cannabis kids that was one of the first cannabis kids has passed away. Was it Sophie?
No, I don't. I can think of one child that off the top of my head, but that was over a year ago, I believe.
Who is that? I can't remember the name. That's who I'm thinking of, probably.
Yeah, friends of Tamara's.
But we've lost a few, you know.
Yeah.
And there was
I do have a headline that I think should be spread far and wide. This is why this is the third show that I've discussed it on because I think it's so important. And that is that from cravings to calm, cannabis sparks a new era in addiction recovery. This is a report on a study that was done at the UBC, Okanagan, and Thomas Rivers Universities in British Columbia. And what they did was explore the effects of medical cannabis, supervised cannabis use in residential recovery setting for people undergoing treatment for substance use. The participants reported that cannabis helped them manage pain, anxiety, depression, and sleep difficulties, common symptoms that make recovery more challenging. They say that their findings suggest medical cannabis could play a meaningful role in reducing cravings and improving retention in recovery programs. Participants clearly indicated benefits of managing physical and psychological challenges during recovery. Users also reported reduced cravings for opioids and other harmful substances, improved pain management, and enhanced mental health and sleep quality. However, the stigma around cannabis remains significant, which was a problem during the research. So there you go. I look at that as a vindication of, because the fact that these people are out on the street helping people who are addicted to drugs, and it shows that it is making a difference.
Well, Chris Backer is having great success in Nova Scotia with his harm reduction program.
Mm-hmm.
While I was at the lounge, we were sitting out for half the day, giving out joints and cookies to anybody who came and stood in line, and we were giving out 250 packages easy a day. And some people were there's a group of vets that live in the ravine in Hamilton down by the tracks, and they would send an advocate up to come and ask us if they could have some packages to take back down, because they wouldn't come out of the ravine to walk through the city to do that. And they suffered from PTSD, depression, lost limbs, and these are our veterans. We would have people from the AIDS Foundation of Hamilton come over and talk to us and take some packages over to their offices. And their people would even come and get doobies. It was sad that it had to be done, but I'm glad that I was a part of it. We thought about continuing it, but it was just too much.
Yeah. I know with Tamara's program in Cranbrook, I used to get a report every Wednesday on the Pace Radio show, and the last week or two, she's talked about a lady that she's been helping with her CSP program, and the lady is now off the street and back in with family, and is off for the drug that she was addicted to. I know personally of a lady myself who I co-wrote an article with, who went from heroin to methadone to cannabis, and same thing, back with the family, grandchildren, all that stuff. So it's cannabis can help people get off, deal with their addictions.
It's like being homeless. It can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
My mom's passed away now, so I can say this. My mom developed over 20 years an addiction to Ritalin.
Oh, yeah.
Mainly because of my use of it as a teenager. She learned everything she knew about it, and then was able to go and talk to her doctors about it and convince them that she had ADHD. What she did wrong, though, was it revitalized, and they give it to senior citizens now to give them a little pep. But he went to 3 different doctors and got 3 different scripts.
Yeah,
and that developed into an issue.
Mm-hmm.
And then they all found out and cut her off at the same time and just said, sorry.
Old turkey, look out.
She ended up in the booby hatch for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Roaming around the city of Toronto at night, not knowing what was going on, freaking out on us. It was horrible. I had to watch her go through that.
That's
But here's the thing, though. Okay, after all of that, 10 years later, they put her back on Ritalin because they're giving it to seniors.
Wow. Yeah,
That's exactly how I felt.
Yeah, imagine. So, all right. Anything else in the headline news? Move on to sports.
Did
you have any more headline news?
Well, it's not really headline news. No, we're going to leave that for another time.
All right. Sounds good. All right. On to sports we go. All right. I got 2 stories. None of them are cannabis related, but they're sports stories. Hey, are you going to go to Toronto and help the Blue Jays pay for that new contract they got on Guerrero Jr.? What is it? It's 16. Okay, signed as a 16-year-old. So here we go. It's a 14-year contract worth $500 million. $500 million.
To play for the Jays.
You got her, buddy. Yeah, here we go. I'll just bring it up. $500 million.
Wow.
And that all has to be paid by somebody.
I hope he's worth it.
He was, as it says here, he was signed with the club when he was 16 years old. He signed his 14-year contract. It will take him to the age of 40, I believe.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So he's a Blue Jay.
So he's not allowed to play for anybody else until he hits 40.
Yeah, unless there's probably a no trade clause in there as well. So
although they could let him go.
Yeah. So he's a homegrown face, they say, because he's been with them since he was 16, right?
They used to do that back in the day. There were lots of players that would come over from the Dominican or whatever and get adopted.
Yeah, and they would play at that time Syracuse. There was a Syracuse farm team. Yeah, they would come up. Roberto Alamo. Right? So he made his debut in 2019.
He became the coach at one point, didn't he?
Huh?
Roberto became the coach, didn't he, at one point?
I think he was on the staff. I don't think he was the manager.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They say that the deal is the most lucrative in team history, far surpassing the $150 million 6-year deal that they signed George Springer. I don't remember George Springer. I remember George Bell. So the extension is the third largest deal in total dollars, beyond Juan Santos's Major League Baseball's record $765 million over 15 years, and Shohei, this is the picture from Japan, $700 million over 10 years. Wow. Yep. So there you go. $500 million signed for Blue Jays.
Joe Carter didn't get that much.
No, obviously, things have changed over the years. And then
I remember when Roberto Alomar and Joe Carter and there was a few other
Jesse Barfield
in Toronto, and they made a lot of money, and everybody was going, "Wow!" But now you're in the millions now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. And the other story I got here in the news on the headline end of things is that U.S. original 6 NHL clubs will miss playoffs for the first time.
Really?
Yes. Detroit, New York Rangers eliminated on the weekend. Chicago and Boston hope to land top draft picks.
Is Toronto still in?
Yeah.
And it hasn't started. It's the 19th it starts, I think.
Yeah. So there you go. That's never happened before. Because there's 4 of the original 6 teams.
Wow.
Right. And they were from the US, and they will all miss the playoffs for the first time.
So it's going to be all Canadian?
Oh, no. That's just the original from the original 6 teams. There's still lots of the US based teams in the playoffs.
It would be nice from the original Canadian. An all Canadian Cup would kind of be kind of cool just to go.
Well,
you guys.
Yeah, it would be like to the Stanley Cup final. I can remember back in, this is obviously a bit of a wound in the side here, but back in 92, 93, or was it 93, 94, 92, 93, where it looked like it was going to be a Toronto-Montreal Stanley Cup final. And then a last minute call on a penalty against the Toronto Maple Leaf that did something on Gretzky or something. Turned the tables, and LA ended up winning the series. So Toronto.
Steven needs to be fed. He's being cranky.
Is he?
So I can hear him walking around the house.
Meow, 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 meow.
But he doesn't come in here and see that there was already food in there. Anyways, go on. I could hear him coming down the hall.
Yeah. For the original 6 teams, all U.S. based, missed the playoffs for the first time. So there you go. All right. I don't have any scores today. I thought I'd change it up a little bit and just have some news stuff instead of.
Neither do I.
Yeah, I knew you didn't. All right. So that means we are moving on from sports, and we are heading to. All righty. As we know, this weekend, Sunday is 420. Celebrate however you want to label 420. To me, 420 is always a celebration because, especially this year. This year is my 40th wedding anniversary.
I was going to say it's always a celebration because it's your wedding anniversary.
Correct. Yes. And I'm going to let people know that this was not done by design. 40 years ago, I didn't know anything about 420.
Well, you know, I was
and I did not. And I only agreed.
A few people.
Yeah, I only agreed to the date. I didn't pick the date. I agreed to the date. Yeah,
Now, did Gail know?
Oh, Gail wouldn't have known.
No.
Yeah. So 40 years this Sunday for Gail and I.
I know.
Marriage.
I think 3, maybe even 4 people that's their wedding anniversary date.
Yeah.
And I like to remind everybody every year. It was also Hitler's birthday.
Yeah, I know. Which had nothing to do with our decision. Yeah. There was one year.
Dead. Let's get married.
Yeah. There was 1 year where I didn't say anything to her, and she thought that I had forgotten. Oh. And so I said happy anniversary to her while I did my speech at Niagara Falls.
1 second.
Steven's been lighter. All right, now talking about 420 and events. There we go. 420 in the 6. This is being put on by the Pixie Collective. They say Toronto's biggest and best legacy green market happens Sunday, April the 20th. Time 2 to 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Location to be announced. And as far as about the event, they say it's the biggest day of the Stoner year. Join us April the 20th from 2 to 8 p.m. for the best in the Canadian legacy community. The vibrant 19 plus green marketplace features more than 20 trusted brands with incredible deals, free samples, huge raffle prizes, indoor consumption, and so much more. Follow them on Instagram at Pixies Collective for more information. They say whether you're looking to discover something new, find your new buds, or relax and hang with your favorite community, the 420 Market is the perfect place to connect with our amazing Toronto legacy scene. Every ticket receives a custom lighter, 1 raffle prize ticket, and your choice of 1 free gift. Now, choose your ticket based on one of our awesome 8 gift options.
Nice.
Yeah.
5. Jennifer's been doing events for a long time. She knows what she's doing, so it will be a good event. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
I wish I could go. I miss going to things like this.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure Sherry Ann will be there.
Yeah, I'm sure she will. So your choices of gift options are 5 additional raffle prize tickets, 1 post roll. That's your choice of 12 strain options while quantities last. 2 grams of Morocco black hash, 3.5 grams of daytime flour, and 3.5 grams of nighttime flour. So probably an indica. Is that?
I said whoop whoop.
Whoop. Okay, and Mary Jaynard's liquid candy syrup. You got 10 flavors to choose from. Peanut butter cups is a package of them from Maynard's, as well as 2 packages of gummies with your choice of 4 flavors. So there you go. They even got a nut. You can even add an incredible unlimited dab bar upgrade, which gives you access to unlimited dabs throughout the entire event.
We used to have a dab bar at the lounge.
Yeah.
I can't.
So there you go. 420 in the 6. Check it out.
There's another one going on the 19th as well.
Is there?
Yeah. There's several going on in the city.
I am going to put this in our chat.
Throughout the city. Yeah. And as far as I know, they're all to be announced where they are. So maybe they'll all end up at the same place. Who knows?
Maybe. Okay. I'm putting the link to this event in the chat. And there we go.
That's a long one.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's what I thought too. Alrighty. Other than that, as far as events, I do have a list of events that I go to all the time, and that's from the cannabis marketplace. And let's see what they got coming on here. And this covers more than just Canada. Today's the 15th, so you got High Heels, High Art. I wonder what that's about. Now, what do you think?
I don't know. Get stoned and look at ankles. I don't
know. Here we go. Let's find out. Look at that. Look at the art. Ooh. Friday, April the 18th, at the Winnipeg Osborne Village. Get ready for a fabulous
it's a Mary Jane paint and puff event.
Yeah. And it says, get ready for a fabulous fusion of art, cannabis, and drag at High Heels and High Art, a cannabis-themed drag paint night with special guests. And it goes into other things there. Fades away. What else we got? Let me go back. There we go. Canacraw 420 Festival. Was this what you were thinking about?
Yeah.
There we go. Canacraw 420, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, April the 19th. Location to be announced. $5 for early bird tickets, $10 at the door. And this is a grassroots marketplace event celebrating diversity, equity, and inclusion in the cannabis industry, recognizing the disproportionate impact legalization has had on marginalized communities. And this is in Hamilton, 2 to 10. Organizers Canacraw.
Yeah.
Okay. I could have expanded the other one to see then. They say this vibrant event welcomes legacy pioneers, licensed companies, and new innovators. Go ahead.
Well, they used to have the 420 Hamilton at City Hall every year with permission from City Hall.
Okay.
And they don't even do that anymore.
No, I know, eh? 420, Your Highness is here. That's happening on the 19th. And it says this is in Edmonton, Alberta, 8 p.m. on the 19th. They say join us on the 19th at 8 p.m. for a Royal Sesh in Inglewood. We'll bring you 2 hours of art class vibes, fresh chicken and rotis, and Cafe Caribbean, and the dopest treats by Treats by Simply Queen Bee. Doors open at 7:30, and it even has the address 1144 124 James Street, Edmonton, Alberta. There you go. Mood Fest.
Ooh.
This is one that's in a store, I believe. Mood Fest, Naomi, April the 20th. Presented by Mood Cannabis Company, the back door to legacy. 19 plus. They say join us on Vancouver's Island premier cannabis celebration.
There's not even a 420 Vancouver this year?
It's not on this list. There could be. There could be, yeah. This event brings together cannabis enthusiasts, industry professionals, and local communities for an unforgettable day of discovery and connection.
Cool.
They say expect vendors and exhibits, live music and entertainment, food and refreshments, glass, art, and live demonstrations. They're going to blow glass right there. Education and advocacy, giveaways, and contests. They say whether you're an experienced cannabis connoisseur or new to the scene, Mood Fest 25 is the perfect place to celebrate, connect, and explore everything in the industry. So this is a legal-based event. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I like that we're having both still, because
Yeah. There we go.
And of course, Stephen has decided to have a poop while I'm sitting in here doing a show.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Hey, I know. the litter box is right over there, man. I can see it.
I can hear him behind me.
Oh, I don't hear anything. I don't.
Rose is wanting her lunch. I fed
Oh.
him already. Now he's having a poop.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, I just got a song, an educational song to play. You got anything?
I want to play a trailer for a show.
Okay.
You want to do that now?
Sure. Let's hit it.
The trailer I have, and I've completed watching this show. It's a 15-minute show. It's called The Pit, and it is on Crave. And I had 7 days worth of Crave membership, so I decided to watch this show. I recommend it highly. And here's a little bit of it. Here's the trailer, and then you can go and look for it.
Morning, Jack. What are you doing here? Working. And if you jump on my shift, that's just rude, man. Hope I'm never one of your patients. Makes two of us, my friend. Hey, D, what's a good word?
We're fucked. 52 in the waiting room, and it's not even 7.
We're always working the shift, by the way. Cut them a little slack today. It's the anniversary of Dr. Addison's death.
Who left this mess?
That's like a little challenge every now and then. We've got some new faces with us today. Hi, come on over.
I'm so happy to be here.
Talk to me at the end of the day.
Clear?
Forceps.
Full suction. Let's sit them down.
Welcome to the pit. Let's go save some lives.
Starts only 80, 14 days.
Alex, you've lost a lot of blood. You need to go to surgery right away. We're gonna die.
Not now that I'm here.
Easy, easy.
I'm in.
Good, well done.
That was awesome.
Is it always this busy?
No, it gets a lot busier. There's a nursing shortage across the country.
That is bullshit. If you paid them a living wage, they'd line up to work here.
Other hospitals are managing this crisis. Either step up or step aside. Are you okay?
Why wouldn't I be?
It's 5 years ago today. You can't block your feelings forever.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Let's go. Happy.
No calls. Clear?
All compressions. Are we ready to call this? $150,000 people die every day in the world. Today you got one of them. And we're going to get more of them before the shift is over.
Tier 1 trauma now? Or morphine, I'm going to stop the bleeding.
You learn to accept it, find balance.
You found balance?
No, not even close.
So here's the premise. It's obviously an ER show.
Yeah.
One full season is one 24-hour shift.
Oh wow! And yeah, by the looks of it.
Now, the reason I enjoyed it is because I worked in emergency at Toronto East General for several months. Very, very close to what happens.
Yeah.
You know, New Year's Eve, there's a line up out the fucking door and shenanigans and, you know, everything.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed it. I would recommend it if you like those kind of shows, which is weird because I watch all the Chicago shows, you know, Chicago Med, Chicago Fire. I don't like Chicago Med.
Oh, why?
I don't watch it. I watch the other two.
The I know from, you know, in our local, we have a local hospital in Campbellford. It's, you know, 20 minutes from me or whatever. But it's just a small community hospital. And yeah, I see on the local group people posting, you know, how long is the wait at the waiting room? You know, and because sometimes it can be long and it can be very, very busy in there. So I can see where I looked at that, watching that trailer, saying that, you know, that doctor's thinking about jumping, and they do have very stressful jobs.
They do, and it's a constant pace. There's no time to stop.
Yeah,
you know. So if you're into that kind of show, check it out. Like I said, it's on Crave. You can get it through Prime as well.
Good. All right. Okay. As far as my TV shows, I'm still watching the same one, Lost. we're into season 5 now, though, Al. We've only got one more season after this. Into season 5, they've been rescued, and now they're talking about going back to the island because the fact that
they're doing the Gilligan-esque, the Gilligan-esque episode.
Yeah,
that's what they did on Gilligan's Island. They left, and then they went back, and they were stranded again.
Well, the island. It took one guy who was in a wheelchair and he was walking, and you see Jack, the doctor, going through this. When he comes back, he's going through the stress. He's dealing with opiate addictions, substance abuse.
Yeah. He must have found a drugstore.
Yeah. Multiple prescriptions that he wrote for himself.
I never got into that. Survivor, Lost. Those kind of shows. There's Alone I like.
Yeah,
Alone is cool.
So we'll probably be another couple weeks watching this. We watch, instead of watching a movie, we'll watch two episodes of a 45-minute show because I tend to fall asleep during a movie, and so it's nice you break it up with 2 45-minute shows. You get up, you do something, get a drink or whatever, top up my beverage.
Did you have a look at The Bondsman yet?
No, not yet. I've seen it promoted. Yeah,
you should. It started. I got up when it was done. 8 episodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm trying to finish one before I start another. Otherwise, I won't get them finished.
I have several shows that I watch, and in fact, I don't like waiting for them to play that day in the week, although I do watch them. I would rather watch everything in succession.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what we're doing with Lost, but it's taking us a long time because we'll usually watch maybe one show, like one episode, at dinner time.
Yeah.
Right. And then on the weekends, we might get 3 in because we watched one at dinner time, we watched 2 at night, or we may only just watch 2 that day. Right.
Well, that's the nice thing. Cable is no longer really. I mean, it's there, but it's not there. I like watching what I want to watch when I want to watch it. I enjoy the live TV on Prime. And Pluto and those, because you find a show that's playing multiple episodes, you just put it on, you go about your day, and it's on.
Yeah, exactly. So, alrighty. The last thing I got for entertainment is a song that we'll play, and then that pretty well wraps things up. We'll come back after that, say a few words. It'll be close to the top of the hour, and we'll go from there.
Do we have to say a few words?
Well, you can sing if you want.
I want to mumble.
You can mumble. All right. So here's another song by Dr. High. It's educational. Take a boo and a listen. There we go.
All right, sissy, there's a blessing. All right, class, listen up. Today's lesson: the endocannabinoid system. CB1, CB2 getting live. The dopamine surging like a roller coaster ride. Hold my neurons dancing, feeling real nice. Bloodstream flooded with the terps and spice. The money lifts me, my mood take flight. Welcome to the Mars scene, chilling, got me feeling right. TXT's the leader, he bring the fire. Got the CBD be chilling, trying to calm him like a choir. The CBG, the healer, fixing what's broke. CBN be creeping, make you snore like a joke. This is the THC symphony. Symphony, roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jump and feel that shift. Well, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Feeling chill? That's the line, a little touch. New and feeling bright, that's the citrus punch. Terpenes be working, flavors unlocked like a symphony, but inside my thoughts. Living the hype, me, beta carotid, bite me, pine and keep my focus tight. Eucalyptal feeling right, let all these compounds working as one. This ain't just a plan, it's a loaded gun. OTC say, yo, let's elevate. CBD like chill, meditate. CBG like bro, I heal the pain. No CBN say y'all go ahead, I'll take the strain. This is the THC symphony. It's the THC symphony. Come roll it, light it, take that hit. A brainwaves jump and feel that shit. With THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Dr. High steps in, lab coat tight. Endocannabinoid system runs your life. Anandamide, that's your bliss. CB receptors can't be missed. Brain's got receptors ready to go. Cannabis plants, they fit like a coke. Synthetic pills got you feeling insane, but nature already programmed your brain. Roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jump and feel that shift. Go THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced.
There you go. THC Symphony by Dr. High. Educational. Almost every line in there. There's a lot of education in it.
It's got my mind enhanced.
Yeah. Yeah, it talks about the terpenes, THC, all that cannabinoids, receptors, everything's all included in that song. So it's and it's got that, I don't know, to live jive, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Be bopping away. So, alrighty. Anything else?
No.
No.
You go and have a nice jive.
I will. I'll go have a nice jive, and it's time to walk the dog.
Yep.
Alrighty. Other than that, we will see you all next week. Same time, same place, same channel, all that stuff. And we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment on Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. And it's spring on the West Coast, baby.
Well, today it is spring on the East Coast too. We have sunshine. I think the last time I checked, it was 16 degrees out. Life is good.
Spring is springing, and that means summer is coming.
Oh, no, we can stay in spring. It gets too hot in the summer.
Oh, I love it. That's an excuse to go to the lake.
Do we need excuses to go to the water?
Probably not, but having them is awesome. Hey, get away from the door. Come here. Come sit on my lap. Come say hi. Say hi, everybody. Hi, Cindy.
Hello, chica.
Are you ready for there? Did you see her hopping video on Instagram? She was.
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
I'm going to get her a bunny ears and then film it again tomorrow so that I can put it up for Easter.
Is it you say there's a video of her hopping?
Yeah. Yeah, when I take her to the park first thing in the morning, there's an area where the field mice go, and she does this weird bounce. She just goes boing, 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 but it's only in this one area. So I got to try and get there before she gets there, and then I get the bounce.
Okay,
so I got the video of her bouncing.
Just a second, because we have the power of internet here that I got to show it.
Oh.
Because I found it. So if I do that and then hit the screen like that, everybody, this is Chikachu. Ready? There she goes, and she's gonna hop any second. Hop, 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 hop. That is cute.
So I'm gonna put bunny ears on her and then use one of those Easter songs and do one of those.
That's cute.
Have her own little Easter bunny ear.
Hop, 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 hop. That was cute. That isn't even what I was like envisioning when you first told me. Yeah.
How do you explain that? Like, how do you? She's hopping. It's like a weird bounce with all four legs. There's no run. My buddy said, yeah, it's like the Arctic fox. You see some of the videos of the Arctic fox bouncing on the snow, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of like that. But I don't know where she got it from, but it makes me laugh.
It is super.
Hoppity Easter's on its way. Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
You just went stim stiminy in your head, didn't you?
There you go. There. I'm just sharing the podcast a little. Got it done. That's awesome. And we do have a guest today. He is, in case you can't tell from Steve's setup over here, our guest is going to be live in studio today, which is kind of a neat thing. And he will arrive in a moment.
And Chica will be sure to greet him with open barking.
We will all know when he arrives. Absolutely.
She's sitting up in the window of the vehicle right now, just scoping, going, come on, come on.
That's her favorite spot, is it not? Sitting in the window?
Oh, man. Like, I would show you her sitting in the window, but then you would see all the dog snot all over the window from her sitting in the window.
Yeah. If you ever want to drive that anywhere, you're going to have to clean it.
Why? It looks just like my glasses do.
Yeah.
Wow. So what you got going on this week? Anything exciting?
Well, in my world, and an advertisement will be coming soon, there is a post on the Mushy Moment. I am working with another facilitator in the 5MEO realm who's been facilitating for quite a while. And I'm doing, more education, because I truly believe that when we are doing what we do, You can never have enough education. So I'm learning from Chad Charles, who was also one of the teachers of the course I took from Mexico. Chad is a Canadian and has been working in the field and in breathwork for over 10 years. You know, and I went and sat with him when I was in Toronto, actually, before I came out to BC. So Chad and I are working together, and we're doing what's called a shadowing project, where I have been I'm the person, I'm the fly on the wall, learning from Chad as he is serving people down here in Nova Scotia. So if you're from my area or want to travel to my area and you want to sit with a facilitator who has plenty of experience and be part of an educational project, please reach out to me and I can send you an email and give you the information. It's kind of an exciting project where, like I said, I get to learn and people have the opportunity to sit with a seasoned facilitator, being Chad.
Chica. Hey, guess what? That's Chica.
If somebody knocked on your door.
Should we introduce the guest?
Well, you know, yeah, actually almost perfect timing. Why? I was pretty much done my spiel and now, yes, our guest has arrived. And Steve, why don't you talk about our guest for a minute and then introduce him?
Well, I first met our guest at the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference. And well, no, because I met him a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
So with my first meeting, he had a real neat thing where he had these. Was it a bag or a box?
I grow bags.
So it was a bag, and it had the mushrooms growing out of the bag, and he had lion's mane growing out of this bag. So you could actually bring it home and, you know, grow your own lion's mane or grow your own chaga. And it just, it was like, it was so freaking simple. And I was so amazed that I had to go over and introduce myself. And he's a regular like we are at the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference. We met him this round as well. And as he's sitting there, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, Nathaniel King. Hello.
Hello, Nathaniel. How are you?
I'm doing well.
That's good.
You know what happened? This dang fly flew in here. And it's about this big. And Chica's got it on the radar.
Yep.
So wherever the fly goes, up by the camera. So if it starts bouncing, that's just Chica trying to get the fly.
You'll see her ears poke up to the side. And yes. Yes. Well, welcome, Nathaniel. Yeah, why don't you share a little bit about you just to start? Like, I know what you do. I met you this past November. But why don't you tell us why you do what you do? And what you do.
Story of Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, my background is in mechanical engineering. I always wanted to be, you know, an inventor of sorts and design cool things that creates value for people. How I came into loving mushrooms and psychedelics and spirit medicines was in 2019, my mother passed away. And it completely tore apart my family structure, and it really set me back in a lot of ways. But through that, I ended up connecting with my oldest brother really, really well. And prior to that, I'd always really stayed away from, you know, mind-altering substances. But my brother convinced me I should do mushrooms with him. And so that 2019 was my first ever mushroom trip. We had 3.5 grams and we're at Shambhala. So it was quite an intense experience for the first go.
For first time.
I'm not sure I'd recommend for other people to do it that way, but I loved it. It had just let me open up and play and feel myself again and vibe and dance. And the first few hours of the trip, I was completely mute, couldn't say a word, but was still able to connect with new people around me. So that had just completely opened me up to the plant medicines and realize like there's like something really powerful here. Sometime after that, about 4 years ago, I came for another visit out to BC. I was living in Nova Scotia at the time, and when I came out here, I met up with some friends that were building a lion's mane farm, and for the first time, they had served me fresh lion's mane, and it was delicious. I was just blown away. Like, I didn't even like eating mushrooms before that. Then I tried the lion's mane, and now I can't get enough of every type of gourmet mushroom. So I tried it. Wow, that's fantastic. That's delicious. You guys are building a farm to do this. And then I started reading into all the cognitive benefits of lion's mane mushrooms and thought, this is something that I want to be a part of. So I decided to stay, and I worked with them for a while to build their farm, and really for the last 4 years, it's been a fantastic experience of working with different cultivators and researchers to build prototypes or build parts of their systems for growing or processing different forms of mushrooms, and it's been a blast.
Wow. So, just to go back to the beginning, like I'm really sorry to hear about your mom. I lost my mom in 2017. I truly understand, how hard that is to work through. I'm really glad that your brother came along and said, "Hey, we should do this," and I'm really glad that you took the chance and you did that. It gives us a connection. I truly believe to the spiritual side that it's beautifully healing. For me, it taught me that my mom is still always here with me. So I don't have to miss her as much as I thought I did. Does that make any sense? Yeah. Yeah. So that led you to gourmet mushrooms. Like it's, I've heard of a lot of people going the other way around. And just for everybody to know, we saw Mika's, listen to me, Chica's ear pop up. We knew it was coming.
Okay. Of course, the fly has to fly right behind the laptop to the window. It can't go anywhere else. It's got to go right there. Come on, leave it alone.
So I've heard of a lot of people, like growing up eating mushrooms, learning a little bit more about the gourmet side and then heading to psilocybin. So I find it really interesting that you kind of took this other route around. Through the psilocybin, you found lion's mane.
Yeah, and I still work around psilocybin quite a bit. And the cultivation of them all is pretty related. So
wow. So what of the gourmet ones have you actually grown?
Lion's mane, reishi, oysters. I'm gonna try some cordyceps pretty soon. I've just started dosing cordyceps on most days, and I'm finding them quite nice. So.
That's in our 7 mushroom blend. That's included. We have that in there as well. Yeah, they're So if you're gonna, I need to ask this question because we did an interview with John as well, and we were talking about the cordyceps. And he didn't know that it, is a parasite fungus that, infects its host. And then now he was like, is that how they still grow it? And at that point, I didn't look it up. So I just said, no, I'm sure there's a different medium or something.
They're usually grown on rice.
Okay.
That's the preferred way to do it. Although I'm sure if you're growing them on rice and you fed them some
crickets and bugs. No, I know that was a question he'd asked, and I actually had never looked it up. So I figured, well, if I ask you, so there it is. It's right. That's funny. Hey, John, it's not grown on dead bugs anymore. Wow. So that's now when you grew them, were you growing them in those bags?
Usually grow bags. I spent too much time trying to scrub out monotubs and whatnot. That I.
Whose idea was the bags?
Well, the bags are pretty common.
Are they?
Yeah, there's a great company out of Texas called Unicorn Bags that makes the makes the bags.
So you get it with the substrate in there. It's all wow, and you just inoculate them.
They make the plastic bags, and then we.
Oh, so you're getting
mix the substrate, pack them, and pasteurize them.
Wow. Wow. Because I gotta say, watching what you had at that show with the lion's mane growing out, I was just like, it can't be that easy.
Well, I mean, as far as actually fruiting them off, that's the easy part. Yeah. Cultivation wise, most of it ends up being on just nurturing the organism. So it's growing them out on petri dishes and usually if I start with a new culture, it never behaves the way I want it to. It takes several fruiting grounds and selecting your favorite one and growing that out on a petri dish and just really nurturing the organism to get it to where you're actually happy with the results. And then a nicely fruiting grow bag is
the end result of that. So how much time is invested in that?
For me, it's usually about 3 months every growth cycle, and so usually I'm not happy with a product until the third growth cycle.
Oh yeah, because you're nurturing and culturing and wow. I knew there was a lot of in there, and I'm busy enough that it's like, man, there's people like you that are putting in the right energy, the right time, nurturing them, not just, hey, gotta get these suckers growing. So that's a beautiful thing. That's something that Cindy and I look for in all of our medicines. Is
yeah, there's been several growers that I've worked with really just want to work with the final piece. They want to have a good culture and then just multiply it and get it straight to substrate, and get it fruiting as quick as possible. But it just they never seem to like that, right? And I mean, the guys I was working with, we really struggled to get anything to fruit off consistently and nicely until we just took over the whole process straight from spore, and then that was difficult because that slowed things down quite a bit to just.
But then end result comes out better,
way better. It ends up now
slow and steady. Put in the love, put in the energy, and let that living body grow.
Exactly. I mean, they breathe the same way we do. Breathe in oxygen, breathe out CO2.
Well, when you do some of the studying of our genome aspect, where there's 4 of our main building blocks are identical to the mushroom. But yeah. So we're just mushrooms with arms and legs.
Yeah, I've always felt that. Oh, I've felt a much stronger connection to the mushrooms than I ever have with plants. I usually say I've got blue thumbs, not green.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I started in the green thumb avenue because I kind of come in through a cannabis end of things.
Right.
Healing with cannabis, and then it grows into other medicines, and it's grown to where we're sitting now.
Yeah.
So you got to have a question. I've been butting in and interrupting you lots.
You have been butting in and interrupting me lots. Yeah, it's but there's been a lot of good conversation going on here, so it's good. Yeah.
No.
The only thing that I was The only thing that I was going to say is, like when you said we look for people who, produce the medicines in an ethical way, that we look for that. And it's true. Because medicine and the intention in the medicine and the beauty that it brings starts from where it starts. And it's nice to find people that create medicines or grow medicines that have that intention from the beginning to help others heal and help others find their tools. So it's really refreshing to find people like yourself.
Yeah, it is actually. It's nice to find people that are aware of energy in, energy out, and how what are you contributing, what are you amplifying, what are you growing? Because with that substance, a lot of people don't realize if you grow lion's mane, somebody's eating that. Now you've put energy into that, you've put lots of stuff into that. And if you're growing it in an ethical, loving, culturing way, the energy within that food is a lot different than somebody that's just out there throwing mushrooms into a substrate and going, they're not that good, but they're not that good. But, and it's like, no, if you want healing is always in, it's the gut. So put the best stuff you can in there, and healing energy and love going into that was one of the things that made me go, I like this guy.
Yep. That was the first thing that I was told about you, to be honest. Steve came back and said, blah, blah, blah. This guy does it this way, does all. And I go, oh, well, yeah, let's go talk. I think I was over at your booth 5 seconds later.
Yeah. Well, it's been a learning process. I'm constantly trying to figure out how to improve what we do, and right now I'm trying to prototype a concept for a freeze dryer, and because if we can preserve them better, then that holds a lot more value to the folks that consume them, and slowly switching over all of our inputs to be organic, and that's kind of been a challenge, but getting there.
Freeze-dried mushrooms.
Yeah, it preserves all the good stuff you want there a heck of a lot better.
Wow.
Because the freeze drying prevents oxidation, and so oxidation is breaking down all the good stuff that you want. Cindy, are you out in Nova Scotia now?
I am, yeah. Yeah.
How is it out there?
Today it's beautiful. We've got nothing but blue skies, 15, 16 degrees. So right now it's good.
So are you originally from Nova Scotia, or do you have
born and raised? Yeah. Yeah, little tiny town called Windsor, right, pretty much in the middle of the province.
I've been to Windsor lots.
Yeah.
I've got a friend that lives out there.
Were you born and raised there, or where were you?
Well, half of my family was from Nova Scotia. When I moved back out there, I was living in Truro and Halifax.
Yeah.
And so most of my college friends are from Truro.
Right on. Yeah.
But is there any interesting work going on in the psychedelic industry out there?
He's trying, brother.
I'm trying freaking hard. There is, Health Canada has approved a couple of the licensed producers, because that's where it started. It was the licensed producers. The cannabis licensed producers started producing psilocybin. So I literally lived like a 2-minute walk away from the people here in Nova Scotia that started doing the studies. I was supposed to be part of one, but I decided to run off and do iboga, and they told me that I no longer qualified since I ran off and did iboga. which is fine. They got a little ticked off at me because finding people that came with the approval of doctors, like their own doctors, was quite hard. And I came with the approval of, everybody and knowledge. But I mean, that's okay. They worked with a number of veterans, 24, I think, to start. And then the second study was 136, if I remember correctly. So that's going on. We have a number of therapists here who are trained through Therasil to serve mushrooms. But Nova Scotia is very much, I mean, if you've spent any time here, Nova Scotia we're kind of at the back of the country with a lot of this stuff. People are scared. People are nervous. They have blinders on. They have blindfolds on. So the therapists that do hold the Therasil licensing down here won't do it without SAP approval. And that's, few and far between. And right now, I still think that they're sitting at 0 for approvals. So I don't know what work they're doing down here. I know that we have a ketamine clinic that just opened up. And I personally am not for ketamine, but for those that are, they have that opportunity now. What else is down here? There's a therapist that just opened up. She calls herself a psychedelic therapist, but she works with cannabis. You have to provide your own cannabis, smoke it before you get there, and then you go. It's just talk therapy. We have a psychedelic society that is traditionally Nova Scotia. They're scared of getting too loud about things that are scheduled. And I understand why. They've got some approvals going on. They've got some momentum. They're allowed to do things. They're not getting in trouble. So I can understand that. And then you've got, the handful of us. There's a couple of people that serve ayahuasca. I serve 5-MeO. And there's a number of psilocybin trip setters around the area. So it's very small, but it's growing. And then there's not very many people that are very loud about it, such as myself. But we're getting there with our population growing and the fact that we've got so many people moving here from Vancouver. I'm very hopeful. Long answer to your question. My apologies.
No, that was great. Yeah, I mean, something I've loved about being in Vancouver the last 2 years is how open everyone is out here. And, obviously.
What did you think the first time you went to the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference?
I was blown away. Because, I mean, before that, I'd been to 420 events and things like that, where, yes, it's, very outspoken people trying to promote something, but they're not serious people.
That's a good way to put it.
But the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, we got to meet so many actual practitioners and folks that serve the medicines to people, and are seriously promoting legalization and safe practices,
healing, helping people.
I got away with my first trip being at a gigantic music festival, but that's probably not the way that most people should come into it. To me, psilocybin represents something that is really, really powerful and can represent a lot of joy, but also stirs up a lot of negative emotions that need to be addressed as well. So, I love the I don't want to say recreational. I want to say more joyful exploration of it. But
it's all medicinal. It's all medicinal. Yeah. And it's about that time, Steve. It's a great time. Just saying.
Oh, it's a time for us to take a break and let the people check out our sponsors and do that kind of thing. And we'll be right back with Nathaniel King.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And welcome back to the Mushy Moment. April 15th, 2025. We're here with Rev Cindy.
Wrong way.
Daniel King. And myself, Steve Mather.
You were pointing to the wall, by the way, just so you know.
Oh,
I'm on the
yeah,
other side.
right. So when I point to you, that you're on my screen, you're there.
Oh, really? Isn't that weird? On my screen, I'm on the other side.
Huh.
I'm over by Nathaniel.
Okay, so on the thing where it says Steve and Nathaniel on your screen, is it right?
Yep.
Because on my screen, Nathaniel's where Steve is, and I'm where.
Isn't that funny?
Wow.
Technical stuff. Has nothing to do with the show, but it's really kind of funny. Yes. You guys went and got a drink, I saw. Cup of tea.
You betcha.
Mushroom tea?
What's that?
Mushroom tea?
No, this is just turmeric tea from Steve.
Oh, just turmeric tea.
I did have some nice lion's mane cordyceps extracts in my coffee this morning, though.
I've got my 7 mushroom in here with cacao.
Yes.
Yeah.
You always have mushrooms with cacao.
Yes, mushrooms have changed my life. Who would have thought, eh? Who would have thought that mushrooms could change a life? And then there's not just the magic mushrooms that change lives, but all of those gourmet mushrooms are fucking magic and change lives as well. You know, when you look up what they do for the gut biome and for healing processes, you know, lion's mane. Oh, you can look up published studies. You know, they used to say when I was growing up, nothing heals the brain tissue. Now it's like, oh, lion's mane heals brain tissue. Oh, and nerve ending. Oh, and the telomeres on nerve ending. Oh, who knew? So if you need that fixed.
Yeah. Yeah. And we know that. And Amanita, what it does for nerve pain and nerve regeneration, what psilocybin does to heal the synapses and the firing in the brain. Like it's pretty amazing.
So what's the amazing things you've learned about mushrooms?
Yeah, well, something I've learned about psychedelics is their abilities to cause neurogenesis, like we were just talking about. And I was recently reading something about, I thought a beautiful way to describe it, which was they have a way of allowing your brain, like reopening a critical period in your brain. So like, you know, when you're a kid and you learn at different ages, your brains are just wide open, taking up so much information, and you learn a lot very quickly. Kids learn languages so quickly and easily. Well, psychedelics, you know, mushrooms and other forms as well, seem to be able to reopen those and allow you to take in and really significantly change your brain in a short period of time.
Yes.
Which is part of like why, you know, when I choose to have a psychedelic trip, I generally choose to have them in a somewhat social atmosphere, you know, with friends, or, and because when I have them, like, I want to be able to connect with people more, connect with people better, at a deeper level. So when I use the psychedelic, that's what I focus on, as opposed to trying to put the inward.
Oh yeah.
So when you talk, you like to do the psychedelics in more of the recreational format. Are you talking specifically mushrooms?
Generally mushrooms, yeah.
Yeah.
They're interesting because there's so many ups and downs with the trip.
Mm-hmm.
And but
what about differences between strains?
You know, I'm not entirely convinced there's that much of a difference between strains. I find, especially because usually mushrooms that I consume, I've had a hand in making.
Yes, energy in, energy out.
I find that just knowing what's gone into it seems to have a different effect on the experience. But you know, there's some growers like to say a cube is a cube, meaning cubensis. Most of the strains that we will see are just a variation on cubensis. Even penis envy is it's a bit of an abstract cubensi, but it is still a cubensi. Just a few days ago, I was in Victoria talking to a grower who has started producing a lot of P. natalensis, which is not a cube, right? They're known to be a psychedelic mushroom which has a much clearer trip and much more awareness and presence than usual mushrooms. And
Still a psilocybin?
Still a psilocybin mushroom, but not a cubensi mushroom like golden teachers with cubensi. And I've also met another grower who has done an outdoor grow and is cultivating pancyanosis.
Wow.
Which is usually described as more similar to an acid trip rather than a mushroom trip.
Yeah, they're listed kind of in the intense.
So it's really, really cool to see because, you know, even 3 or 4 years ago, like meeting the different growers I've gotten to meet, almost everything was all cubensis. And now that's becoming, you know, now there's more variations.
That's pretty cool. You know, I find that the different ones, they all speak a similar language, but I find they all have subtle differences. The accents are different, and some yell and some are nice and quiet. You know, just the personality of the different ones. Like for me, penis envy yells. Right? It kicks my ass and it yells at me. It goes, "Hey, guess what?"
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, the golden teachers, I find that a nice, healing, smooth. The conversation is beautiful. It's loving. It may be loving in a way that triggers something in my heart and tears and that come, but it's always from a place of love and not a place of fear. Whereas some of those ones that are screaming, man, sometimes they scare me. I can say there's a little bit of fear pops in.
Have you ever been able to forage some of your own magic mushrooms?
I did when I was younger, but I wasn't conscious of what we were doing. I toured with some bands, and we just pull over the school bus down here and hit the golf courses and the cow pastures, but that was the little bluebell ones more so than
Liberty Bells.
Yeah. And then as time went on, it became the Cubensi with the flat brown top. You know, it goes into that position, nice bell on it on the top. But in the last 30 years, the only thing I've foraged is in the realm of magic mushroom is the Amanita.
Oh yeah,
the Amanita grows like crazy out here.
That's been a fantastic one.
Oh man,
especially last fall, they were everywhere.
Yes, they were.
No, in the
sure were.
In the fall when we were at the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, we were actually able to walk into the woods and find Liberty Caps there.
Get out
at UBC campus.
Where was this?
Exactly.
Yeah, at UBC campus, there's a lot of wild magic mushrooms that grow.
Nice.
Particularly in around the stairs near Wreck Beach. That's kind of where they're known. But yeah, it's just something totally different when you can pull something out of the wild.
Yeah, I did my first foraged mushroom soup. I noticed when I was going out where the Amanitas were that where mushrooms grow. And you're like, no shit, king bullets that are, you know, the stalk comes up and the head on it is this big. You're going to fit one in the soup. But I went down there. I'd keep bugging this friend of ours, send pictures. Edible or no? Edible or no? Edible or no? She'd guide me through. So I learned a lot while I was doing it as well. But I came home and made a big pot of 7 mushroom soup. It was just unreal. It was my first time ever, you know, going out and doing it. It was pretty awesome.
There's also something that's come about in the last couple of years is image recognition. So there's all kinds of apps now that you can use to identify the mushrooms. Just snap a picture of them in their environment.
Well, I was doing that, but it's like 50% this, 40% this. 50% good, 40% you're going to die.
They weren't very good a couple of years ago, but they've got
okay.
a lot better.
I don't like that even 20% chance to die.
No, I've got a really good forager in my back pocket. She's, you know, she learned how to forage from her mother, who learned how to forage from her mother. With Jessica in my back pocket, I don't need a nap.
Yeah, it's
we had her on the show too.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's definitely worth having a good reference book as well. I wouldn't trust just the app on its own, but
well, there's only 20% chance I'm going to die. What the hell?
Good on you, Steve. I'm going to call Jessica.
Yeah, like last fall, I found about 3 different types of amanitas. One of them was
the bright yellow one.
Yeah, the
Pantherina. Yeah.
I found a beautiful one. It's the only one around it.
But I got a little area. I didn't know until I started researching Amanita that because I was like, how come these ones are yellow? And then I started researching, and I know where there's a little patch that they actually grow. It's like, oh. So I'm in some Amanita groups, and it's kind of funny because you know it's not one that everybody looks for, but some people are. Some people are like, oh, the Pantherina is stronger, and I wanted this. And, you know, the big thing I learned about it, originally I was tapping and using it just for anxiety reduction. But, you know, when you start studying, it's monster for neuropathy as well. So a lot of people, you know, they're doing tincture and pounding the tincture for neuropathy and stuff.
And one of the other great things about Amanita is we learned, one of the first things I learned was smoking it. If you smoke your Amanita that's been cured properly, throw it in with a little bit of cannabis for taste, it'll knock you out. I have the best sleeps when I smoke an Amanita joint.
And Amanita is smokable, but psilocybin isn't. Just so people know, don't try to smoke your mushroom.
You ever try it?
like smoking mushrooms?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. It was fucking horrible. It was gross. And then I looked it up and it's like, yeah, you shouldn't even do that because it's not good for your lungs and it doesn't, it's like, yeah, those mushrooms, non-smoky. I didn't know when we first smoked that Amanita, like she rolled an Amanita joint and we were smoking it and I was like, halfway through the joint, I was like, what kind of pot is this? There's no pot in there. I was like, oh, well, that's why it tastes way different. But it wasn't, you choke and you gag. It was really quite smooth. And I got to say, the sleep.
Yeah.
Right through the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask about Amanita and sleep because I've got a bunch of Amanitas that I foraged in the fall. And I was thinking that they might be really, really helpful for getting better sleep, but I'm not too sure the best way to dose them for that.
You can cap them and do them that way. Or, there's the smokability factor. Some people like to do tinctures, but I just did the capping because then, you go, okay, I'm going to do 3 caps, see how that works. Okay, I'm going to try 4 caps, see how that works. And because everything with mushrooms is about finding your dose. Everybody's dose is so different, right? So it's just finding that dose. But honestly, usually if it's like, I just want to fucking sleep and have a good sleep through the night now, I just sprinkle it in. And I roll a little doobie and sprinkle it in and smoke it there. It's not that it puts me to sleep. It's that I don't wake up as much through the night. My sleep is better.
And do you have it right before you go to sleep?
Yes. Yeah. Within about 20 minutes. Yeah.
And that's you've fully broken down the abitanic acid into Eskimo?
Yes. Yeah. So I do it. I do it in the. I do it in a. I've got a certain dehydrator that I can set the temperature on, so I'm running it. A lot of people say 80. Some people say 60 because you want more of that. I found that for myself, and because again I experiment with myself and I take it, and I found that I liked it 70 to 72.
Well, that's not bad. All the stuff I foraged, I tried at 70. At 70.
Yeah. So I found exactly in that area, I get the results I'm looking for. So there's none of the from it, not being converted over to the muscovol. And, because in a lot of the groups I was in, people were like rigid on 80. But when you go to the Reddit blogs, the people are going, well, 80 kind of removes a bunch of what I'm trying to achieve with them. And that's where I found, that 70 to 75, try in there and see where they sit for you. Oh, should I be telling people that Reddit blogs is where I get some of my info?
Well, you got to be able to connect with people that are doing similar work.
Yeah, and doing the products. You got the guys right there. Hey, and I got to say, some of those blogs, man, some of the big words those people use and the science degrees they got, yikes. What?
Some of the big words they say, yeah.
Well, yeah.
You also have to have a good filter on there for what's bad information. But
yeah. Well, that's part of my PTSD made me so I don't trust a lot of people. So people spout stuff out, and then I go check the published studies. I just look it up.
Yeah.
Right. Because if there's not a trail to follow, I don't want to really be the blazer. Right. There's people that have been blazing it for years. Thanks to the first humanoid that ate the one that killed somebody, and then they learned don't eat that one. Thank you. Somebody had to make the mistakes before it got to where we are now. And I'm quite happy with not being the guy pushing through the forest.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Cindy, you said there's a licensed grower in Windsor.
Well, a licensed producer. I can't remember the name of them. Like they're up the road from me. The name is escaping me, but they're Health Canada approved. They grow and did studies for Health Canada. Yeah.
Well, I'm out in Nova Scotia in May. It'd be really cool if I could get to go meet them and see see their operation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they do tours quite yet. They might for somebody that is in the whole mushroom growing field. When I was there as a possible participant, so they didn't really show us much at all. But I mean, I got to look through the window, see some racks that they had up where they were preparing to grow. They were in between grows at that point in time. And a lot of them now create the synthetic 4-ACO-DMT and work with that versus working with psilocin. Because what they were doing at first is they were growing the psilocybin, extracting the psilocin, and using the psilocin for studies. And I believe now they make 4-ACO-DMT and use that for a lot of the studies.
I think there's a company that I met a few times at the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference that were doing that. They were making psilocybin capsules to try and have a consistent dosage between for studies.
Psilocin capsules. Or because the extracted psilocybin is psilocin, correct?
Yeah.
So psilocin capsules, or
trying to recall it. Is it Therasil or Therasil's?
Therasil does the training. I don't know if they create the product as well.
It must be.
Honestly, I don't know. I know a little bit about the Therasil training, but I don't know if they're doing like creating product and doing the studies as well or not. I mean, like later on today or tomorrow, I'll literally walk up the road and I'll take a picture of the name on the thing and I'll send it to you in the chat that the three of us have going on. Because that's honestly the only way I'm going to remember the name.
You going to be in Nova Scotia in May?
He's going to be in Nova Scotia in May. Yeah. No, I was gonna throw hints, right? That we should get together and have a cacao.
That would be very.
It would be awesome, yeah.
It's just so cool to meet different producers and see the work that they're doing. I just want to get mushroom medicines out to people, and
absolutely,
whether it's
gourmet or it's important. It's healing. It's it's like we've said a few times. The gut healing. Everything starts in the gut. So
it was weird. Prior to COVID, I had been introduced to some people that were they were involved in the mushroom growing business. One of the gentlemen was from Europe. The guy that I can't remember his name. He had a whole bunch of videos and quite a brainiac aspect on it. And they had a bunch of UBC engineers working in there where they were making a tumbler that they would put the substrate in that slowly tumbled and kept the heat going, and they could inoculate while it was going. And then they would hang these, they built these big cages that they would hang the inoculated product in and grow. They like big special, like they sunk a lot of money into this place. And they just got like a $3 million investment when COVID hit, and everything just went boom. And then one of the guys grabbed the money and took off, and the scientist guy went back to his homeland. And I just went, "You guys had a genius idea here. What happened?"
A setup like that had to, what was it, mostly oysters that you were producing?
Their whole thing was about being able to have this thing turning, because it was huge. It was the size of a big couch, the drum, full of the stuff, and they'd inoculate. So they were able to inoculate huge amount, like industrial amounts, and get them. I got invited in because I'm one of those guys that can track things and fix things. Right. And they brought me in, and that was my first introduction to anybody actually doing anything like that. But theirs was all like I can't remember the name of the company. They were going onto the marketplace and getting investment and going to do this revolutionary way of industrial inoculation, but being completely consistent, I guess, because it's all in the one tub.
Because I did see a big tumbler machine that sounds a lot like you were describing, but it wasn't tumbling loose substrate. It was tumbling the grow bags. Once they had been inoculated, they get inoculated, sealed, put into a big long tumbler about the size of the couch, and that would mix them evenly.
Oh, I wonder if
Come out the
that
other
might have
side.
been. See, that might have been stage 2, because when I was in there, they were getting universities kids to come in and try and program. Oh, we need to slow the tumbler down. Okay, we need to. They were coming in. They were writing the programs for making this whole thing work. It was actually pretty amazing to watch. I was just like, yeah, this is really weird, but thank you, universe. This is it's a cool introduction to something that I would further end up walking into that realm.
Well, sadly, we've come to a time that, yeah, we're there.
Oh,
You look shocked.
thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment. Wow, I can't. Are you serious?
Yeah. We still have like another minute or two, but yeah, we're at that time that, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, wow, this has been awesome, brother. This has been great. Thanks for hanging out here with Rev Cindy. Oh, Nathaniel. And myself, Steve. Join us again next week for another awesome and informative Mushy Moment.
Bye, folks.
Much love.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate now. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch 'em grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. High on love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. the stories of the healing found. With every puff we sow the seeds in this fight. We fulfill our needs. High on love we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the start and watch them grow. Nurture drinks that last aflow.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. No cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for heaven.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach, and welcome to the big broadcast today. For those of you who have a photographic memory, you're going to love this show as we talk about some of the exciting events from the history of the cannabis movement, the marijuana movement, the hemp legalization movement. Because on the program today, we have a variety of information we're going to be sharing from a fantastic book written by an amazing author. We've also got a great author on the program as a joint host today, Al Byrne. Al is a brilliant writer, and he's also written about the history of the cannabis movement. And he has a book that you can find on Amazon as well. I'll let him share that with you when he gets a minute. And then also running the controls today and also acting as another joint host on the big broadcast is our friend from Canada, Al Graham. And do remember that anytime you hear the word joint on the big on the big broadcast, make it a point to hit your pipe, your bong, your vaporizer, or your joint and take time for him. Al Graham, why don't you let the audience know about the amazing guest we have joining us on the program today?
Our guest today, Malcolm, I would think Al Byrne should introduce him. Al knows a lot more about it than I do. And
I'm sorry, maybe I've been hitting my pipe a little too
I
low.
think so. I think so.
I'm good, Al Byrne. You're awfully quiet today. Speak up and say hi.
I'll make up for that later on, Casper. Thank you all. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here with you guys as always. Again, folks, Casper and I worked for years on Time for Hemp before his retirement. And we've brought him back from retirement, on kind of me from retirement as well, to do a couple of things with Time for Hemp, one of which you'll be involved with pretty quick. Time for Hemp has an incredible archive of interviews such as this with people from, if you will, the past, doctors, nurses, researchers, activists, advocates, not just from the United States, but really from other countries. And we thought that archive was so valuable, we needed to bring it back for the new generations, if you will. And we're hoping that people that are a lot less than the guys you see on the screen will join us, spread the word on what we're talking about, and enjoy our archives. And mixed in with the archive information that we're going to present over the years, we're going to have new interviews such as today. And one of these fellows that we're bringing up is another old guy like us, but this is sort of a historical beginning for the show. His name is Malcolm McKinnon. Some may remember him as Dan Sky. He used that pseudonym when he was the editor-in-chief of High Times magazine. Malcolm and I have worked together for decades, I guess. And I'm going to let him tell you about his life history here with the cannabis plant. He's a nationally known photographer. You'll see a lot of his work on this show. Excellent stuff. A lot of work that is impressive, not just of people, but of plants and places that Malcolm has visited and traveled through, which is extensive. So Malcolm, why don't you come on and introduce yourself, please?
Well, thank you, Al. I really appreciate it. I just don't like the old guy stuff, but everything else I agree with. Okay.
Well, listen, man, your hair and my hair, we at least got some. I mean, look at Casper. Come on.
I had white hair when I was 30 years old. Okay, so you can't really tell the difference. No, thanks so much, man. It's so great to be on Time for Hemp. Casper, I've known who you are and Time for Hemp for years and years. I started with High Times back in 1991, and man, you were on the scene, one of the first media broadcasts that was exclusively about cannabis. So thanks again for having me on the show. Really appreciate it. Al, I released my book late last year, not in time for Christmas, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that 2024 is going to be a great year. The name of the book is Pot Shots, The Journey of a High Times Photographer, which is me. And it covers my 25-year history with High Times, where I photographed pretty much everything in the cannabis movement. I've been very, very, fortunate. And some people have called me, the premier photographer of the cannabis movement, which I'm certainly not going to disagree with. But it's been quite a journey. I mean, I interviewed celebrities, interviewed all the leaders, all the icons of cannabis. And, I also got to participate in the Lakota Hemp Project, where the Indians on the Pine Ridge Reservation first tried to grow hemp back in 2000. So I was part of the Lakota Hemp Project and also was part of the Navajo Hemp Project. Cannabis has taken me on a journey that I never would have expected, because I came to New York as an actor in 1976, and I was never discovered. So, and I went on to the fitness industry, and I was the fitness director for New York sports clubs for years. I was also a top aerobics instructor, and I traveled to Japan and taught people in Japan, and I was part of the pro Reebok team. And after a while, I said, this is my life. This is not what I expected. And then, of course, you mentioned earlier Peter Gorman. Before we went on the air, he was a longtime friend. Peter and I met each other when he was a cook in a restaurant on the Upper East Side, and I was a waiter. And we stayed friends for years. And in 1990, he invited me to be the photographer for my first story for High Times. And he was very, very generous to allow me to do that. And here, 25 years later, I became this, iconic photographer. And like I say, I've photographed just about everything, all the major leaders of the movement, the icons. And, this book has 330 photos. It's over 200 pages. And it's not chronological. It kind of goes through chapters of what's important in the cannabis movement. There are chapters on hemp. There are chapters that focus on the lovely models that I've shot. There are gardens, there are individual buds. So I encourage everybody to check it out. It's a great book. PotShotsBook.com will take you there. Potshots Book. And you can, order this book on Amazon or on Kindle. So anyway, thanks again for having me.
I'm certainly glad you mentioned Peter Gorman. Another one of the guys that did so much for us. Peter's gone now.
Yeah,
he's well remembered by everybody. If you worked with Peter as we did, you had to respect the man in so many different ways. He's great.
He's an amazing man. First of all, he was a top chef. I mean, he truly was very, very gifted. Great writer. And he left High Times, and his heart was in the Amazon. And he was a senior editor for High Times, eventually became the executive editor of High Times. And he went down to the Amazon, became an ayahuascadero, where he was taking people on ayahuasca journeys. And Peter studied ayahuasca. He wasn't one of these fly-by-night, doofuses that go down there and get all the rich people. He did it in a very, very honest way, and he had real strong connections in Peru where he did these kind of things. So yeah, Peter is going to be missed. He was a great writer, a great friend. Yeah.
Photos of him in your book?
No, but it doesn't focus on the High Times people so much. I certainly acknowledge Peter in the book in the acknowledgments, but it was more about me outside the office. I'll tell you one thing about High Times. I was always glad to get out of the office, and I traveled over 1 million miles on assignment. Went all over the place. I was always glad to get out of the office. So to me, the book is about being outside the office and meeting all the wonderful people in cannabis. And believe me, what a cross-section of people, from growers to dealers to smugglers, all the people I met and respected. I mean, these were really righteous people. They were outlaws in the very best sense of the word. So yeah, as I say, High Times afforded me more opportunities than I could have possibly imagined as far as living life. I mean, it was over a third of my life. High Time is having some problems now. I know you probably guys are aware of that. It's in the news. They're going into receivership, which means they are selling off the assets. So I don't know where this is going to end up, but it's kind of sad. It's it's like the story of the entire publishing industry, though. So many magazines have gone under over the past 20 years because of the internet and because people don't read magazines anymore. So that's kind of where things are at.
Yeah, well, High Times is an icon of its own. I mean, really.
The other aspect of it, let me interrupt you for a minute. The other aspect of it is the AI. I know Sports Illustrated laid off like 2/3 of its staff and is now having the magazine written by AI and illustrated by AI. Just like the Hollywood strike was sometimes, in some ways, by the writers focused on not using AI scripts.
Mm-hmm.
And so not only are people not reading as much the printed magazine that comes to the newsstands or to all the cities, when they do read, they read online, and then oftentimes what they read online was written by AI and not a human. Right. So I can see on many fronts why it is that High Times magazine is now downsizing.
Well, also, it's not downsizing. High Times has made some terrible decisions over the last 7 years since I left, and I'm not saying that I was it went downhill from when I left, but it did. I mean, it certainly did. They made terrible decisions afterward. They moved out to California. Why? I'll never know. When the entire industry, I told you, it's going to be on the East Coast. We have more people here on the East Coast between Boston and Washington than California. We have 20 million, 30 million more people on the East Coast. So, and it's going to be legal. So why are we moving the company? So they moved out the West Coast, and you've seen what's happened in California. It's been a disaster. The entire rollout of marijuana there. All this revenue they expected to get, well, they overregulated the damn place. And so, it's not what they expected. Everybody's gone back to the black market, and which I'm all for, by the way. So,
Malcolm, tell us about Alex White Plume.
Alex lives on the Pine Ridge Reservation. He was one of the leaders of the Lakota Hemp Project. And for 3 consecutive years, they grew hemp on the Pine Ridge Reservation. And each time they were raided by the feds. The first time in 2000, the feds came in with automatic weapons, with a helicopter, a major force, show of force, an operation that had to cost about $500,000. They had the BIA there, they had the FBI, the DEA, all to raid a small little hemp field. And so and the funny part is about this, they dragged away the hemp, all the hemp to the trucks, dragged it away, and they scattered seeds all over the place. So hemp started growing immediately the next year everywhere. But Alex, they finally slapped an injunction against Alex to make him stop growing hemp, and finally in 2015 the restrictions were lifted, and the White Plumes do grow hemp. But Alex is a leader on the reservation. He was the tribal president for a couple of years, and he's been very, very active in the hemp scene. His late wife, Deborah White Plume, was a major force. She was also involved in the hemp, but she was also fought uranium interests. She was part of the pipeline protests. Deborah White Plume passed away a couple of years ago, and the White Plumes were a force and remain a force on the reservation. Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that the Lakota in their treaty with the United States government was given the right to grow hemp. And isn't that what Alex leaned on?
Absolutely. It's the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. That they were all land for number one between I forget the Powder River and the Platte, something that was all designated as Indian land, which was never supposed to be encroached upon. Well, we know how that all worked out, and they were encouraged to grow the crops of the day. What are the crop of the day back then? Hemp. So that was one of the major arguments that the Lakota had. You have to remember, in 2000, the tribe passed a tribal ordinance that allowed growing hemp, and the feds disregarded that and came in force 3 years in a row.
Yeah, I remember all that. It was sad, and I thought that tribe was remarkably brave facing down the federal government. I was glad that nobody went to jail, but nevertheless, that could help the economy of that Indian nation.
Yeah, Al, that was the whole point. To get some kind of economic sovereignty on the reservation. That was what the whole thing was about. And the thing is, I'll tell you, this was becoming a real issue for the Indians to once again come together and fight the federal government. And I think the government was a little bit nervous about how this was ending up, because I know Alex at one time said if the feds come in again, they're going to come in and we're going to block all the roads so they can't get out. So that's how serious things were getting. And I said, wow, man, I got to be there for this. It's going to be, it's going to be Wounded Knee number 2,
I know, like right here in Canada, there's the issue of sovereign cannabis with First Nations and our legal cannabis here in Canada.
Yeah.
And they want to have that right to be able to have their own system outside of the legal system, and they're fighting for it, and some of them are being very, very successful on it.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of tribes that are growing successfully, and there are a lot of that also goes for recreational cannabis. There are dispensaries on the Pine Ridge Reservation now, but there's also a lot of corruption going on. There are a lot of outside entities coming on the reservation, and there have been problems, in a number of reservations. As far
as well, let's put up some of Dan Sky's film pictures and let him tell us about them.
Okay. All right, I will do that. Just a minute here. We'll start with this one. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, Malcolm, I always wanted to ask you this question. So here's my time. Why did you use that pseudonym?
Well, it was funny. When I first was working for High Times, I was covering the New Age scene, which I found extremely funny and entertaining. And so I went out in Sedona. I did a number of stories out in Sedona, and I came back. Somebody gave me a New Age tape, and it was called Skydance. And the art director, who is a rock and roller, just laughed about it. Started calling me Skydance, so I just reversed it, Dan Sky. That's as simple as that.
Well, there you go, guys. Now we know.
Now we know.
What do we got on the screen there, Malcolm?
This is the first recreational harvest of New York City. This was happened in 2022. Yeah, 2022. This was the very last feature I did for High Times magazine. I was published in 5 different decades for High Times. 5 different decades. Wow. If I was Gordie Howe, if it was hockey, I'd be Gordie Howe. Okay. So yeah, this was my last feature for them. This was in October up in Poughkeepsie, New York, and these guys had it going on, man. So this is a tremendous, beautiful October morning. I was so pleased. I got up on their water tower and shot this shot. Yeah, great. Nice. Thanks for showing
Very
that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. I tell you, photography is the best. I mean, my dad had a farm. First thing I do in the morning is smoke a joint, walk out on his farm, and take shots of all kinds of things. It is the best. I mean, I've been doing photographs since the late 70s, I guess. So yeah, I just enjoy it so much. A shot there, Casper?
I'm coming up next. I'm learning how to operate these highfalutin.
Okay. Oh, this was taken. This is the highest photograph I've ever taken. This was taken in near Alma, Colorado, which is actually the highest incorporated city in the United States. And Alma has a great dispensary called High Country Healing. And the owner took me up about 2,000 feet higher. This is about 14,000 feet So we shot this, and that's a bristlecone pine tree in the background, one of the oldest living plants on Earth. It lives to 2,000 years old and can survive in the harshest climates. So, yeah, this was a wonderful shot, the highest shot I've ever taken.
Where'd you get the buds?
The buds were from the dispensary, man. I'll tell you, I depended on dispensaries and growers and dealers for the buds. I mean, seriously, I've never been a grower, so I depended on the kindness of strangers.
Well, they sure gave you a big pile of nice-looking buds.
Yeah.
Then.
I saw lots
Exactly.
of buds, man. I tell you.
So I suppose when you were taking pictures of this plant, it's a plant, folks. You got to sample some of it?
Oh, always. That's part of it. I mean, I traveled with lots of pot that was given to me. This is a picture of Cheech and Chong when they reunited. Took this picture in 2008. Those are fake plants, but I wanted to show Tommy is one of the icons that I note in my book. There are 4 of them that I mentioned, and Tommy's one of them. And this is Cheech and Chong 2008 at the Troubadour when they were reuniting as an act. And this was, and I shot them for the cover about an hour after this. So Cheech and Chong.
I got to see Tommy about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Tommy is real. That's why his appeal is so great. I mean, you're getting what you see. Tommy is the nicest celebrity you will ever meet, friendly to everyone.
Yeah,
he was penalized for doing the job.
That's right. 2003, he was arrested in the Operation Green Merchant for selling bongs on the internet. This is Dennis Perone, also one of the icons that I mentioned. Dennis, of course, is the father of medical marijuana. He was a huge San Francisco activist, started the compassion clubs, the first compassion club in the country in San Francisco. He died about 3 or 4 years ago. I photographed him at his home in San Francisco. Truly one of the remarkable people who knew politics, uncanny ability to talk to all kinds of people and get things done. He was principally responsible, not principally, but certainly one of the architects of Prop 215, which legalized medical marijuana.
No, I need to rephrase that. He was the architect of 215. Dr. Todd Vickeria helped a lot. I understand that. But I can say that for a fact.
Thank you.
I sat and listened in on conversations between Jack Hare and Dennis Perone. Jack Hare would argue, Dennis, you're wrong. We got to do it on hemp. The country doesn't know about hemp paper. They don't know about hemp fuel. They don't know about hemp clothes. And Dennis would say, that's old history, Jack. They do know about it. What they don't know about is how you need it for medical, how you need it for your arthritis, how you need it. And they don't realize that all cannabis use is medical cannabis. Medical cannabis use, and you don't understand, Jack. You're not going to legalize it on just hemp. And Jack would say, Dennis, you're wrong. Medical cannabis is old school. Everybody knows about that. They got to make it for the fuel. If we do it for the fuel, Dennis, we'll be able to legalize this. And they went back and forth and back and forth. And I sat and listened and listened and listened. And Dennis said, well, you watch, Jack. And then Dennis began Proposition P with Dr. Todd Vickeria and a few others, and then they followed it with Proposition 215 with the help of Lynette Shaw and a handful of others. But the whole brainchild of the medical cannabis movement is Dennis Perone. I love Dennis. He's one of my heroes. I was blessed to have had a friendship with him, blessed to have smoked with him, blessed to have learned from him. And I hope that my archive is used to help maintain his memory, his voice, and his knowledge. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, when he said, you know, like I said, he said that all, he said that all cannabis use is medical. It always leads me to the my thought that why do we smoke? We don't smoke to get high. We don't smoke to get buzzed. We smoke to feel better, right? We smoke to feel good. So I always said that, you know, I always said high times should be better times, you know. Some.
I think that's important to bring up, Malcolm, because that whole idea that we're all just stoners and we can't do anything, and that's such a misnomer. I'm glad you mentioned that. And I agree. And I understand Dennis's comment about all use is medical, because it is a relaxant. It makes you feel good. Well, if you feel good, that's what being healthy is about.
Exactly.
I mean, to me, it's pretty friggin' obvious, you know, but he said it, and he said it right. Yep.
Well, and I can tell you, it's an interesting position to be in now that I'm almost 100, right? to realize that I was able to sit in on those conversations with two great people like Dennis Perone and Jack Hare and listen to them have such a debate.
Sure. Well, see if you can
Oh,
get a picture of Jack. I used certainly the icon. I started off my book with Jack Hare. I met Jack in 1994 at the first meeting of the Hemp Industry Association in 1994. And then in 1995, spent a week with him in Los Angeles, photographing me in a number of locations, and became some classic photos that I took of him. Jack,
I'll bring that photo up here in a minute. But right now, I'm just curious about this one.
Oh, this is Alex Whiteplume. This is with his grandson, and they're planting hemp. This was in 2001 at the second hemp planting. And this ran in High Times. I thought this was a very, very heartwarming photo. I mean, just simplicity, and so he was just helping his grandson grow hemp. And so, yeah, thanks for showing that.
Well, and I think it also demonstrates the importance of sharing this information from generation to generation.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Completely agree with you, Casper.
And then, let's see.
It's all part of history.
This one, I got to admit, I am a dog lover, and I fell in love with this when I saw it.
All right. Here we go. Oh, this was taken up in Humboldt County, and that's the Pacific out there in the distance. But yeah, I was shooting this 23-pound bale, and the dog dashed into the photo while I was shooting, and I was just lucky, man. And those are of course wonderful mushrooms in the foreground.
Nice.
Part of my display. And yeah, that was taken by some great growers up in Humboldt County who helped me so much in so many ways. It showed me took me tours of Humboldt County gardens. So many, they were so generous. The people in Humboldt County who toured me around were the best. I mean, they are a breed unto themselves. They really are. Trinity County is even weirder, though. Trinity County is, Northern California, something else. I took this, obviously, in the Hollywood Hills. And the story behind this, I was taking the shot, and I had an LAPD helicopter come over and hover over us. He took off, came back a second time, and we continued to shoot. Third time, I said, I'm not taking any chances. He just hovered there. He couldn't land because it's very, very hilly country. But I had to get close enough to the Hollywood sign with a wide-angle lens so I could shoot this. And I shot this. There's the date, 1997. Scene, herb, take a hit, roll one. So that was a classic shot. Truly was. Took some risk, but I didn't really feel but it was weird having the helicopter hover right over us, and I covered it up with my reflector, and then I had my assistant, the guy who was helping me that day, just pretend like he was posing as a model, and so he had his shirt off because it was a very hot day, and so he just posed, and I took a few shots like we were doing that. So yeah, that's what happened.
You had an interesting path, I must say, in all of your work. I don't know how you were lucky enough to be led from point A to point B, but it certainly is an amazing journey. I can say that.
Made a lot of friends, that's for sure. I mean, I'm a curious person, so I'm always interested in people, and like I said, the cross section of people in the cannabis industry is amazing, all their backgrounds. This is Alex Whiteplume's daughter, Rosebud Whiteplume. Now, this was the result of after the 2000 raid, when the feds dragged the plants away, seeds were just scattered everywhere. So this field was planted by the elements, by nature. And so Rosebud dressed up in a jingle dress, and she went and posed in this for me because we were still covering the Lakota Hemp Project because it was ongoing. And Rosebud posted with a traditional jingle dress. She's married now. She's got 8 kids now. But she's something else. She's an amazing person. She's still doing what her mother was doing, Deborah Whiteplume, still doing the work. Lester Grinspoon. I shot this up at his retirement community a few years before he died, and he had never posed with cannabis in his life. But I asked him, would you mind doing it just for the record, just doing it? And he said, yeah, why not? So we went out into the courtyard of his retirement community, and he sat there, and I shot this photo. One of the nicest men you could possibly imagine. And it truly gave our movement unassailable credibility, because how do you argue with this guy, a medical professor from Harvard? And he was the guy who wrote these books and was anti-cannabis until he did the research, and then he said, boy, we have been duped. That was his whole.
Yeah.
That was his entire life. We have been doing.
And then his son.
Yeah, David. Yeah, has taken his mantle. Absolutely.
I was blessed to have had him as a guest on my show a few times, and each time it was because that he and Al were very good friends, and Al brought him to the show. But over the period of 2 or 3 years, Lester and I became friends as well. He had a very keen sense of humor.
Oh, he did. Well, listen, I asked him. I did a big feature article, cover story on pot and sex, and so I interviewed him. What do you think? Is pot an aphrodisiac? And he was just the most wonderful interview on the whole thing. He had a ball with it. He really did. He was great.
He was. I was on active duty. I was out in the Indian Ocean, and there's a lot of extra time out there. And I did read his book. That really got me interested in medical cannabis. What was it? Marijuana Reconsidered, I believe is the name of it.
That's right.
And he intrigued me. And I'm proud to say the last interview that Dr. Grinspoon did, I did it. And he was just as you say. He was funny, gracious, and of course, if people don't know about Dr. Grinspoon, he was the best friend, I guess, of Carl Sagan.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So this man had some power. Although in my interview, I asked him again. I talked to him before about this. He was persecuted rather badly by the university.
Yeah.
And in fact, he said in that last interview that because of his advocacy for medical cannabis, which resulted from use of it by his son when sick, he was passed over for full professorship.
Yeah.
The guys, just an injustice, total injustice.
Even up here in Canada, I've even got a Lester Grinspoon story, and how Lester helped me educate a lot of people at cafes through the documentaries that he was featured in.
Oh, there's so many people.
Partially because of that, he was also part of a cannabis report that was done in our local newspaper, where our local reporter reached out to him, and he was able to get an interview with him that was almost a full page in our local paper.
Yeah, yeah.
And Al, unless I'm mistaken, that last interview that you did with him, that he did for posterity, aired on Time for Him.
What do we got there, Malcolm? Besides some really nice looking females.
This was taken at the gardens of B.E. Smith in Trinity County. B.E. was a major advocate in New York, in California, and he served, I think, 18 months in jail for growing, and he went right back to growing when he got out of jail. I always like shooting into the sun. I get very, very few photos that work out, but you never know what you're going to get. And in this particular photo, I used a flash and shot into the sun, and I got this tremendous photo. And I always made this kind of use whenever I show this photo, I use biblical references. I don't know how you can deny it. I mean, seriously, beautiful sun. Nature. I love it. Yeah.
No, well, that's true. That's one of the things that Jack convinced me of when I first became a participant in the hemp and marijuana hemp legalization prohibition movement. Wow. Thank you, Jack. Was that it really is a gift from God that this one plant can create all the creature comforts that we as human needs, clothing, food, plastics, anything. And then it also creates amazing food that is good for us to survive and to grow on. And then it gives us all this great medication. So I do agree with you, Malcolm. It is a gift from God, and to use a biblical reference with this image is the right thing to do.
And also, Casper, the other thing is it makes us laugh. One thing that used to annoy the shit out of me is when people say, we have to be more serious about marijuana. I mean, we have to be serious. I mean, I don't like Tommy Chong. Tommy Chong is bad for the movement. I mean, we have to be more serious. We can't be stoners. I said, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that pot makes you happy. I mean, you enjoy life a little bit more. People laugh. What are you talking about? We have to, smoke and be serious and medicating. No, I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate it.
Well, and then the other thing, I remember watching a documentary on how laughter can heal all types of different diseases and problems in the body.
Well, how many times have you really just burst out laughing at something and you laugh so hard you think you're not going to be able to stop laughing? Afterwards, you're like, oh my God. It was great. Seriously, it's the truth.
Well, it sure looks like the guy in this picture is laughing.
Yeah, Joe Rogan. Yeah, I photographed him on a. He was did a little article on Eddie Bravo, who was a martial artist, and so Joe was his foil, and Eddie performed all these martial arts moves on him. And so we were sitting on a great big, I forget what, I can't even think of the name, but on a great big white canvas that I was shooting on. And so they were taking a few bong hits. I asked Joe, I said, you mind? You mind? And he was very, very cool about it. I'm not really a big fan of Joe Rogan, but he's a nice enough guy. I remember at the time, I'll just tell this quick story. He was talking about how bad Sarah Palin was as a vice presidential candidate. And I said, he said, she's got 6 kids. How can she be a vice presidential candidate? I said, well, men have children too. And he got very, very angry at me.
Well, one thing is for certain about Joe, he is very smart. And he knows how to do an excellent interview. He knows how to get the right questions at the right time.
Yeah, to a point. He's he's a good interviewer and so forth and so on. But I think he's completely. I think he can be very, very dangerous with some of the people he allows on the air. So that's kind of how I feel about Joe. I don't think he's necessarily a responsible journalist.
What's the next picture we got going here, Casper?
I'm getting there. I think people are going to recognize this one here. He's a friend, I gotta say, of Martha Stewart.
Snoop. Snoop Dogg. Yeah, he was backstage. This was at a 420 event in 2013 in Denver, and I was backstage with him. He was Michael Kennedy, the principal shareholder of High Times, was backstage with him, and so I took a number of shots of Snoop doing what he does best, smoke pot. He was very, very nice. I got some video of him we were doing the Cannabis Cup at the time. Very, very friendly. Ran into him a couple times in my travels, and he's Snoop. He represents.
So Malcolm, what we're in the middle of your photos. These are remarkable photos. I mean, that's just excellent. The plants, the people. How did you get the skill? Where'd you get? How'd you get into this?
I'll tell you. I started out with a snapshot camera, and I was taking some very, very fine shots with a snapshot camera. With old 110 cartridge film. My wife bought me a camera in 1982 at Christmas, and I started shooting everything in sight. I never took a photography class. I read a number of photography books. I read magazines. I looked at all kinds of photos, and I shot everything I could shoot. And I didn't have anything published professionally until 1989. And it took me a long, long time to really think that I think I know what I'm doing. And that wasn't until like the 2000s. I mean, I had a lot of successful shots. It takes you a long time to really feel like I know what I'm doing. I can go into a situation. I can pull this shot off. Yeah, it was a long haul. I was very, very fortunate to have High Times to get published in. When I first worked for High Times, I wasn't all that interested in staying with the magazine. I was more interested in having my photos published. But as time went on for High Times, I have to write as well. So I became a very, very prolific writer. I wrote more features than anybody nearly in the history of magazine. I did hundreds of interviews with all kinds of different people. So I had opportunities at High Times. I took advantage of every single one. I was an ambitious person. I remain that way. This is, of course, Woody Harrelson. And I was, like I said, I was very ambitious. I jumped on this story. This is when he purposely grew hemp in Kentucky. He bought a 1/4 acre of land in Beattyville, way out in the country. And he planted 4 seeds and orchestrated his own arrest. So this was 1996. And so this took 4 years to move through the courts. And he was eventually acquitted in 2000. And he was acquitted, coincidentally, on the same day that the feds came in and raided Alex White Plume's first crop. Now, you ask me, is that a coincidence? I don't think so. It was very, very intentional to show that we're still in control. So Woody was acquitted by a jury, and that same day, Alex White Plume was raided. So this shot was taken in June 1st, 1996. I remember the date well, and he was arrested shortly after. So so they called the police, and they showed up, and so it was
it's also my understanding that I don't know. This is good because we have someone who's right there on hand, and I'm on the phone with the people involved to see if this is correct. It's Gateway Galbraith was involved with all of this, and it's my understanding that Woody got involved with hemp movement, the marijuana movement, because of his friendship with Willie Nelson. And he also met Gatewood, who was a friend of Willie Nelson as well. And it was their support of Gatewood's campaign for governor of the state of Kentucky that led Woody to get involved like he did in the state. And it was Gatewood who helped hypnotize Woody. Is that correct?
Gatewood pointed him toward Joe Hickey, who was trying to restart the Kentucky Hemp Growers Association that had been out of business since the 1940s. And Jake Graves, who had actually grew hemp during the 40s, during the World War II, was an old hemp farmer. He was involved in that. So I think he was pointed toward that group by Gatewood. I knew Gatewood pretty well and got to travel with him on his bus and smoke joints with him. And what a great guy. He came up to the High Times office a couple times. One of the nicest guys around. Yeah, but Gatewood was a very, very big influence on Woody as far as the hemp situation in Kentucky goes, because I don't know if people know, but Kentucky was the biggest hemp producer in the country in the 1800s into the 1900s. So, yeah.
I bet Gatewood at 91, I think it was, at the San Francisco Earth Day Fair. It might have been 1990. And he and I were in High Times magazine together. That was my first time featured it. John Holston did an article about Time for Hemp, and Gatewood and I were in that in the photograph. Gatewood was a huge champion of Time for Hemp broadcast. He was the most reoccurring guest on the show. He sent money to help keep it going. Oh, one of my best friends. I was blessed to have known him.
Great guy. Me too. No, seriously.
Yeah, I had him. I invited him, and he was very generous. He came and speak at a normal conference, right about when you're talking, Casper, in 90, 91, someplace in there. And the thing that I admired about him too, people maybe don't remember, like, well, we do, but Gatewood took off in an old Mercedes-Benz sedan, driving thousands of miles, and he used hemp as the fuel. And I thought that was an excellent demonstration of the plant's ability to function in yet another fashion that it's still viable today. It's still a good fuel, but hemp, that, I don't know what he called it, a hemp mobile or something like that. Yeah, but it got a lot of press. It did a lot of good. And he was, as you guys have said, he was unique. He was special.
He died far too young of pneumonia. You know. Yeah, this was taken outside of Las Vegas in Red Rock Canyon. I went out early in the morning and I bought a dump truck and a earth mover in Walmart the night before, and went out early in the morning and shot this stoned quarry, I called it. It was, the only problem with this, there was a lot of breeze that morning, and I lost probably an entire ounce of pot, which of course I had to pay for. A very expensive photo shoot. But yeah, this was a fun shot to take.
That's a fun shot.
Yeah, lying on the ground first thing in the morning out in the desert. What else we got, Casper?
Well, I think that's all of them, but this last one here, just a minute here. Let's see.
All right.
Screen, select window. And I think we all kind of recognize this guy.
Jack. This is during that week in January 1995 when I spent a week with him at his apartment. I have never, it was like Grand Central Station. I mean, there are so many people coming in and out of his apartment. Anyway, we went out, we shot on Palisades Park overlooking the Pacific. It took a few shots out there, one that landed on the cover of High Times. And then that night, I shot this in his bedroom. And I didn't have the right equipment, so I took one of his lamps out in the living room, one of those, tall living room lights, and I pointed it toward his face, and I got lucky, man. I mean, this is an iconic shot. I mean, it's been used over and over and over in so many different ways. But this
well, as a matter of fact, I've used it. I don't know if you know that or not. Here,
and you haven't paid me? Wait a minute.
Marijuana, the hemp plant, was our Earth's #1 paper, fiber, and fuel. All our sales, ropes, books, Bibles, maps, covered wagons, towels, diapers until about this century. Imagine 85% of history wasn't taught to us, but they made us learn about jute and sisal and flax and reindeer and cotton. But when almost all of it was hemp until the middle of the last century. It's a wonderful system that we have, that we put our kids in jail for growing a plant that is the best medicinal that nobody's ever died from. That federal judge Francis Young said is the safest therapeutically active substance known to man. And this is what we put people in jail for. A medicine that's the best medicine that we know of on earth for chemotherapy, nausea, for multiple sclerosis, for asthma. So my own children are asthmatics, and my children smoke pot for their asthma, and it worked, and it saved them. My kids are in the top 2% of the class. I hope to teach everybody this information, and I hope to make the enemies madder at the system that didn't teach them anything than at us, who went to teach them all about what paper was, what fiber was, what fuel. You can make all this stuff naturally, as we once did before, but now at a fraction of the cost, and save the planet with the healthiest plant on earth. And this we've outlawed. The number one plant out of 3.5 million plants for paper, for fiber, for fuel. No more trees cut down. No more trees ever cut down for paper, because you can make much better and healthier and cheaper paper for the earth and the rivers around it out of a plant that's outlawed.
Well, that was a surprise. Oh, goodness. You're going to have to send me that clip. I'm going to post that. All right? You're going to have to send me that. All right?
Do you like that? Really?
I love it. I'll post it on Facebook. People will love it. I guarantee you'll get hundreds of hits. Yeah.
Jack deserves all the recognition we can give him. I just want to point out another fact about Jack. He was an Army veteran. He's a veteran. Dennis Perone was an Air Force veteran. He served in Vietnam. A lot of the leadership of the day, myself included, others that I could mention, Casper Leach, were our veterans. And I've always found that pretty interesting, that in a way I don't, because when people go into the military, they take an oath, and it says that they will serve their country. And there's no expiration date. There's no expiration date to that oath.
Right. That's true.
I think that Dennis and Jack and others of our ilk remembered that there's no expiration date. And I just want the folks out there that might be civilians that don't understand that these men served their country after they served in the military. Very important. Very important.
Certain discipline of thinking that they had that was different from a lot of people. Also the teamwork involved, realizing that it took all of us. That's what the military is about. Yeah.
Well, Malcolm, we're running out of time, but you get last shot, man. Is there something you'd like to say or do that we haven't said or done yet?
Oh, well, I don't know what to say. I mean, like I said, I've always been a disciple of Jack Hare. I'd just like to see it grow everywhere. I'd like to see people grow, buying at vegetable stands in New England, just like they do tomatoes. That's kind of where I'm at. I've always have been. I think it should be deregulated to an extreme. I think we should take the regulations off and let the plant flourish. So that's kind of where I'm at. And
your book name again?
The name of my book is Pot Shots: The Journey of a High Times Photographer. You can get that at potshotsbook.com. Go there. Woody Harrelson, Tommy Chong, and Jorge Cervantes all endorsed the book. I'm so proud of that. And so check it out. And guys, I can't tell you how much this has been a pleasure being with you this afternoon. It's been wonderful. I really appreciate it. The chance to talk about my book and my career. Thanks.
Well, that's reciprocal. We're glad to have you. We're honored and the work you've done over the decades, 5 of them, remarkable, just remarkable. May you continue to do it.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, Casper. Thank you, Al.
Al Graham, any closing remarks?
Yes, I'd like to thank Malcolm for being part of this broadcast and to prove that every picture has a story behind it. Because as a photographer myself, I know exactly, that's what there is. There is a story behind every picture. Right. And thank you for sharing those stories with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Malcolm, it has been a joy to have you as part of our family now. You're part of our archive, which I encourage people at home to visit and check out. And I do encourage you also to go and get Malcolm's book. It makes a great gift for your friends. It also makes a great gift for Christmas any time of the year. And it's something nice to look at when you are taking time for him. That is true. So what we want everybody to now know is that the next time you get a chance to let somebody know around you how important this plan is, remember they are learning something of value that they can share on to others. This plan is a gift from the heavens because it does produce so many different wonderful products like paper, fiber, fuel, medicines, and more. And that's why it's so important that the whole world know that it really is time for him.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help! Yeah.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease, rustling leaves in a vibrant scene, nature's embrace, lily green, that the good times roll and shine. In this golden dawn that you are mine, waves of green under the endless the sky. Roots run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space. We know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine. This golden moment, you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face. Every spirit's in this sacred place. Every laugh shared, every moment we find. With our heartbeat, our souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden moment, you are mine.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space. No stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session. Welcome to the High Vibe Session.
Well, hey, Can fam. How are you today? Nice to have you here. Welcome to episode 4 of High Vibes, Dr. High. It's going to be another fun night. Lots of cool music. Going to do a little bit of educational stuff, some fun stuff, a lot of things for the ladies. I know women in the cannabis industry, and they haven't always had the easiest time of it. And it's pretty sad from my point of view. I think that, everybody's equal here, and there's nothing that can't be accomplished by either sex in the cannabis industry. It's not, it's not one way or the other. It should be open to everybody, and the pathway should be clear, and women shouldn't have to experience sexism or harassment or feel uncomfortable in trying to fulfill their roles in the industry. It's kind of disgusting. So some of the songs tonight are going to be about this. So, but the first one we're going to get into, there's a lot of people out there that swear by RSO or Rick Simpson oil. This is what we're going to listen to first. Done a little tribute to Rick Simpson, his oil, and it's a song about how people are finding the healing with this magical stuff. Let's get into it. RSO Save Me.
doctor said the road was dark and long. Treatments came, but nothing felt strong. In the quiet, I searched for a sign, found a name that lit up my mind. Rick Simpson's tale of healing and fight. A humble man bringing shadows to light. From the earth, an oil so pure, whispers of a natural cure. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky. From the depths I rose anew, grateful for the gift of this healing dew.
Each drop a promise, each day a song. Felt my body growing strong. Nausea faded, appetite returned. In the gentle glow, my spirit burned. Skeptics question, but I believe in nature's arms. I was relieved. Rick's own journey paved the way for souls like mine to find our day. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky. From the depths I rose anew, grateful for the gift of this healing dew.
Now I share this story of mine, hoping others see the sign in the leaves. A chance may be for healing, hope, and harmony. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky.
Well, there it is. RSO saved me. I actually have a bit of a personal story with this. My stepdad was diagnosed with cancer a couple of years ago. I just happened to be living right next door, and he was going through chemo and he was having a really rough time with it. So we got him on some RSO, taking it, and it really did make a big difference for him as far as dealing with the side effects, the nausea and the loss of appetite, and some things like that. So, you know, I've actually seen it work for real for people. Of course, I've spoken to quite a few people who've used RSO and had really incredible stories with it. But I've really only had that one personal experience, which was really good for me to see. So, all right. So I said earlier, we're going to talk about strong women in the cannabis industry, and the roles that they take and the bosses that they are. So this next song that we're going to run through is called Green Queen. It's got some great energy, and I hope you enjoy it.
They call me reckless, they call me wild. Say I don't play like a good girl should. But I got fire, I got style. I run this game like they wish they could. Rolling smoke, stacking gold. Ain't no man gonna take control. I built this throne, I wear the crown. Ain't nobody gonna take me down. I don't bow, I don't break, I don't fold, I don't fake. Ain't no rules I gotta keep. I'm the queen of the green and I don't sleep. I'm the green queen, I make the calls, light it up, watch them all stand tall. I don't chase, I don't beg, I'm 10 steps ahead, got the world in my head. I'm the green queen, bow if you please. I roll in smoke and I move with ease. Stack my paper, play my hand. Ain't no way they'll take my lane. They whisper my name in the underground. Say I got power, say I got sound. I built an empire out of fire and leaves. Turned dirt to diamonds, made the world believe. Ain't no man gave me a damn thing. I made my way, I made them sing. Got respect, got no regret. If they wanna test me, place that. I don't bow, I don't break, I don't fold, I don't fake. Ain't no rules I gotta keep. I'm the queen of the green and I don't sleep. I'm the green queen, I make the calls, light it up, watch them all stand tall. I don't chase, I don't beg, I'm 10 steps ahead, got the world in my head. I'm the green queen, bow if you please. I'm rolling smoke and I move with ease. Stack my paper, play my hand. Ain't no way they'll take my land. No crown, ain't nobody gonna bring me down. No chains, no fear. I run this town, make that clear. I'm the green queen, I make the calls, light it up, watch them all stand tall. I don't chase, I don't beg, I'm 10 steps ahead, got the world in my head. Please, I'm rolling smoke and I move with ease. Stack my paper, play my hand. Ain't no way they'll take my land.
There it is, the Green Queen. Great energy, good message, positive, strong women in the industry. It's good for us. They're 50% of the consumer base for cannabis, so they should represent 50% of the industry as far as I'm concerned. So, all right. When I started this project with the Music for Dr. High, it was about being able to reach out to the community, to communicate the positive message of cannabis, to help break the stigma, to advocate for the benefits of the plant, but it's also to entertain. I mean, we can't be serious all the time. We got to have some fun with it, right? Music's meant to be fun. It's meant to touch us. It's meant to tell the stories that we live, things like that. So the next one is a little mix of hip hop, dubstep, trance. I like this kind of music. It's not what I grew up to, but I really find that it's great for the cannabis culture, As a matter of fact, out of the first 40 songs that I have released, for the top 5 songs are this genre of music. So we're going to get right into it. It's called Real Smokers Only. It's a different vibe, but I think you're going to love it. Let's have some fun. Real Smokers Only.
Clown soaking like me. Short backs, no shit. Safe for no rookies, creeping, banging knives, no feet. Down on Western Omen. It's freaking dumb. You can't keep up, step aside.
Blunts look like fingers, joints like bats. Hit this once, you ain't coming back. Took one dab, now we leaning back. Bro, I'm good, yeah, I know that's cap. Cloud so thick, turn a whip to a sauna. Eyes red as hell, looking straight out of trauma. Too much gas, I ain't feeling my face, but I still roll up, gotta keep up the pace. You talk loud, but your lungs too weak. We burn woods and put ghosts to sleep. This ain't mid, this the top elite. Tap out now or accept defeat.
Big smoke, big lungs, big flex. Wake up high, hit a dab, what's next? No taps, no breaks, no rest. If you ain't about it, then you left.
He took 2 pulls, now we talk about Jesus. Boy, sit down, you ain't ready for demons. Gotta have zip stuffed in a raw cones. You just tryna chill, bitch, go home. Gotta duck the high tea, smelling loud as the pack. Crew stay lit, ain't no falling back. If it ain't white ash, I ain't hitting that. My lungs been trained, this is more than a fact.
More than that, more than that, more than that. 1 hit, 2 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits, sleep.
Too much gas, now we out of the race. I told him pace, but he wanted a taste. Now he's slumped, whole squad in disgrace. Next time, bring lungs, not a fucked up face.
Big flex. Wake up high, hit a dab, what's next? No taps, no breaks, no rest. If you ain't got it, then you left.
This ain't for the part-timers, this that real stoner life. If you ain't smoking like me, don't waste my damn time. This ain't for the part-timers, this that real stoner life. If you ain't smoking like me, don't waste my damn time.
Big smoke, big lungs, big flex. Wake up high, hit a dab, what's next? No taps, no breaks, no rest. If you ain't got it, then you left. Then get left. This ain't for the part-timers. It's that real stoner life. You ain't seen no life. Don't waste my damn time.
Oh, there we go. Real Smokers Only. How'd you like it? You know what? I could see myself in the olden days. It's not part of my life anymore, but when I used to go to the clubs, I used to go to some of the best underground clubs in Detroit. And I could imagine a song like that pumping out of those sound systems, partying and having a good time, people around. And that would have been jamming back then. That's for sure. But those days are over. Anyway, the next song, Sweet Mary Jane, is obviously about our favorite lady. We all love her. If you didn't love her, you probably wouldn't be sitting here listening to me or any of this music. So she's a part of all of our lives. And people use her for many different reasons. Alleviate pain, sleep better, stimulate appetite, to stop shaking, to deal with PTSD, just so many reasons, right? We can't go through them all, but we can definitely listen to a song about one woman's journey with our favorite plant, Sweet Mary Jane.
She walks in slow with fire in her eyes.
little danger, a little disguise. She wraps me up, takes my breath away, leaves me high, makes me wanna stay. Her kiss is smoke, her touch is sin. She pulls me close, then lets me spin. I try to leave, but she pulls me tight. Sweet Mary got me lost tonight. She's the whisper in my veins, the heat in my breath, the rush in my brain. She's the high I never fight. She's the reason I'm feeling right. Sweet Mary takes me higher. She's all that I desire. One taste, one hit, I'm gone. She keeps me burning all night long. Sweet Mary, she's my flame. I call her name. She takes my pain. She's the love I can't deny. Sweet Mary, take me high. She moves like smoke, slides through my hands, leaves me begging, leaves me damn. I know she's trouble, I know she's wild, but I keep coming back like a reckless child. She don't promise, she don't stay. She's the kind of love that fades away, but every night she's back again. Sweet Mary got me falling in. She's the whisper in my veins, the heat in my breath, the rush in my brain. She's the high I never fight. She's the reason I'm feeling right. Sweet Mary takes me higher. She's all that I desire. One taste, one hit, I'm gone. She keeps me burning all night long. Sweet Mary, she's my flame. I call her name. She takes my pain. She's the love I can't deny. Sweet Mary, take me high. I should leave, I should go, but she's got me under her control. One more breath, one last time. Sweet Mary, make me fly. Sweet Mary takes me higher. She's all that I desire. One taste, one hit, I'm gone. She keeps me burning all night long. Sweet Mary, she's my flame. I call her name. She takes my pain. She's the love I can't deny. Sweet Mary, take me high.
Well, that was Sweet Mary Jane. Nice song. I like it. I think it's a story that's probably identifiable to many people out there who are using cannabis medicinally and are finding relief through its inclusion into their day-to-day lifestyle, which is an amazing thing. And I think everybody needs to understand the potential of this plant. It's not for everybody, but it's for many. That's for sure. Okay, so I want to keep moving on with the theme of strong women tonight, women who are getting it done. For a little while last year, I was handling wholesale sales of cannabis accessories, pipes, bongs, papers, grinders, whatever you needed to carry, consume, prepare cannabis, vape it, whatever it was, I sold to dispensaries across Canada. I studied those dispensaries, and I spoke with store owners and store managers, many of who were women. A lot of store managers were women, not so many owners. But I can tell you the dispensary owners that I looked at their dispensaries and kind of evaluated them that were female owned were awesome. They were beautiful. And it's also a great place for women to buy their cannabis because as the reason we're talking about this is because it's kind of shitty out there sometimes for women in the space. And, it's a safe space for them to buy cannabis from women. But I think everybody should buy cannabis from women. Beautiful environment. They look like boutiques, So anyway, this next song, Blowing Smoke, the woman that I envision this song to be about is an independent dispensary owner who's on top of her game, knows her product, knows her clientele, and just is a real boss. So, Blowing Smoke.
Chevy, windows down, let the air feel heavy. Gold on my wrist, smoke on my lips. A queen in the game, I don't trip. They say it's a man's world, let them talk. I just light up and let my money walk. Every bet they placed against me lost. Now I'm the boss, I pay the cost. Told me to sit pretty, stay in my lane. Now they watching while I change the game. They blow high air, I blow high grade. Watch me rise while they fade. Blowing smoke while I'm running the game. You can talk, but you ain't in my lane. Took the heat, turned it into my flame. Now they all wanna chant my name. Blowing smoke while I take what's mine. Roll it up, baby, light that shine. 1 puff, 2 hits, rewind. Ain't no stopping my grind. Took my hits, took my scars, turned them into fire, lit up the stars. Made a name where they said I wouldn't, now they all talking like they knew I could. Burn down doubts, let them turn to ash, I don't chase, I make my own path, did it my way, no permission asked, and I'll keep going till I'm the last. No man, no shame, no fear, no doubt, just a trail of smoke when I'm rolling out. No man, no chain, no fear, no doubt, just a trail of smoke when I'm rolling out. Blowing smoke while I'm running the game. You can talk, but you ain't in my lane. Took the heat, turned it into my flame. Now they all wanna chant my name. Blowing smoke while I take what's mine. Roll it up, baby, light that shine. 1 puff, 2 hits, rewind. Ain't no stopping my grind. Blowing smoke, let the world watch burn. I took my seat, now it's my turn. Blowing smoke, let the world watch burn. Ain't no way I'm ever returning. Blowing smoke while I'm running the game. You can talk, but you ain't in my lane. Took the heat, turned it into my flame. Now they all wanna chant my name. Blowing smoke while I take what's mine. Roll it up, baby, light that shine. 1 puff, 2 hits, rewind. Ain't no stopping my grind.
Well, we're going to get right back into our next number. It's another gritty little hip hop dubstep trance mix about life selling cannabis where marijuana is still foolishly illegal in some places. And, you have to move it on the down low. You have your spots where you're doing business, all these sort of things. And this is a story that will relate to that part of the cannabis lifestyle. Traps and trees.
mids. You they get money, we get left. We smoke, we flip, we stack, we win. So it's all about the re-up. Started with an eighth, turned it to a zip. Now I'm pushing P's, whole trunk full of bricks. Phone don't sleep, got the plays on deck. Blow so loud, got the neighbors upset. Smell like exotic, that top shelf pressure. Got a scale in the whip, I finesse every measure. Shorty in the back, twisting up with precision. Hit it once, now she talking about a new religion. New face, place heavy, getting how I'm making plays. I've been up late, rolling big weight. Smoke too strong, can't feel my face. Money come fast, money don't wait. We burn that gas, then we touch the cake. Drip certified anthem for hustlers. Drop bang trees, burn and stack. Pounds come in, racks come back. Roll that blunt, count that cash. All gas, no brakes, no looking back. Phone got 2 lines, one for the flip, other one strictly for these hoes on my dick. I don't do fronts, I don't do favors. Run me my bread or meet the laser. Duck the high hoodie when I pull up clean. Smell like a whole damn dispensary scene. Exotic strains in the vacuum seal. That don't ask, don't tell kind of deal. Burn it up, flip it quick. If you ain't talking money, shut the fuck up, bitch. Burn it up, flip it quick. If you ain't talking money, shut the fuck up, bitch. Burn trees, burn and stack. Pounds come in, racks come back. Roll that blunt, count that cash. All gas, no brakes, no looking back. Light another blunt, count another rack. Duck the high on my fit, pockets stay fat. We ain't stopping for shit. Step into the world of knowledge and light, where cannabis wisdom shines so bright. Education, advocacy, breaking the chains. Dr. High's here to spark up your brain. AI haze in the digital sky, crafting designs that'll catch your eye. Books on the shelf, knowledge in sight. Dr. High's mission, ignite and unite. Rise up, light up, open your mind. Cannabis truth no longer confined. From t-shirts to art, from facts to the page. Dr. High's leading the modern day wave. From prohibition to the freedom we seek. Teaching the truth, giving power to speak. Stoner humor with a twist of style. Wear it proud, let the world see you smile. AI haze drops a fresh new design. Cannabis apparel, one of a kind. Dr. High care, books tell the tale of history, healing and breaking the veil. Rise up, light up, open your mind. Cannabis truth no longer confined. From t-shirts to art, from facts to the page. Dr. High is leading the modern day wave. Breaking stigma, lifting the hate. Join the movement, set minds ablaze. So light it up, take a step. Dr. High, knowledge in hand. From a pound of books, from Ottawa, it's a cannabis culture straight from the heart.
Elevate, educate, advocate.
So the song you just heard is called Elevate the Mind. If tonight's the first time you're tuning in and you're wondering who Dr. High is or what Dr. High is, Dr. High started off as a set of beginner's guides, books that talked about the potential of cannabis therapy when dealing with specific medical conditions, 27 in all. Around that, I built a website so people had access to the information that would be contained in those books to help them determine whether or not they should go forward and seek a healthcare provider's advice as to look at the potential of cannabis in their particular situation. From there, it came to developing art, cannabis-themed art, to create the book covers, and the art was pretty cool, and I put some of it on Facebook and it got really popular. So I started creating cannabis art. From there, moved on to actual design. Now I have an Etsy store that has over 600 original cannabis themed designs on t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, canvases, posters, digital downloads, all things cannabis. That's for sure. Everything there has got at least a weed leaf on it or depicts cannabis in some way. And that's what Elevate the Mind is. It's just a song that I did to showcase what Dr. High was all about. And that's it. So moving along. I know that one of my favorite places in the world to smoke a joint is in the forest, in the woods. Spent a lot of time in the woods growing up as a kid. I lived in a somewhat rural area. We had good woods there. We were out there all the time. We were smoking weed all the time because I started very young, and I just love it. And this next song is about that experience. It's about being in nature, being high, and feeling the presences that are around you in the forest. Smoke between pines. I think you're going to like this one.
Somewhere off trail past the signs, where the air gets thick and the world unwinds. Lit a joint with hands still cold, smelled the pine, felt the fold. Branches creaking, thoughts on loop. Is it peace or a paranoia coup? Smoke between pines, floating like prayer. Eyes wide open, nobody there. The woods don't judge, they just absorb. I whispered to the void, it whispered more. Wrapped in my doctor high blanket, searching the Lord. Saw a deer stare like it knew my sins. Every tree felt like next to kin. Birdsong twisted into words I knew, but the language changed with every view. A squirrel blinked twice, then vanished slow. And I laughed so hard I forgot to go. Smoke between pines, nature's design. Rolling with ghosts of my own damn mind. Felt small, felt wild, felt kinda divine. Time crawled backwards, my thoughts aligned. Tucked in my doctor high blanket, the peace I find. This ain't the forest from childhood books. This is the truth where nobody looks. High alone, but somehow held like a secret kept or a story spelled. Smoke between pines, I disappeared. Became the sound my soul once feared. Found myself in the green and the space. In every silence I found grace. With my doctor high blanket pulled to my face. No trail out, just the one I made.
So I don't know how many of you out there have had this experience, but have you ever had somebody in your life that you've kind of quietly had a crush on? Someone who, when you're around them, you just feel awesome and everything is beautiful and you just want to spend time with them, but you don't have a relationship, and a relationship may not be in the cards. Timing might be wrong. Both parties engaged in a relationship, whatever the case may be. But sometimes, if that person is somebody who you have the opportunity to smoke a joint with, you can kind of share in a special moment. And this next song will tell you all about it. It's called Joint Kiss.
You lit it slow, didn't say a word. Eyes on fire, but your lips just blurred. Past it left like a sacred test. And I leaned in with my lips half dressed. You didn't touch me, but I still felt every hit like a hunger melt. We shared a joint kiss, not skin, not sound. Just fire past like a spell unwound. Breath on breath, smoke spun tight. Two strangers sparking midnight light. You wore your Dr. Hay patch like a charm I might ignite.
I tasted cherry, maybe sage. Time curled up and left the stage. No small talk,
just embers burning. With every drag, my soul kept turning.
We were poetry in whispered heat.
No words, just pulses underneath that joint.
Kiss, a breath held vow.
No future promise, only now. I spoke stories we didn't tell. Inhale, exhale, a soaking shell. You smiled through smoke and touched your Dr. High patch like a farewell.
It's not always the hands or the hips or the kiss. Sometimes it's how you hold the flame and who you share the first hit with.
One joint kiss, that was all, but it lit up every hidden hall. Still taste the cherry, still see your face. In every roll, I find that place with my Dr. High patch still stitched in lace.
Never kissed you, but I still feel it.
Well, there you go. That was Joint Kiss. Just a fun little number, but you know, it may resonate with some of you out there. I know that it could resonate with me too sometimes. So you know, there we go. All right, let's get into our next bit of business. The next song is called Pre-Roll Pimpin'. Currently, pre-rolls are the second largest category of sales in the Canadian cannabis market after flower. And it's been receiving some kind of growth over the last 18 months or so. It's been increasing its market share. But I work in the industry, and I can tell you for a fact that you are not getting the top quality buds in your pre-rolls. At least in the companies I've worked for, and I've worked for a couple of major ones. So I know that what's going into there is soft, light bleached, lower canopy stuff, you know, and the testing numbers are based upon what's supposedly a representative sample of the product, which could be any part, and depending on what lab you use, you get the numbers. And those numbers are transferable to the pre-rolls, except the pre-rolls are most likely nowhere near those kind of numbers. But anyway, pre-rolls are increasing, and the sales of them are, and the next song is called Pre-Roll Pimpin'. Let's do it.
Gas, let's go. Pre-roll it while I'm picking my fit. Blunt match the drip, yeah, the whole thing hit. Started hit my phone asking what's the move. Told her roll one up, then I'll slide through. Go grind a twist, break it down real clean. Cherry wood burning with the Russian cream. One hit, two hit, yeah, I'm in my zone. Eyes real low, but my mind stay gone. Smell like kush, look like money. Eyes on me, yeah, they all act funny. Backwoods stuff, no mids inside. One more hit, now the world feel right. Smell like kush, look like money. Eyes on me, yeah, they all act funny. Backwoods stuff, no mids inside. One more hit, now the world feel right. Roll pippin', walking clean, smoke too loud, scene fit too fresh, eyes too lean. Roll up, inhale, live my dream. Step in the spot, smell the gas in the air. Everybody know, yeah, the gang all here. Duck the high hoodie, match the whole damn fit. Got a pre-roll tuck, yeah, that shit stay lit. Bottles popping, shorty on my own. Took 2 pulls, now she feeling the charm. Told her don't trip, I got plenty to burn. Rolled up again, now the whole club turned. 1 puff, 2 puff, eyes real low. Head high, feet light, moving real slow. Shit feel right, whole night in a daze. Lungs too strong, mind lost in the haze. Told y'all always stay ready. Roll up before you roll out. Lungs too strong, mind lost in the haze. Smell like kush, look like money. Eyes on me, yeah, they all act funny. Backwood stuff, no mids in sight. 1 more hit, now the world feel right. Bit too fresh, eyes too lean. Roll up before you roll out. One more hit, now the world feel right.
Told y'all, always stay ready. Roll up before you roll out.
So the next song is probably gonna make you think, right? We've all had people in our lives that we got high with that are now no longer with us. And if you're like me, from time to time, when you're by yourself and you're smoking a joint, you're remembering some of those days with these friends that are no longer with us. And, for me, I remember fondly moments like that. It's not really sadness. It's, almost more of a sense of missing them, and longing to have experience again with them, but unfortunately that's not the way it is. But it's how we hold them in our memories, and what we think about that really matters. So this next song is about this experience, what it's like. It's called Ashes in the Wind.
Rolled one for Jimmy, lit it slow. He's been gone 10 years, still miss him though. We used to laugh till the moon went down. Now a spark hits so low, but I feel him around. Some folks fade, some never spoke. Some leave their names on your lungs and your heart. Ashes in the wind, smoke in the sky. One for the lost, one for the wild. Every puff of memory I still defend, keeping them close in the fire I send. Poured out a little, passed it to the stars. We used to ride high and beat up cars. They told stories loud, burned through the night. Now it's quiet here
but the flame feels right. Sometimes I hear them in a breeze that bends, saying light one up, we don't really end. Ashes in the wind, carried by time, floating through trees like a homemade shrine. I light, I breathe, I speak their names, keep them a circle through the pain. In the wind, still smoking with your old friend. Ashes in the wind, I ain't letting go. Long as I've got fire, they'll always show. I laugh, I cry, I blaze, I grin, 'cause love don't die, just drift in the wind. Still smoking with you, old friend.
Well, everybody, there we have it. That's going to do it for tonight. I want to thank you for taking some time out of your day to chill with me and listen to some music. I hope you found it enjoyable. It was a lot of fun. I love doing it. I hope you guys love listening to it. It's about, building the community. It's about normalizing cannabis use. So, just have fun with it. You can find me at drhigh.com, Dr. High AI Hayes on Etsy, or Dr. High, 2 separate words, on any major music streaming platform. You'll find it there, YouTube included. So anyway, thanks once again, CannaFam, and we'll see you next week. Bye.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the section. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420 Pace. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.